Chapter 796. Seeing Sun Jie's stunned expression, Xiao Qing smiled and whispered, "Is it Yangming?" Sun Jie nodded helplessly. Then she covered the phone's microphone and said, "Yeah, he's coming to find us." "Oh, isn't that good?" Xiao Qing asked. Just now, Xiao Qing was in the car, so she didn't hear what Sun Jie and Yangming said. Not to mention, Sun Jie's voice was very small. She said it in Yangming's ear. Therefore, Xiao Qing didn't know the embarrassment in Sun Jie's heart at the moment. "I am shopping with Xiao Qing. If you want to come, then come." Sun Jie deliberately avoided answering and said to herself, Okay. How could Yangming not know what Sun Jie was thinking? This woman sometimes looked bold and hot, but in fact, she was still a bit conservative. Yangming knew that he hadn't completely conquered her, but it was probably only a matter of time. "Where are you?" "Commercial Street, Xinheng Department Store," Sun Jie said. 15 minutes later, Yangming came to the parking lot downstairs of the Xinheng Department Store. He parked the car directly and went to the elevator. He sent a message to Sun Jie and learned that they were looking at cosmetics on the 3rd floor. Yangming went directly to the 3rd floor. Although the mall was big, for Yangming, it was easy to find the location of Sun Jie and Xiao Qing. Yangming tiptoed behind Sun Jie and Xiao Qing. He wanted to scare them. As he was thinking about what to do, he suddenly saw that Sun Jie suddenly turned around and looked at him with a smile. Even with Yangming's strong psychological quality, he couldn't help but be shocked. "What are you doing?" Sun Jie looked up and down at Yangming and asked, How did you know that I was behind you?" Yangming asked with some wonder. Sun Jie didn't answer, but pointed to the dressing mirror next to her. Xiao Qing saw the two people asking and answering, and she couldn't help but reach out to cover the smile on her mouth. Yangming looked at the small mirror with some depression and sighed, "Damn, this is also okay? I wanted to give you two a surprise." "Then please come back next time when you are invisible," Sun Jie teased. Yangming smiled awkwardly and said, "Do you want to buy cosmetics?" "Just looking around. I heard that there is a new brand here called Barbie Brown. There is free makeup training. Xiao Qing and I are going to sign up." Sun Jie said, "Are you interested in going with us?" "I forget it." Xiao Qing. Sun Jie and Xiao Qing registered their names and phone numbers. The other party said that they would call them once the training started. Yangming was very surprised. These two people seemed to be very busy. How can they have the leisure to listen to makeup training? However, Yangming really underestimated the temptation of beauty to women. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun might not be as good. After all, they were at the most beautiful time in their lives. They didn't need makeup and maintenance, but Xiao Qing and Sun Jie were different. Both of them weren't young anymore. They would gradually age soon. How could they not take care of their skin? Had you booked a hotel room? Today is Valentine's Day. The room should be very tight. Yangming pretended to be very kind and reminded her. Sun Jie was so angry that her teeth were itchy. She said in a bad mood, "No. Are you afraid? Are you regretting it?" Yangming narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Jie with a very irritating look. Sun Jie was angry, but she didn't want to admit that she was afraid. She just said, "It's still early. Why are you in such a hurry?" After that, she began to calculate in her heart. How can I let Yangming take the initiative to give up that dirty idea? I just said it casually. I didn't think that Yangming would really get away. "Take it." Sun Jie handed a few bags in her hand to Yangming. Then, she felt that it wasn't enough. She also handed the bag in Xiao Qing's hand to Yangming. As a result, Yangming was reduced to the point of carrying someone's bag. Xiao Qing couldn't bear it. She wanted to take it back and carry it herself, but she was stopped by Sun Jie. "If we don't carry it with him now, he might have some dirty ideas in a while." Xiao Qing looked at Yangming helplessly and apologetically. She also agreed with Sun Jie's point of view. If she was alone with Yangming, then she was willing to do whatever Yangming wanted to do to her. But now, the situation was that there were three people together. Moreover, the relationship between the three people was really weird. Any two of the three people had an extraordinary friendship relationship. They should be close to each other to a certain extent. Now that the three people were together, what if Yangming wanted to make a more absurd request? What should she do? In the final analysis, Xiaoqing was still the kind of woman who was more traditional. Otherwise, it was impossible to maintain her virginity before. As for Sun Jie, although she seemed to be more bold, it was just a fake bold. So far, Yang Ming was her first man. Therefore, Sun Jie was nervous in her heart. She deliberately wanted to suppress Yang Ming's unrealistic evil thoughts. Yang Ming didn't care. He laughed in his heart. Can this tire me out? The training in Europe was 10 times, 100 times, and 1,000 times harder than this. Sometimes, I even trained continuously without sleep for a few days. I survived it. What is this? Since you want to be tired, then be tired. Let's see who is tired in the end. When both of you are tired and can't move, aren't you still in my mercy? Therefore, the three of them had their own ulterior motives. Although Xiaoqing had some sympathy for Yang Ming, she thought that if the three of them were really lying on the bed and doing something shameful, she panicked and continued to insist. Sun Jie, on the other hand, wanted to tire out Yang Ming. Don't underestimate Sun Jie. Sun Jie usually went to the gym, so her physical strength was still very sufficient. In this way, the three of them strolled around from the first floor to the top floor, and then from the top floor to the first floor. They bought more and more things, and they had to send them back to the car several times. This was not the end of it. There was really nothing to shop in the Xinheng department store. The three of them went to other stores on the commercial street. From clothing stores to glasses and watches, there was everything. Sun Jie thought, how can I not tire you out? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jie and Xiaoqing, who were obviously tired, and laughed in his heart. You two continue to play. I haven't warmed up yet. Xiaoqing's physical strength was not as good as Sun Jie's. In the end, she really couldn't hold on. Sun Jie was actually holding on. She looked at Yang Ming, who was still full of vigor and carrying big and small bags. She completely collapsed. This guy is really not ordinarily strong. No wonder every time I do it with him, it takes so long. Sun Jie thought of this and blushed for no reason. Although her feelings for Yang Ming were somewhat unclear, it was really comfortable when she did it with him. Sun Jie was also a woman with normal physiology. She usually had needs, otherwise she would not be together with Xiaoqing. It was just that Yang Ming was too overbearing. Sun Jie was a strong woman. Yang Ming's style made her somewhat uncomfortable, but there were also some contradictions. Sun Jie subconsciously also hoped that her man was stronger than herself. However, she now found that Yang Ming had any real strength that convinced her. I'm a little hungry. Xiaoqing, what about you? Sun Jie's physical strength was seriously overdrawn. She couldn't hold on. When she saw a restaurant not far away, her stomach suddenly began to protest. Wasn't Xiaoqing the same? She nodded and said, I'm hungry too. Let's go and eat something first. How could Yang Ming not know the thoughts of these two people? However, he didn't say it out loud. He just followed them into the restaurant. Because today was Valentine's Day, although it was already very late, the restaurant was still very lively. When the three people came in, a table of guests had just left, so there were seats. Sun Jie ordered a bowl of beef rice. Xiaoqing ordered a bowl of spaghetti, but Yang Ming was not very hungry. But thinking about it, maybe there were more exhausting things waiting for him at night, so he also ordered a bowl of chicken leg rice. Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming gobbling up a bowl of chicken leg rice. She was very helpless. She secretly thought, it's not easy to waste some of his physical strength. Now it's all made up for. Xiaoqing and Sun Jie ate and rested for a while. They felt better. The three people left the restaurant. Yang Ming looked at the time on the phone and said, it's late. Shouldn't we rest? Sun Jie's heart skipped a beat. She said calmly, we just finished eating. Let's drink a cup of hot tea. What's the hurry? Okay. Yang Ming naturally agreed to her request. He thought, let's see how long you can persist with me. If I don't take you down tonight, how can I be worthy of little Yun Yun's sacrifice? So, the three people found a bar on the roadside and went in. The atmosphere in the bar was obviously not as good as that in the restaurant. There were many men and women mingling in the underworld. After Yang Ming went in, he couldn't stand such an atmosphere. Although once upon a time, he was also one of these people, at this moment he had already climbed to the top of the pyramid. When he looked at this life that had already passed away for a long time, he felt that it was distant as if it was a lifetime ago. If it weren't for the deep pain of Suya's departure in his heart, he would have even forgotten those days. "Is there a single room?" Yang Ming asked the waiter at the door. "Sorry, sir. Today's single rooms are full," said the waiter. "Oh, are there no reserved vacant rooms?" Yang Ming knew that many bars would reserve a few vacant rooms just in case. Sometimes, when some underworld bosses came, they would be arranged there. The waiter hesitated. The scale of this bar wasn't small. Obviously, there were reserved single rooms. However, he didn't know Yang Ming. It was reasonable to say that the reserved private rooms were only open to some regulars and important people. He had been a waiter in this bar for more than a year. He felt that Yang Ming was unfamiliar. However, since Yang Ming knew that there were reserved private rooms in the bar, it meant that he knew this place very well, so he hesitated. In fact, how was Yang Ming familiar with this place? It was just that most bars in Songjiang City had such a habit. Chapter 797. Please wait for a moment. I will ask for you. After the waiter hesitated, he felt that he couldn't make the decision. It was better to ask for instructions first. Yang Ming nodded and waved at him. Of course, this kind of thing didn't need to ask the boss. Generally, they would ask the people in charge of the bar. These people had more connections and knew what kind of people couldn't be offended. "Brother Hui, there's a guest who wants an empty private room." The waiter asked Brother Hui, who was in charge of the bar. "Oh, who is it?" asked Brother Hui. "I don't know. I haven't seen him before. It's a new face." The waiter said truthfully. "Take me to see." Brother Hui naturally wanted to go and get some information. Just as he walked to the door, Brother Hui was stunned and immediately ran over with a smile. "Brother Yang, welcome, welcome. I will ask someone to prepare a private room for you." As he said to the waiter just now, "Go, open the door of room 1. I will personally take Brother Yang there." The waiter didn't dare to neglect. They were very clear about Brother Hui's background. A person who could make Brother Hui respect was obviously not simple. Fortunately, he didn't say anything offensive just now. "You are?" Yang Ming didn't know the person in front of him and looked at him suspiciously. "Brother Yang, I am De Hui." Brother Hui quickly introduced himself. "De Hui?" Yang Ming still didn't remember when he knew such a person. "Yeah, I am Bai Hai, Brother Hai's original subordinate," said De Hui. "Oh, so you are Bai Hai's subordinate. You are here now?" Although Yang Ming didn't know him, with such a relationship, Yang Ming still nodded to him and asked politely, "Yeah, I am now responsible for the security work of this bar." Brother Hui nodded and said, since Bai Hai met Brother Yang, his position rose like a rocket. In a blink of an eye, he became a governor. Although it seemed that both of them were similar, Bai Hai was in charge of the Huashan Wenyuan, and he was in charge of the bar, but in fact there was a big difference. Huashan Wenyuan, whether it was in terms of treatment or the number of subordinates, was much better than here. Moreover, I heard that Brother Hai even got a car to drive. However, Brother Hui was also very satisfied. He had gone from a small hooligan to a big brother who could take charge of his own business. It was also very impressive. Of course, Bai Hai's recommendation was indispensable. Brother Huey's current job was actually to look after the bar, but it was very legitimate to say that he was the security captain of the bar from the Mingyang Security Company. He was in charge of the bar's security. There was a formal contract between the two parties, so it was legal work. In fact, the bar owner also preferred this method. Although it was still guarding the place, it was much more formal than before. Moreover, the discipline of these big brothers guarding the place was obviously better than before, so they wouldn't cause any trouble. Not bad. Work hard. There will be opportunities for you to succeed. Bai Hai's position is not the end. Yang Ming encouraged, "You are still young. There are many important positions waiting for you in the future." "Thank you, Brother Yang. I will work hard," Brother Hui said excitedly. When Yang Ming said this, he was a little surprised. When did I become so old-fashioned? Sun Jie and Xiaoqing were very surprised. How could Yang Ming say so many inexplicable words as if he was a big shot? Brother Hui took the three people to the number 1 private room. The private room was set up behind the bar. It was far away from the front hall, and the environment was very good. "Brother Yang, what do you want to drink?" Brother Hui didn't need the waiter. He personally took the menu to serve. Give me some hot drinks. You can have a rest. Yang Ming didn't look at the menu and directly waved his hand. This is your territory. You make the decision. Then I will bring some of our bar's specialties. Brother Hui nodded. The menu of each bar was not the same, so Yang Ming didn't know what was good here. Hey, Yang Ming, I really didn't see it. Your face is quite big. After Brother Hui left, Sun Jie asked with some surprise. My face? Yang Ming shook his head. How can it be as big as Miss Sun's face in Donghai? If it was in Donghai, the big boss would come forward to toast, right? Sun Jie smiled. Yang Ming was probably telling the truth. In Donghai, which bar didn't have people looking after it. Most of these people knew her, so it wasn't impossible for the bar owner to come and toast. As soon as his voice fell, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming said, "Please come in." After that, the door was pushed open. He thought it was a waiter who came in, but he saw that it was a fat man in his 30s who came in. He smiled like a Methriya Buddha. As soon as he entered the door, he introduced himself. I'm the owner of this bar. My surname is Zhu. This is Brother Yang. Welcome, welcome. All the expenses today will be on me. Brother Yang, this is a toast to you. If you need anything, you can find me at any time. Have a good time. After that, Boss Zhu drank the small wine cup in his hand and left the private room. I say, Yang Ming, did you say that deliberately? Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming very strangely. Why did the boss come to toast just after he said that the boss would toast? This made people wonder if Yang Ming deliberately put gold on his face. Yang Ming also looked inexplicable and spread his hands. Don't look at me. I don't know him. I don't know why he toasted me. Really? Sun Jie obviously didn't believe it. She was wondering if this was deliberately done by Yang Ming or deliberately showing his ability in front of her to win her heart. However, after thinking about it, it didn't seem to be so. Yang Ming didn't seem to be such a bored person. Moreover, today's incident was just a coincidence. Yang Ming couldn't have predicted their encounter in advance and arranged such a thing in advance. What's more, it was Sun Jie who proposed to drink hot drinks in the bar, not Yang Ming. Therefore, Sun Jie's mind immediately calmed down. Could this be the hidden strength of Yang Ming's identity? What other powerful identities does he have? Thinking of this, Sun Jie decided to investigate Yang Ming. Boss Zhu just went out, and Brother Hui came back again. Together with the waiter, they brought a lot of bar specialties and put them on the table. Then he said, Brother Yang, these hot drinks and wine are specially made by the bartender. There are numbers on the cups. If you think the drink is good, just tell the waiter directly. And thank you. Yang Ming nodded and asked, Your boss, does he know me? Oh, our boss. He doesn't know you. I just said that you were very familiar with Brother Bao. So he came to toast, said Brother Hui. It turned out to be like this. Okay, I got it. Yang Ming understood why Boss Zhu came to toast. It turned out to be because of Bao Songli. Brother Hui was very observant. When he saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, he quickly left the private room. After he left, Yang Ming shrugged. Look, I said that I don't know him. Sun Jie also shook her head. It seems that I am thinking too much. Yang Ming is just familiar with Bao Songli, so he is more popular in Songjiang. Boss Zhu was a person who was better at currying favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to open such a big bar. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to meet a big shot. He was worried that there was no excuse to get close to Bao Songli. Now, he finally had an excuse. Boss Zhu picked up the phone and dialed Bao Songli's number. Hello, who is this? Bao Songli just came back from Xintong town. When he saw an unfamiliar number on the phone, he picked it up directly. Hello, is this Brother Bao? Boss Zhu said carefully. It's me. Who are you? Bao Songli was now a big manager, so he spoke politely. I am Little Zhu of the Demon Bar. In front of Bao Songli, how could Boss Zhu dare to be arrogant? Although his actual age was older than Bao Songli, this thing had nothing to do with age. In many cases, seniority was based on strength. Oh, what's the matter? Asked Bao Songli. This is the case. Hee, there's a younger Brother Yang. I heard that he is a friend of Brother Bao. He is in the bar. I just learned that he is your friend. Today the bar is too busy. If there is anything that I don't take care of, please forgive me. Boss Zhu seemed to be asking for forgiveness in advance, but in fact, he wanted to build a relationship with Bao Sanli. Younger brother Yang? Bao Sanli was stunned. Oh, his name is Yang Ming. Boss Zhu was also stunned. He thought that Brother Hui was using the name of Brother Bao to swindle people. He thought, fortunately I called. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. Bao Sanli's face immediately pulled down, and his voice became gloomy. Brother Yang is with you? The reason why Bao Sanli was angry was that Boss Zhu called Yang Ming as younger brother Yang. I have to call him Brother Yang. Who are you? You call him younger brother Yang? So what you're saying is that you're more capable than me? More capable than Brother Yang? Boss Zhu listened to Bao Sanli's words without any reason, and his heart suddenly thumped. He thought, this is bad. It seems that this Yang Ming is not someone that Brother Hui used to swindle people, but a person that Brother Bao respects very much. I actually called him younger brother Yang, but Bao Sanli called him Brother Yang. Then, what position did I place myself in? How clever was Boss Zhu? He immediately understood the reason why Bao Sanli was angry. He quickly said, Brother Bao, I didn't know it was Brother Yang. I will apologize now. I will apologize now. Treat him well. Otherwise, if you annoy Brother Yang, no one can protect you. I can't, and President Ho can't. Bao Sanli warned with a lukewarm tone. Boss Zhu was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he called in time. Otherwise, if Brother Yang really hated him, wouldn't he be finished? Chapter 798. Boss Zhu took a deep breath and couldn't be bothered to wipe his sweat. He ran back to the number 1 private room. The waiters next to the private room wondered what happened to the boss, but no one dared to ask. Boss Zhu took the time to wipe his sweat and then gently knocked on the door. He didn't dare to use too much force. He didn't have the previous atmosphere. Please come in, Yang Ming said casually, thinking that it was another waiter who came to deliver something. However, seeing that it was still Boss Zhu who came in, he was a bit baffled. He didn't know what else he wanted. Brother Yang, I was neglectful just now. Please don't take it to heart. Boss Zhu bowed respectfully as soon as he entered the door. He was cautious and careful. What the hell are you talking about? Boss Zhu's move made Yang Ming really inexplicable. He didn't know what he was talking about. Brother Yang, I know that you are a great person. You are a great person who doesn't take it to heart. I just didn't know how to call you Brother Yang. I am really... Boss Zhu stuttered as he explained. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He looked at Boss Zhu and was a little dumbfounded. He said just this. Boss Zhu nodded. Brother Bao said that he has to call you Brother Yang. I have eyes but failed to recognize you. Yang Ming waved his hand and interrupted him. He said helplessly, I didn't care about this at all. In terms of age, you're older than me. It's normal to call me brother. Okay, it's really nothing. You can go back, then I will go back. Boss Zhu looked at Yang Ming. When he saw that Yang Ming wasn't joking, he breathed a sigh of relief. You can go back. It's really nothing. You think too much. Yang Ming comforted him. Boss Zhu left. Yang Ming sighed and looked up, but he found that Sun Jie was staring at him. Her eyes seemed to want to see through him. He couldn't help but smile. Why are you looking at me? Yang Ming, what do you do? Sun Jie asked seriously. Me? What can I do? Yang Ming said innocently. Don't you know everything about me? Then Yang Ming, why did he call you Brother Yang? Sun Jie didn't give up. This flaw was enough to reveal the shocking secret behind Yang Ming. Do you really want to know? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jie lecherously and smiled. Sun Jie nodded. Xiaoqing didn't know what the two were talking about. She wasn't a person in the underworld, and she didn't know what kind of power the name Bao Sanli represented. Therefore, he looked at the two of them in surprise. Yang Ming stood up, leaned to Sun Jie's ear, and whispered, Do you want to know? Then, I'll tell you tonight. When Sun Jie heard Yang Ming's words, she was about to explode. She thought that Yang Ming didn't want Xiaoqing, who had never been in contact with the underworld, to know something, so he whispered to her. She didn't expect Yang Ming to actually say such a thing. Sun Jie snorted in annoyance and turned her head. Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming's smirk and Sun Jie's somewhat embarrassed look. She knew that Yang Ming definitely didn't say anything good. She had to mediate in the middle. Well, why are you two like enemies? It's really unbearable to talk like that. I didn't. What I said was very clear. I just said to her. Yang Ming wanted to speak, but Sun Jie glared at him fiercely. You shut up. Sun Jie was already embarrassed. How could she let Yang Ming say it again? Yang Ming smiled and closed his mouth, but he still looked at Sun Jie with a smile. His expression was like, if you want to know about my matters, you have to be obedient. However, Sun Jie was really curious, especially after the scene just now. She was even more curious about Yang Ming's life experience. Sometimes curiosity can kill the cat, and it can also kill the elephant, so Sun Jie thought about it. At most, she would follow him once more. That was nothing. Anyway, they had already done it twice, so it wouldn't make a difference this time. At most, she would just lie on the bed and not move. She would close her eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. She thought that he wouldn't be interested next time. However, the key problem was Xiaoqing. Sun Jie was very sure that Yang Ming was planning something. He wanted to hug both women. Therefore, Sun Jie couldn't make up her mind. It was true that she had a good impression of Yang Ming. Even if it hadn't reached the level of love, this kind of hazy feeling was enough. Sun Jie gritted her teeth, found a wine-like thing on the table, picked it up, and poured it into her mouth. Originally, Sun Jie wanted to drink some wine to boost her courage. If Yang Ming really did something absurd at night, she could blame it on being unconscious after drinking. However, when the wine just entered her throat, Sun Jie coughed and wanted to spit it out, but it was too late. What wine is this? Why is it so strong? Xiaoqing thought that Sun Jie was sulking with Yang Ming, so she advised, Little Jie, what are you doing? Why are you drinking? Sun Jie quickly drank a few mouthfuls of lemon juice, and then she calmed down. She opened her mouth and exhaled. It was obvious that she couldn't stand the spiciness. Maybe it was because of shame, or maybe it was because of the wine, but Sun Jie's face became red. Her small mouth opened and closed. Yang Ming felt a little hot. This was very similar to the first time he saw Sun Jie in the bathroom. When he thought about the scene at that time, Yang Ming was a little excited. Sun Jie's breath was a faint smell of alcohol mixed with some fresh lemon flavor. It hit his face, making Yang Ming more restless. If it weren't in the bar, Yang Ming really wanted to pounce on her. Xiaoqing didn't have the same reaction as Yang Ming. Seeing that Sun Jie was very uncomfortable, she asked nervously, Little Jie, are you okay? This wine is so uncomfortable after drinking. Sun Jie wasn't the kind of girl who had never drunk wine, but this wine was too strong. After drinking it, it was like burning. What should I do? Yang Ming, you go and ask if there is anything to detoxify the wine. Xiaoqing quickly instructed Yang Ming. No need. Help me to the bathroom. I want to wash my face. It's so hot. Sun Jie was sweating because of the spiciness of the wine. After Xiaoqing heard it, she quickly went to help Sun Jie. Suddenly, she saw Yang Ming on the side, so she said, You help little Jie. I will ask the waiter what kind of wine this is. Although Sun Jie wasn't heavy, there was a man next to her. Did she need a woman to help her? Moreover, Xiaoqing also knew the relationship between Sun Jie and Yang Ming. She knew that there wasn't much taboo between the two of them, so she directly let Sun Jie lean on Yang Ming. The two soft lumps on her chest made Yang Ming even more unable to control himself. He secretly rubbed them gently. You're still taking advantage of me? Sun Jie was too hot. She just wanted to wash her face and wake up. She was too lazy to care about Yang Ming taking advantage of her, but she still complained. There was a separate bathroom in the private room. Yang Ming helped Sun Jie into the bathroom. Sun Jie suddenly leaned on the wash basin, turned on the faucet, and washed her face. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, you can eat anything, but you can't drink wine indiscriminately. Yang Ming had long heard that there were super strong mixed wines, such as Deep Water Bomb, in many bars. Sun Jie probably drank something similar by mistake. Sun Jie washed for a long time before she felt a little better. However, the alcohol began to go to her head, making her a little confused. Her eyes began to blur. When she looked up, her face was still stained with water droplets. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. It was indescribably seductive. Yang Ming took a deep breath and couldn't control himself anymore. He aimed at Sun Jie's small mouth and kissed her. It was true that wine could boost courage, but at the same time, it was also erotic. Sun Jie was a little hot. After being kissed by Yang Ming, the desire in her body was immediately ignited. She hugged Yang Ming while breathing quickly. Her mouth also began to respond to Yang Ming. Although it felt like he was taking advantage of her, Yang Ming felt that he couldn't use normal means to deal with a woman like Sun Jie. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a long time to deal with her. Sun Jie screamed. This was the third time. Every time Yang Ming could give her extreme pleasure, and each time was stronger than the last. Sun Jie couldn't explain why. Maybe it was only physical before, but now it was partly psychological. Yang Ming didn't know if this was a bad taste, but the feeling in the bathroom with Sun Jie was indeed particularly exciting. This feeling was similar to having an affair, which made him completely crazy. Xiao Qing went to ask the waiter and learned that this was the bar's characteristic. It was called boiling point of ice. It meant that ice could boil when it came into contact with this kind of wine. No wonder Sun Jie had such a strong reaction after drinking it. This kind of wine was generally drunk by men. Brother Hui didn't expect Sun Jie to be able to drink it. While apologizing to Xiao Qing, he was busy asking the bartender to prepare a cup of hangover tea and handed it to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing knew that this matter was definitely not his fault, so she didn't bother with him. She quickly returned to the private room with the hangover tea. Seeing that there was no one in the private room, she knew that Yang Ming and Sun Jie were still in the bathroom. So, Xiao Qing walked to the bathroom with the hangover tea. She didn't knock on the door and directly opened the door. The scene inside made Xiao Qing shocked. Her hand trembled, and the hangover tea fell to the ground. Xiao Qing didn't expect that Yang Ming and Sun Jie actually did that in the bathroom. At this moment, Sun Jie's pants were completely taken off on the ground. Her whole body was leaning against the wall of the bathroom, panting. Xiao Qing was so embarrassed that her face was red. Although she had done the same thing with Yang Ming, and she was also familiar with Sun Jie's body, when these two people were together, it made Xiao Qing want to find a hole to hide in. If she knew that the two of them were having an affair in the bathroom, Xiao Qing wouldn't have gone in again. This was awkward now. She couldn't continue to stay here, and she couldn't leave. But standing here, she didn't know what to say. Xiao Qing regretted it. She blamed herself for being too anxious. If she didn't listen at the door, she would have noticed this abnormality. Chapter 799. After a while, Xiao Qing found that the two of them didn't bother with her at all. Thinking about it carefully, it was no wonder that the two of them weren't facing her. At this moment, they were extremely engrossed, so it was reasonable that they didn't notice her. Seeing that the two of them didn't have any abnormalities, Xiao Qing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left quietly. Then, she closed the door of the bathroom and didn't dare to make a sound. After closing the door, Xiao Qing patted her chest and then sat on the sofa. She only felt that her face was burning. I actually bumped into this kind of thing. Although she knew that Sun Jie and Yang Ming had a relationship, knowing and seeing were two different things. But fortunately, they didn't notice that she went in. Otherwise, how embarrassing would that be? It was true that Sun Jie didn't see Xiao Qing. She was drunk and confused, and her body was in a state of extreme excitement at the moment, so she didn't notice that someone came in. But Yang Ming was different. Although Yang Ming was also very excited at the moment, he always kept a clear mind. I have a lot of enemies now, so I can't be careless. Besides, multitasking is an ability that an assassin must have. However, although Yang Ming saw Xiao Qing come in, he didn't say anything. Not only did he not say anything, but he also pretended that he didn't notice Xiao Qing. Yang Ming knew that if he called Xiao Qing, it would only increase the awkwardness. Maybe when Sun Jie reacted, she wouldn't let Yang Ming continue. Therefore, it was better to let Xiao Qing see it herself. After seeing it, she would leave. This would give her a psychological preparation for his actions at night. Sure enough, Xiao Qing quietly left after watching for a while. Yang Ming smiled and looked at the beautiful body under him. He couldn't help but work harder. Although the bathroom was soundproof, there was only Xiao Qing in the private room. The looming moans inevitably reached Xiao Qing's ears. At first, she felt a little embarrassed. After a long time, Xiao Qing's breathing became rapid. She closed her legs, blushed, and blurred eyes. Xiao Qing couldn't stand it anymore. She had to reach out and cover her ears. If it weren't for Sun Jie, Xiao Qing really couldn't help but go in. Xiao Qing shook her head and thought, these two people, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose. Especially Sun Jie, this little bitch. She just said that she wanted to tire Yangming out so that he wouldn't have any bad thoughts. In the end, she couldn't hold it in. Moreover, it was actually in the bathroom of the bar. Xiao Qing complained and endured for a long time. Finally, there was no movement in the bathroom. Xiao Qing let out a long sigh of relief. It was really unbearable. She was afraid that the two of them would see that she was not normal when they came out. Xiao Qing quickly tidied up her hair and poured a cup of sobering tea in her hand, pretending that she had just come back. Sun Jie gasped. She was exhausted. Although she didn't need to move much, just lying there was also very exhausting. Help me up. Sun Jie's voice was lazy. It was different from her usual capable and astute manner, but it had a different kind of temptation. Yangming didn't feel anything. Instead, he felt more energetic. He reached out and hugged Sun Jie. Where are you hugging? Haven't you taken enough advantage of me at this time? Sun Jie complained. She stood up and patted away the two hands that Yangming placed on her chest. Then, she said, now you should tell me, right? Yangming was stunned after listening, but he immediately understood what Sun Jie was asking. He couldn't help but sigh at this woman's shrewdness. She would never forget her business. However, Yangming pretended to be puzzled and asked, tell you what do you think? Sun Jie glanced at Yangming charmingly. You promised me before. What are you doing? Oh, you're talking about this. Yes, I promised you that I would tell you at night. After Yangming heard it, he pretended to be suddenly enlightened and said seriously, you. Sun Jie was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to bite Yangming to death. She was angry. Do I have to do it again at night? However, the feeling just now was really comfortable. I was sweating, and even the alcohol was gone. My whole person was unspeakably relaxed. But if I do it again at night, can I stand it? Sun Jie shook her head helplessly. She thought, this guy is really energetic. Now, he still looks like nothing happened. It seems that I should give up the idea of exhausting him. Otherwise, I will be the one who gets tired in the end. Sun Jie tidied up her clothes and took out a small makeup box to touch up her makeup in front of the mirror. Then, she said, how long have we been here? Can Xiao Qing notice anything? Not long, right? I didn't look at the time. How would I know? Yangming shrugged indifferently. He thought, Xiao Qing not only knows, but she also saw it. However, he didn't say it to Sun Jie. He just said, she knows everything. There is no need to avoid anything. Sun Jie didn't know what to do, but she also knew that Yangming was telling the truth. She had to make herself look more natural and calm. Then, she walked out of the bathroom and complained, this alcohol is really bad. After drinking it, it is really uncomfortable. Xiao Qing just stood up with the hangover tea at this time. When she saw Sun Jie coming out, she quickly said, little Jie, how are you? I looked for a long time before I found this hangover tea. Sun Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't let her know. Otherwise, how can I face her in the future? She took the hangover tea in Xiao Qing's hand and said, thank you, but I am much better. I don't need to drink this. That's good. Xiao Qing nodded and then asked, where is Yangming? In the bathroom. Who knows what he is dilly-dallying about? Sun Jie knew that Yangming was cleaning up the battlefield, but she deliberately dealt with it vaguely so that it wouldn't arouse Xiao Qing's suspicion. It was also in line with her usual character. After a while, Yangming walked out and saw that Xiao Qing and Sun Jie were chatting as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but find it funny. He thought, wait for me to expose today's matter in front of you two at night. Let's see how you react. Seeing Yangming come out, Xiao Qing and Sun Jie both stood up. Xiao Qing said, let's go. Obviously, Xiao Qing and Sun Jie had reached a consensus and planned to leave here. Yangming naturally didn't care. He didn't like this kind of place very much, so he nodded. The three of them walked out of the private room together. Dahui was waiting not far away. When he saw Yang Ming come out, he quickly ran over enthusiastically and asked a person around him to inform Boss Zhu. However, he was stopped by Yang Ming. Don't bother Boss Zhu. You tell him in a while that I thank him for his hospitality. I will visit him again when I am free. Dahui nodded. He knew that Yang Ming didn't like this kind of pretentious display, so he didn't say much. He just followed behind the three of them and sent them out of the bar. After a few steps, he was suddenly bumped into by a girl who ran over. The girl ran very fast. Fortunately, Yang Ming's lower body was relatively stable, so he wouldn't be knocked down. Dahui frowned and scolded him sternly. How do you walk? Don't you have eyes? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Yang, or I will deduct 1 month of your salary. Yang Ming looked at the girl in front of him. The girl was wearing a bar attendant suit. After being scolded by Dahui, she immediately lowered her head and explained with some grievance. Brother Hui, the guest over there was touching me. Forget it. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Don't blame her. How could Yang Ming care about a little waitress? Xiaolu, if it weren't for Sister Ji's face, you would have been fired by the boss. Dahui saw that Yang Ming didn't care, and he was relieved. His tone to the girl was much more kind. It is inevitable to be taken advantage of by guests when you work as a waitress in a bar. As long as it is not serious, you just have to bear with it. Otherwise, how can you earn tips? It turned out to be here. Little girl, what's wrong? Are you looking down on our director Wang? Let me tell you, there are many female celebrities who are fighting to sleep with our director Wang. They can't even get a number. Director Wang touched your butt twice, and you don't want to? A drunk fat man walked over and pointed to the girl and said, Let me tell you, if you serve Director Wang well, maybe you can also become a phoenix and become a big star. When the girl heard this, she glared at him. She was completely different from her careful appearance in front of Dahui just now. She scolded the fat man. Get lost. I feel disgusted when I see him. What did you say? You motherfucker, don't be so shameless. Let me tell you, even if our director Wang kills you, he can find someone to settle it. The fat man was anxious when he heard this, and he reached out to grab the girl. Yang Ming looked at the fat man's evil face, and he couldn't help but frown. He looked at the girl again and felt that she was familiar. He didn't know where he had seen her. The girl was very beautiful, and her figure was charming. No wonder there were people who wanted to take advantage of her. However, the girl's shrewdness was somewhat inconsistent with her current dress. She kept calling herself Great Aunt, which made people feel a little strange. Who is this person? Yang Ming pointed to the fat man and asked a regular here. He drank too much today and forgot himself. Dahui explained. Yang Ming looked up at the fat man and said faintly, Now you get out of here. Fuck, who are you? The fat man was angry. He vaguely heard that this girl had friends in the underworld, so he didn't dare to be too strong. He just scared her, but the sudden appearance of Yang Ming made the fat man angry. He reached out and wanted to punch Yang Ming. Although Dahui and the fat man knew each other, he wasn't stupid to help when it came to a fight. He directly grabbed the fat man's hand and didn't let him be rash. Brother Hui, what are you doing? The fat man was stunned and looked at Dahui with some puzzlement. Dahui quickly whispered in the fat man's ear, You and I can't afford to offend this person. He is Brother Bao's brother. If you don't want to disappear, don't make trouble. Chapter 800. What Brother Bao? The fat man didn't understand. What righteous Bao? Dahui frowned. He thought to himself, Why is this fatty so unreasonable? Just as he was about to persuade him a few more words, he saw tour guide Wang walk over. As he walked, he said, Dahui, I'm taking your waiter away. Tell your boss. Director Wang, you're drunk. You should go back quickly. Dahui's current identity was different from before. His every move was related to the company's reputation, so it was impossible to beat people up. After all, there was a prior agreement. If the guests didn't do anything or didn't do too much, they couldn't beat people up. I say, Dahui, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me? Are you afraid that I can't afford it? Or are you afraid that something will happen? Director Wang turned to the girl indifferently. If you go with me, I can let you act tomorrow. Isn't it just a matter of words to give you a supporting role? She doesn't want to. Why are you like this? Xiao Qing couldn't stand it anymore and said to Director Wang. Yeah? Director Wang narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Qing up and down. He couldn't help but show a lecherous expression. However, when he saw that Xiao Qing was dressed extraordinarily, he didn't dare to speak casually. He had to resist his desire. This is none of your business. I want to take her away. What does it have to do with you? Well said. Yang Ming looked at Director Wang and said coldly, however, in Songjiang, no one can take anyone away in front of me. Dahui, throw this guy out for me. Yes, Brother Yang. Before Yang Ming spoke, Dahui didn't dare to act on his own initiative. However, since Yang Ming spoke, he didn't have to worry so much. Whether it was his boss, Brother Bao, or Brother Ho, they wouldn't blame him. As soon as Dahui waved his hand, several underlings stepped forward and directly grabbed the arms of Director Wang and the fat man. They dragged the two people out in a very barbaric manner. Aren't you going to thank Brother Yang? Dahui said to the girl. This time, Brother Yang stood up for you. If the boss knows, he won't say anything. Thank you, Brother Yang. The girl wasn't submissive at all. She raised her head and smiled at Yang Ming, but then her face showed a surprised expression. You are Yang Ming? You know me? Yang Ming felt that this girl looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. He thought that he remembered wrongly, but at this moment, he heard this girl call out his name, which obviously meant that his feeling was right. It's me, Jing Xiaolu. The girl's face showed a happy expression. Jing Xiaolu? Yang Ming frowned. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't remember, Jing Xiaolu quickly reminded him. Do you remember that you poured porridge on my head? In the school cafeteria. Yang Ming suddenly remembered who this Jing Xiaolu was, but he had some doubts. The Jing Xiaolu in front of him was very different from the previous Jing Xiaolu. The previous Jing Xiaolu was dressed like a turkey, but this one was pure and pretty. However, the characters of the two were somewhat similar. However, the original Jing Xiaolu, who was full of foul-mouthed words, today's rudest language was only, I am your mother. This made Yang Ming very puzzled. Are these two people the same person? Brother Yang, after you taught me a lesson last time, I decided to turn over a new leaf and say goodbye to that Li Longshuai. But you can rest assured that he didn't take advantage of me at all. Jing Xiaolu saw Yang Ming's doubts, so she explained. I can rest assured? Why should I rest assured? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming shook his head inexplicably and said, It's good to turn over a new leaf, but you are a student now, right? It's better to focus on your studies. Don't work in the bar if you can. It's too complicated. Then, I won't do it. Jing Xiaolu looked up and blinked cutely. Yang Ming found it funny. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. But he still nodded and said, then don't do it. He had to admit that Jing Xiaolu was still very beautiful after removing the scribbled makeup on her face. But if I don't do it, how can I live? I have to pay tuition fees, and I have to support my grandmother. Moreover, I have turned over a new leaf. I can't cheat money from rich guys anymore. Jing Xiaolu looked like she was in a dilemma. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. He thought, is it a glorious thing for you to hook up with rich guys? Or, Brother Yang, can I be your mistress? How about I be your mistress? Jing Xiaolu suddenly said. Huh? Yang Ming almost fell to the ground. Be my mistress? Don't I have enough mistresses? What's wrong, Brother Yang? I am very obedient. I will be a very loyal mistress. Really? Jing Xiaolu said seriously. Moreover, I am a virgin. Sister Xin Yao can testify. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Ming was speechless. His head was full of black lines. Don't joke around. If you don't have a job, then you can find Ho Jinhan. I will ask him to arrange a clerical position for you in the head office. Then, there won't be so many problems. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener was interested. Except for Yang Ming and Xiao Qing, everyone present was shocked. Dahui naturally knew what Yang Ming did. Yang Ming actually said that he could do whatever he wanted. This was a commanding tone, which meant that Yang Ming's position was probably above Ho Jinhan. Sun Jie was the same. She had doubts about Yang Ming's identity. At this moment, when she heard his words, she was even more certain that Yang Ming must have another identity in the dark. As for Jing Xiaolu, she worshipped him even more. She had a good impression of Yang Ming since the last time. In fact, Jing Xiaolu's childhood was very bitter, so she knew that it was difficult for a helpless girl, especially a beautiful girl, to gain a foothold in society. If there was no strong person to protect her, it was hard to say what the result would be. The appearance of Yang Ming made Jing Xiaolu very moved. This was the strong. Only he could protect her from being bullied. After that, she heard Gu Xinyao vaguely say that Yang Ming didn't like her non-mainstream dressing. Later, she saw Lin Jiyun's refreshing appearance. Jing Xiaolu made up her mind to become such a girl. If she didn't cheat rich guys, there would be no money to subsidize the family and pay for tuition. Jing Xiaolu had to find a job through Gu Xinyao's relationship to earn money. She didn't expect to meet Yang Ming by accident. The words that Jing Xiaolu said just now weren't said casually. She had been thinking about it for a long time, and she just happened to take this opportunity to say it. She didn't think that she could make Yang Ming interested in her. Although Jing Xiaolu felt that she was very beautiful and not worse than Lin Jiyun, what kind of person was Yang Ming? There were so many beautiful women around him. The two beside him now were stunning beauties in the world. Jing Xiaolu thought that Yang Ming was very powerful. He actually knew the top figures in Song Jiang's underworld, but now it seemed that he didn't know them. It was simply a commanding tone. Jing Xiaolu's heart immediately became active. She had a good impression of Yang Ming. This time, she was even more determined to make Yang Ming fall in love with her. Although this idea was very unrealistic, there was a way where there was a will. Really, Jing Xiaolu knew that if she kept pestering him, it would definitely have the opposite effect. It was better to deliberately pretend that it was just a spur of the moment. Of course, it's true, Yang Ming said helplessly, so I will call you. You can report to him tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Brother Yang. You are really a good person, said Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and dialed Ho Junhan's phone number. Hello, Big Ho. I am Yang Ming. It's like this. I have a friend who wants to work in the company. Can you arrange a more relaxed office job for her? Okay, and that's it. I will ask her to find you tomorrow. Right, call her Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu was really surprised and happy. Yang Ming solved her job in one sentence. However, this wasn't the main thing. The main thing was that she and Yang Ming were in contact. Would she still have a chance to meet in the future? At that time, what reason couldn't she have? When she got her first month's salary, she had a treat or something else. Jing Xiaolu was very happy when she thought about it. Well, you can go to him tomorrow. Say that I introduced you. Yang Ming hung up the phone and said to Jing Xiaolu, Thank you, Brother Yang. Brother Yang, you are so nice. Jing Xiaolu suddenly kissed Yang Ming's face. Ugh! Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He touched his face, but Jing Xiaolu was laughing like a flower. With a sigh, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Don't mess around. Cherish this opportunity. And I know, Jing Xiaolu said, Brother Yang, I was just too happy just now. I didn't mean anything else. Don't misunderstand. What did I misunderstand? Yang Ming was angry, but he couldn't say anything. He said and went out of the bar with Xiao Qing and Sun Jie. After Yang Ming left, Da Hui looked at Jing Xiaolu, who was very happy, and sighed. Xiaolu, do you really want to pursue Brother Yang? What if I do? Jing Xiaolu straightened her back and said, Am I that bad? That's not it, but I think this is not reliable. You'd better discuss it with Sister Gu first so that there won't be any problems. Da Hui advised kindly. I will discuss it. Jing Xiaolu nodded and then said, Brother Hui, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I will leave tomorrow. What's there to take care of? Sister Gu told me. Naturally, I have to protect you. It's just that Brother Hui is not the boss. Most of the time, I can't say anything. If you do something wrong, I can only scold you with a black face. Da Hui laughed. I know. It doesn't matter. Jing Xiaolu nodded. No matter what, Xiaolu, if you are really rich in the future, don't forget Brother Hui. Da Hui said in advance. Chapter 801. This is all uncertain. Jing Xiaolu listened to Da Hui's words. Although she denied it, her expression was happy. She decided to call Gu Xinyao in a while and discuss it with her. Da Hui smiled and said, Xiaolu, you come with me. I will find someone to calculate your salary, and then we will talk to the boss together. Okay. Jing Xiaolu happily followed Da Hui and went to settle the salary. Boss Zhu learned that Jing Xiaolu was leaving and that it was Yang Ming's arrangement. Not only did he not deduct Jing Xiaolu's salary, but he also gave her a full month's salary and said some words of blessing. Outside the bar, Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so popular. You can meet someone who wants to be your lover when you go out? How do I know? I just met her once, and I even poured porridge on her head. Who knows how she came up with this? Maybe she just said it casually? Yang Ming touched his chin and smiled bitterly. Xiao Qing naturally didn't doubt Yang Ming's words, but Sun Jie obviously didn't believe it. Just said it casually? Not necessarily, right? Sun Jie naturally didn't believe that Jing Xiaolu just said it emotionally. Sun Jie was much smarter than Xiao Qing. She could see Jing Xiaolu's eyes at a glance. However, it seemed that Yang Ming obviously didn't have any interest in Jing Xiaolu, so she didn't mention this topic. Yang Ming, did you just call Ho Jinhan? When they got in the car, Sun Jie never forgot the question in her heart. It's him. What's wrong? Yang Ming was amused. Sun Jie also had times when she couldn't hold it in. Why do I feel that you seem to be ordering him? Asked Sun Jie. What's wrong with that? Asked Yang Ming. Sun Jie was speechless. She thought, do you really not understand, or are you playing dumb with me? Obviously, Yang Ming was the latter. Sun Jie was very sure. What is your relationship with him? Do you want to know? Yang Ming asked again. What do you think? Sun Jie was annoyed. Just play dumb with me. Tonight? I'll tell you tonight. I'm driving now. Aren't you afraid that I'll be distracted and get into an accident? Yang Ming looked innocent. Sun Jie took a deep breath and resisted the urge to explode. This Yang Ming is really too annoying. Before, when he was driving, he could separate his hands to touch me and take advantage of me. I didn't see him get into any car accidents, but now he began to speak eloquently. The hotels should be full today, right? Sun Jie didn't want to take advantage of Yang Ming again. Just now, her bones were about to fall apart. Although it was comfortable at the time, the soreness afterward was really unbearable. I don't know about other things, but there should be a place in heavenly earth. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say why. Did you book it in advance? Sun Jie didn't believe that there would be a room without an appointment at this time. You'll know when you get there. Yang Ming didn't explain much. He parked the car directly in the parking lot of Heavenly Earth. The underlings here knew Yang Ming. When they saw the car coming, they were respectful. The leader personally opened the door for Yang Ming. Brother Yang, you're here? The leader of the underlings said quickly. In. Yang Ming nodded and went directly to the elevator with Sun Jie and Xiao Qing. Then, he called Guo Jianxiao and told him to arrange a room. Although Heavenly Earth had bought Ho Junhan's company, Guo Jianxiao was still responsible for the specific operations. After all, he was an old man here and was familiar with it. If it were normal times, Yang Ming wouldn't call him. The lobby manager here knew Yang Ming, but Yang Ming was also afraid that there wouldn't be a room today, so he called Guo Jianxiao directly. When Guo Jianxiao heard that Yang Ming was here, he quickly ran down from the chairman's office upstairs and came downstairs to greet Yang Ming. Brother Yang. Guo Jianxiao saw Yang Ming from afar and ran over with a smile. He said eagerly, I have arranged the room. It's in the attic at the top. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Yang Ming nodded. What's so troublesome about that? We are all working for Brother Yang. If Brother Yang has any instructions, then that would be an honor to me. Guo Jianxiao had a flattering look. After he finished speaking, he looked up and suddenly found that Sun Jie was also there. He was a little embarrassed. His face was red as he said, Sister-in-law is also here. Sun Jie was even more surprised. Since the last time she was drugged by Guo Jianxiao in the private room, she didn't see any action from Guo Jianxiao. Sun Jie was still wondering if it had something to do with Yang Ming, but she didn't expect that Guo Jianxiao seemed to be taken in by Yang Ming. This celestial world was originally the property of the Wang family, where Guo Jianxiao was. Now could it be? Sun Jie couldn't imagine it. How could a freshman have such amazing strength? However, it turned out that her guess was really getting closer and closer to the truth. Jianxiao, are you now relying on Yangming? Sun Jie decided to get information from Guo Jianxiao. Cough, what rely on? It's just that Brother Yang didn't mind and used me as a dog. Guo Jianxiao didn't dare to be arrogant. Bao Sanli had already frightened him, not to mention Yang Ming, who even Bao Sanli was afraid of. Guo Jianxiao never felt that there was anything shameful about being a dog. Now, although he was a dog, he had a lot of face. In Song Jiang, who dare not to give him face. Sun Jie was shocked. Did Guo Jianxiao eat the wrong medicine? He actually compared himself to a dog and seemed to be proud of it. As she was about to ask something, she heard Yang Ming cough. You go back. Give me the room card. I will go up by myself. Yang Ming said faintly. Guo Jianxiao was shocked and suddenly realized that he seemed to have said too much. His face immediately became pale, and even his legs began to tremble. The relationship between him and Yang Ming and Sun Jie had some history, so Guo Jianxiao wasn't sure if he had said something wrong. Brother Yang, I was wrong. Guo Jianxiao almost knelt down. He was very afraid of Yang Ming. He knew that if he had a little disloyalty, Bao Sanli could kill him in minutes. What did you do wrong? Yang Ming frowned. You go back. I don't mean to blame you. He patted Guo Jianxiao's shoulder and said, Okay, don't be like this. Just do your own thing. Sun Jie was even more surprised. Xiaoqing was also a bit inexplicable. Why is Yang Ming a bit strange with the owner of this hotel? Yes. Thank you, Brother Yang. Guo Jianxiao quickly promised. After taking the room card from Guo Jianxiao's hand, Yang Ming held the puzzled Sun Jie in his left hand and the stunned Xiaoqing in his right hand. They went into the elevator together. Guo Jianxiao looked at Yang Ming, who was holding the two beauties. He couldn't help but sigh. Really badass. Even a lady like Sun Jie had to share Yang Ming with other women. It could be seen that Brother Yang was really badass. It was absolutely right to follow him. The interior suite was on the top floor of Heavenly Earth, which was one floor higher than Shu Ye's room in the inner attic. This place wasn't open to the public. Originally, only Wang Shifan occasionally visited. Later, the hotel moved to the Mingyang group. Because Yang Ming hadn't stayed there before, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan didn't dare to stay there first, not to mention Guo Jianxiao. Now that Yang Ming came over, Guo Jianxiao naturally gave this attic to Yang Ming. Moreover, he also decided that this room would be Yang Ming's exclusive room in the future. Why does Guo Jianxiao seem to be doing things for you? Sun Jie asked Yang Ming in the elevator. If I said that this hotel is mine, would you believe it? Yang Ming smiled and didn't answer Sun Jie's question directly. This hotel? Sun Jie was stunned, but then she nodded and said, I believe it. Xiaoqing, what about you? I don't know, but if Yang Ming says so, then so be it. Xiaoqing smiled. She felt that Yang Ming wouldn't lie to her. Moreover, Yang Ming had a very important secret that only she knew. This was enough to make her very happy. Even if Yang Ming didn't accompany her on Valentine's Day, she wouldn't have any thoughts. You really believe me? Yang Ming shook his head and said, but you are right. This hotel is now mine. Guo Jianxiao? Sun Jie continued to ask. Although she was a little surprised, the facts were in front of her. She couldn't help but believe it. He has said it himself. He's just my dog. Yang Ming smiled and said, if it weren't for the fact that he helped both of us by accident, I wouldn't have used him. Cough. Oomph. Sun Jie snorted and said, what did you say? I didn't say anything. You asked me, so I said it. Yang Ming shrugged. What about Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan? Sun Jie asked again. Let's talk about it later. Yang Ming pointed to the elevator. At this moment, the elevator had stopped at the top floor. I haven't been here yet. Let's take a look together. This place was usually not open. Even if they went up, they couldn't open the door. But today, Yang Ming came. Guo Jianxiao temporarily deployed several high-quality waiters and security guards to serve Yang Ming at any time. When the elevator door opened, a waiter bowed and greeted, Mr. Yang, two madams, good evening. This was also what Guo Jianxiao called after Yang Ming went upstairs to inform them. He told these waiters that Yang Ming brought two women up. The waiter's address made Xiaoqing blush, but Sun Jie accepted it very calmly. This attic was like a large, independent villa, but there were many entertainment facilities. There was a small swimming pool, a bowling alley, a gym, and so on. It seemed that Wang Shifan had put a lot of money into it. The attic above was a place to rest with independent rooms. Below was no different from the entertainment city. Mr. Yang, do you want to rest now? Or do you want to play something? The waiter asked carefully. What about you? Yang Ming turned to ask Sun Jie and Xiaoqing. Even Sun Jie, who was a lady, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw such a luxurious attic in this hotel. However, what shocked her more was Yang Ming. In Sun Jie's heart, there was already a faint answer, but she wasn't sure. Chapter 802. The scenery here is really beautiful. Yang Ming stood on the rooftop of the attic and said to Sun Jie and Xiaoqing next to him, "Yeah, this should be one of the tallest buildings in Songjiang." Xiaoqing nodded. "Look, you can see the Ferris wheel of the amusement park from here." Speaking of the Ferris wheel, Yang Ming's heartstrings suddenly moved. "Yeah, I just sat on the Ferris wheel with Lin Jian. Standing here often, people's mood has become a lot more open." Xiaoqing sighed. "Yes, but different people have different moods in the same place. For example, when a small character stands here, there's only excitement and longing, but when a king stands here, there's a kind of arrogance." Sun Jie's point of view was always very different. However, most of the time, even the king of a city will feel lonely standing here. Just like your father, Uncle Sun, although he is already standing at the top of Donghai, he must have a lot of enemies, right? Yang Ming smiled helplessly. This feeling is really not very good. If it is possible, it is better not to have it. What you said does make sense, but sometimes we really can't help it. If my dad doesn't hold the power in his hands, then maybe our Sun family can only escape. Sun Jie shook her head and didn't agree with Yang Ming's words. Of course, before there is absolute strength, some things can't be lost. Yang Ming sighed and turned to look at Sun Jie. In fact, whether it is supporting Bao, Sanli, or Ho Junhan, it is a means of self-protection. But that's not the final goal. Furthermore, I'm also trying to gradually whiten this faction and make it legal. Now it seems that the effect is not bad. I think that Donghai should also refer to it. You mean, although Sun Jie had already guessed it, she was still shocked and covered her mouth. She looked at Yang Ming incredulously. It took her father decades to do it. How old was Yang Ming? Moreover, looking at his understatement, it was as if he didn't see his current achievements as anything at all. Instead, he saw them as a transitional process. No wonder father valued him so much. It turned out that the real situation was like this. Then, the various attitudes between Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, and Ho Junhan were easily explained. Xiaoqing didn't know what Yang Ming and Sun Jie were talking about, but she also vaguely knew that they were talking about a big secret. Although Xiaoqing didn't quite understand, she didn't ask. She planned to wait for Yang Ming to explain to her later. "Yeah, you see, Bao Sanli's security company is very effective. Although it is also a place for people, now it is stationed in those entertainment venues as hired security guards. This kind of gray and illegal business has become a formal legal industry." Yang Ming nodded and continued. "Actually, the reason we gathered these people in the beginning was to deal with the Wang family. Wang Shifan." Sun Jie also roughly understood the process of Wang Shifan's downfall, but it was only today that she learned that there was the existence of Yang Ming in this. "And it's him." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "This time last year, probably later, in March, because of Chun Mingyan, I had some friction with Wang Jitao, the son of Wang Jitao. At that time, I was just an ordinary high school student. As a result, I almost went to jail because of Wang Jitao. At that time, I was secretly determined to take revenge. Therefore, there was the integration of Songjiang's underworld. Bao Sanli was also at that time, and I met him in the detention center." "Jail? What happened?" Even Xiaoqing didn't know the secret, so both of them asked with some surprise. Sun Jie was shocked when she heard Yang Ming's words. In less than a year's time, Yang Ming actually firmly controlled the underground forces of Songjiang and managed them in an orderly manner. It was also at this time that Sun Jie understood her father's thoughts. After all, Sun Hongjun was not young this year. He had to let go of those external affairs one day. This involved a very serious problem, the choice of the successor. Sun Hongjun only had Sun Jie as his only daughter, but his only nephew was not successful. How would he deal with the foundation of the Sun family after 100 years? Although Sun Hongjun knew that his daughter, Sun Jie, was indeed a person who could take charge of things alone, she was a woman. It was difficult to guarantee that she couldn't control the situation and the people below would not be disloyal. Sun Jiwei was even more of a prodigal son. It was difficult for him to take on such a big responsibility. At this time, the sudden appearance of Yang Ming solved Sun Hongjun's biggest problem. On the one hand, Yang Ming was not only the person his daughter admired, but what made Sun Hongjun even more surprised was that Yang Ming's identity was the same as his. They were both behind-the-scenes controllers of the city's underworld forces. Moreover, Yang Ming's means and approach made Sun Hongjun appreciate it very much. Sun Hongjun couldn't find such an excellent candidate who was well-matched in terms of social status. Now, he actually took the initiative to deliver himself to him. He would probably wake up from his dream with a smile. How smart was Sun Jie? Naturally, she immediately understood what her father was thinking. She also understood why her father valued Yang Ming so much. Sun Jie was speechless. If her father knew that these weren't the ultimate goal of Yang Ming, how would he feel? He regarded his forces as treasures. He didn't want them to decline after 100 years, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming didn't take them seriously at all. Even the forces in his hands were just a transition. Yang Ming really didn't mean to develop the underworld. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Bao Sanli and the others rush to whitewash it. After all, the title of underworld boss sounded very prestigious. However, if he married Chun Mingyin in the future, if someone investigated this background, it would inevitably implicate Chun Fei. With Chun Fei's integrity, he might not marry his daughter to him. This was naturally not what Yang Ming wanted to see. So, Yang Ming worked hard to develop the industry on the one hand. On the other hand, he let Bao Sanli slowly whitewash it to prepare for the future. After all, there were several companies like Ming Yang Heavy Industry. It was equivalent to having a foothold in the province. Anyone who wanted to touch him would inevitably have some concerns. Previously, the girl in my car, you all saw her, right? Yang Ming looked up and talked about his past. Her name is Lin Jiyun. She was with me because of that accident. How should I say it? At that time, it was also in Heavenly Earth. Wang Jitao pulled me a drink. I didn't have so many schemes at that time, so I followed. As a result, I didn't know what drug he put in the wine. I think it should be something like an aphrodisiac. Lin Jiyun was completely innocent. She was caught by Wang Jitao's people to frame me. As a result, they didn't expect Lin Jiyun to finally tell the police that I was her boyfriend. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here today. Sun Jie and Xiao Qing both thought that the girl in the car was attracted by Yang Ming because he was a playboy, but they didn't expect the process in the middle to be so complicated. But it's okay. Everything is over. Now, I have a final say in Heavenly Earth. Wang Jitao, Yang Ming didn't continue, but that kind of chilling expression could also let people guess that Wang Jitao definitely didn't have a good ending. After that, Yang Ming turned his head and said to Sun Jie, "Well, I have told you what you want to know. Do you still have any questions?" Sun Jie shook her head. Even if there were, it couldn't be explained clearly in a short time. Sun Jie just roughly understood the outline. It's really unexpected. No wonder you were so arrogant. You crippled the Ouyang's second young master in my house, but my dad wasn't worried. Of course, your dad isn't worried. Now, the forces of the three main cities in Donghai, Songjiang, and Jiduan are all in our hands. Even if he uses all the underworld forces in Province P to invade, we are not afraid of him. Yang Ming smiled. What do you mean by we? Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming. I haven't confirmed my relationship with you yet, right? It doesn't matter. Now your dad has the final say. He thinks that he and I are a family. Yang Ming shrugged. Well, it's not early. Let's wash up and go to bed. If there is anything, we can talk about it in bed. Yang Ming didn't say much. Since they were all here, he wasn't afraid that they would run away. As for how to implement his plan at night, he would talk about it later. Yang Ming didn't need to worry about it. Yang Ming knew that these two people would take a long time to take a bath, especially since they could steam a sauna here. It would be even slower. So, Yang Ming simply went downstairs to rest on the sofa. This Valentine's Day was really busy enough. From morning to night, I accompanied this and that. Although he was envied, only Yang Ming himself knew the bitterness. Suddenly, he thought of Zhao Ying, the woman who made his heart flutter. Thinking of that emotional moonlit night, it was still unforgettable. Yang Ming hesitated and took out his mobile phone. He wanted to send a text message to Zhao Ying. Originally, he wrote, "Happy Valentine's Day," but after thinking about it, he deleted it and changed it to, "Dear Happy Valentine's Day, Yang Ming who loves you." Yang Ming didn't know that Zhao Ying had already told her mother, Wang Guifan, so he sent this ambiguous text message. If Zhao Ying questioned, then he could explain that it was to deal with her mother. The same text message was also sent to Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Lan Ling. However, Lan Ling didn't turn on her phone, so she couldn't receive it. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to receive a reply. When he opened it, it made Yang Ming surprised. The first reply was actually from Lan Ling. "Hee, after waiting for a day, you finally came. I'm glad that you didn't forget me. Well, I can finally sleep peacefully. Lan Ling who loves you and misses you." Looking at the text message in his hand, Yang Ming's heart suddenly trembled. He had an urge to cry. This girl who loves me foolishly actually waited for my text message. Chapter 803. Yang Ming quickly dialed Lan Ling's number, but there was a prompt on the other side. "The user has turned off the phone." Yang Ming sighed. Lan Ling had been gone for 4 months. He didn't know how her learning was going. Did she inherit her grandmother's teachings? The phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming was shocked. He thought it was Lan Ling who called back, but when he looked at the number, it wasn't. It was an unfamiliar foreign long-distance call. "Hello." Yang Ming picked up the phone. "Little Yang? I'm Ying's mother." Wang Guifan's voice came from the phone. "Auntie, hello." Yang Ming said politely, "Why are you looking for me?" "This is the case. Didn't I bring Ying to attend the wedding? As a result, someone here took a fancy to Ying and asked her out today. I just want to remind you, don't let your rival take the lead." Wang Guifan had always believed that only competition could reflect the importance of her daughter. Therefore, when she found that someone was pursuing Zhao Ying, she immediately notified Yang Ming. Although the person pursuing her daughter was from the Sui family, Wang Guifan had no interest in it. In her opinion, the strength of the Sui family was far worse than Yang Ming. "Wait, Auntie, why did Zhao Ying go? Didn't she say she wasn't going?" Yang Ming asked. It just happened that she had just finished writing her report these few days. She had nothing to do, so she came with us. Wang Guifan said, "Right, we're going back tomorrow, but the tickets are not easy to buy now. Then, Auntie, I will pick you up." How could Yang Ming not understand the meaning of Wang Guifan's words? "Really? Isn't that troublesome?" Wang Guifan pretended to be troubled and asked. "It's fine. Then, how about I come over tomorrow morning?" asked Yang Ming. "You can come over earlier. Ying misses you." Wang Guifan said. "Zhao Ying misses me?" Yang Ming was stunned and didn't know what to say. He didn't know whether Wang Guifan was telling the truth or not. "Okay." Yang Ming hung up the phone inexplicably and stretched. Valentine's Day was really hard to pass. Putting on a coat, Yang Ming came to the balcony and looked at Songjiang under the night sky in the cold wind. This was the city where he had lived for nearly 20 years. He wanted to light a cigarette, but he realized that he didn't know where he had lost his lighter. Maybe he lost it in the sea today, or maybe he didn't know where it was when he was in the hotel with Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming had no choice but to put the cigarette back into the box. Suddenly, Yang Ming keenly noticed that someone seemed to be watching him. He turned his head abruptly and found that Shuya was looking at him from another balcony. Yang Ming was stunned. He thought, "Am I not the only one on this floor?" However, he immediately reacted. Shuya lived on the top floor, and the attic where he lived was indeed 1 floor higher than Shuya. Now, he was in the hall under the attic, which was parallel to Shuya's room. It was just that half of the space on the top floor was changed into the hall under the attic. Why haven't you rested yet? When Yang Ming saw Shuya, he was relieved and waved to her. Aren't you not sleeping? Why didn't you come to see me when you came here? Shuya's voice was very calm. He didn't know what she was thinking. I just came. I thought you had rested. After all, Yang Ming and Shuya were just ordinary friends. Yang Ming couldn't visit Shuya every time he came to earthly paradise. Come and chat with me? Shuya blinked. Now? Isn't it late? Another day? Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Why? Are you accompanying your girlfriend? Shuya smiled. Yang Ming was helpless. He looked at the time on the phone and said, Well, I'll go and sit for a while. Then you come over. I'll open the door for you. Shuya said with some joy. No need. I'll go over from here. As Yang Ming said this, he jumped out along the edge of the balcony and climbed up Shuya's balcony like Spider-Man. In a few moments, he stood steadily in front of Shuya. Oh, your secret love affair skill is good. Shuya smiled. Yang Ming almost couldn't stand still after listening. He smiled bitterly. I'm doing this to kill people. What does it have to do with secret love affairs? Are you busy on Valentine's Day? Shuya asked with some sarcasm. How do you know? Asked Yang Ming. I guessed. Shuya said, I'm leaving tomorrow. The concert here is over. You're leaving tomorrow? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't pay attention to the concert schedule. I'm going to Macau tomorrow, and then I'll go back to the mainland, but it won't be Songjiang. I'll arrange it then. Shuya said, Thank you for your hospitality during this time. I'm very happy. Yang Ming was wondering why Shuya wanted to chat with him so late at night. It turned out that she wanted to say goodbye to him. For a while, he was also a little emotional. He recalled the process of him and Shuya getting to know each other, but it was also very legendary. In the association, Yang Ming was also very regretful about the mystery in his heart. Yang Ming couldn't connect Shuya and Suya together, but these two people were surprisingly similar in some aspects. After being puzzled, Yang Ming could only attribute it to the world being full of wonders. If there were any similarities, it would be a pure coincidence. I won't say goodbye, but if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Yang Ming sighed and said, It seems that you really think of me as a good friend? Shuya smiled. Speaking of it, it's my honor. I have a big celebrity as a friend. It's also very honorable to talk about it. Yang Ming also smiled and said, I'm far from it. If you talk about it, no one will know me. Why do I have to talk about it? Just remember it in your heart. She didn't care about this. She took a small package from the coffee table and handed it to Yang Ming. This is for you. Valentine's Day gift? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Are you secretly in love with me? Yes, so what? Shuya said with a smile. It's just a farewell gift. Open it when you go back. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, I didn't know you were leaving. I will give you the gift next time. It doesn't matter, Shuya said indifferently. Well, go back early. Your girlfriend will be anxious in a while. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly, but what Shuya said was also true. Sun Jie and the others should have taken a shower. Yang Ming stood up and returned to his room from the balcony. However, Yang Ming still overestimated the speed of Sun Jie and Xiaoqing. They hadn't come out of the bathroom yet. Yang Ming even had an evil thought. Are the two of them doing something that is beyond friendship? He wanted to use X-ray vision to see, but he held back. Peeping at my woman is really tasteless. If you want to see, you should see it openly. He knocked on the door. After a while, Sun Jie's voice came. Who is it? What's the matter? Open the door. I want to take a shower too. Yang Ming said casually. If you have the ability, you can come in through the wall. Sun Jie replied seriously. Yang Ming scratched his head and looked at the thin door panel and the fragile door lock, but he was still embarrassed. There were waiters not far away. Although they wouldn't interfere with what he was doing, he was still embarrassed. At this time, he received a call from Guo Jianchao. Brother Yang, do you want me to ask the waiters to leave? Yang Ming looked at the few waiters in the distance and looked at the door in front of him. He couldn't bear it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said seriously, Well, I have to rest too. Ask them to leave. Okay, I will inform them. Brother Yang, "Call me again if you need anything," said Guijinchao. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the waiter's walkie-talkies to receive a short message from the inside. After they bowed to Yang Ming, they left the top floor. After waiting for these people to leave, Yang Ming carefully reached out to the bathroom door handle. Just as he touched it, the bathroom door opened with a click. Yang Ming was shocked. Before he could take back his hand, he saw that Sun Jie and Xiao Qing had changed into pajamas and walked out. Xiao Qing was fine, but when Sun Jie saw Yang Ming's hand in the air, she laughed mockingly. "Are you thinking about the story of how you are worse than a beast? But it's useless to think about it. The door was locked just now. You can't open it even if you pull." Yang Ming took back his hand awkwardly and smiled. "Are you done showering? Don't you want to shower too? We will give you a place," Sun Jie said with a smile. Yang Ming despised in his heart. He thought, "Don't you know that I want to shower with you?" However, at this point, Yang Ming had to walk into the bathroom and close the door without locking it. He thought that Sun Jie and Xiao Qing would come in. If they came in, it would be better. Yang Ming was injured, so he just wiped his body casually. He didn't take a bath or a sauna. Out of the bathroom, Yang Ming shouted twice, but he didn't see anyone. He looked upstairs and saw that a guest room had a Do Not Disturb sign. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Apparently, it had been locked from the inside. Yang Ming wanted to see if they were asleep, so he looked into the room with his special ability. He saw that Sun Jie was lying by the door at the moment, looking at the movement outside through the peephole. Xiao Qing, on the other hand, was sitting by the bed, looking at Sun Jie's somewhat funny behavior. Yang Ming was amused in his heart. It seems that Sun Jie is observing me. So, Yang Ming didn't look at the room anymore. He went to another guest room and went in. Then, he lay on the bed and looked at the movement in Sun Jie's room with the corner of his eyes. Sun Jie thought that Yang Ming would sneak to the door of her room so that she could scare him, but she didn't expect that Yang Ming would enter the room next door. Chapter 804. Zhao Ying sometimes wanted to become uglier because there were always some pursuers around her. They pestered her and made her breathless. From Jin Gang last year to Zhou Ruoguang now, Zhao Ying was annoyed. However, sometimes Zhao Ying hoped that she was more beautiful. Of course, it was when she was with Yang Ming. Because the women around Yang Ming were too beautiful, whether it was Chun Mingyan or Lin Jiyun, they were all first-class beauties. Zhao Ying had no advantage in front of them. Therefore, life was sometimes very contradictory, but if she could choose, Zhao Ying still preferred to be more beautiful. In fact, she was already very beautiful. It couldn't be said who was more beautiful. It can only be said that each had its own merits. Even Yang Ming thought so. Zhao Ying followed her parents to attend this cousin's wedding this time because of Valentine's Day. Zhao Ying was afraid that her mother would come up with another trick to let Yang Ming accompany her on Valentine's Day. In that case, Yang Ming might be disgusted. Because Yang Ming had other people to accompany after all, it was impossible for him to accompany her on Valentine's Day. So in order to avoid embarrassment, Zhao Ying simply came to Mount Jing with her mother and avoided this Valentine's Day. Zhao Ying didn't know how to address her mother's third aunt's daughter. Why did she call her aunt? Or what? This kind of kinship was complicated and messy. Her mother's third aunt's daughter was only a few years older than her. If she called her aunt, Zhao Ying was unwilling. Originally, her mother's third aunt's daughter, Lu Huishan, was quite dissatisfied that Zhao Ying didn't call her aunt. However, since she learned that her man, Sui Guangheng's cousin, Zhou Ruoguang, was interested in Zhao Ying, her attitude toward Zhao Ying immediately became enthusiastic. Regardless of the seniority, she let Zhao Ying call her by her name directly. She said that everyone had their own opinions. Zhao Ying was not stupid. She naturally understood what Lu Huishan was doing. However, she was dismissive of Lu Huishan's family's way of pleasing the man. This Zhou Ruoguang was only Sui Guangheng's cousin. Sui Guangheng wasn't the direct descendant of the Sui family's helmsman, let alone Zhou Ruoguang. It could be said that Zhou Ruoguang was far away from the core of the Sui family. Probably, Sui Guanxi didn't even know who he was. However, Lu Huishan wanted to match him with Zhao Ying. When Zhou Ruoguang heard that Zhao Ying was also studying at Songjiang Industry University and was a graduate student, he was even happier. He was also a student at Songjiang Industry University. He was currently a junior, but he wasn't necessarily younger than Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying graduated from a teacher's college. After teaching for a year, she went to graduate school, so there was no gap with Zhao Ying in terms of age. After Zhou Wang saw Chen Mingyan last time, he was immediately shocked. However, he didn't expect to fail in his pursuit. Instead, he was troubled by the gangsters in the society. Later, he inquired that the gangster who troubled him was very famous in the underworld. Zhou Wang was honest and didn't dare to harass Chen Mingyan again. However, he also told his cousin, Sui Guangheng, about this matter. Although Sui Guangheng promised to avenge him, he didn't take any action. Zhou Wang was somewhat resentful about his cousin's lack of attention, but he also understood that Sui Guangheng was not the core child of the Sui family. Even if he had power, it was impossible to have too much power. The foundation of the Sui family was in Mount Jing, not Songjiang. Even if it was Sui Guangxi, it was impossible to make a move on the underworld of Songjiang. Therefore, although Zhou Wang was somewhat dissatisfied, he couldn't help it. He also knew the difficulties in this. As time passed, this resentment had become a lot lighter, and he gradually forgot about Chen Mingyan. Unexpectedly, when he attended his cousin's wedding, he met the second woman in his life that he was crazy about, Zhao Ying. Compared with Chen Mingyan's inexperience, Zhao Ying had an indescribable charm. In particular, Zhao Ying had worked in the underworld for a year. She was much more mature than Chen Mingyan in both her speech and expression. This made Zhou Wang's heart that had calmed down become excited again. Zhou Wang immediately found his cousin and cousin-in-law. After inquiring, he learned that the girl who made his heart beat was actually a distant relative of his cousin-in-law, Lu Huishan. Zhou Wang was even happier. He still understood the principle of being in a favorable position, so he immediately told his cousin and cousin-in-law about his idea. Sui Guangheng didn't care too much. After all, he didn't have the mood to do this kind of pimping. If you want to pursue the girl, you can pursue it yourself. Why are you telling me? However, Lu Huishan was very attentive. She gave Zhou Wang a guarantee that she would help him persuade Zhao Ying. In fact, Lu Huishan had some thoughts. Zhao Ying was more beautiful than her, which made her very jealous. However, what was the use of being beautiful? A woman couldn't be invincible just because she was beautiful. Why did so many beautiful girls become prostitutes, and many ordinary women become rich madams? Lu Huishan thought that she was a rich madam. Introducing Zhao Ying to Zhou Wang, she felt that it was also a disguised charity to Zhao Ying. Moreover, Zhou Wang wasn't a member of the Sui family at all. His family background was far worse than Sui Guangheng's. In this way, Lu Huishan could find a balance. Therefore, Lu Huishan found Zhao Ying and bragged in front of her for a while about how powerful the Sui family was. Zhao Ying was still very puzzled at first, but after listening, Lu Huishan finally said, Zhao Ying, what do you think of Guangheng's younger brother? His younger brother? Sui Guangxi? I don't know him. Zhao Ying was a little stunned. Not Guangxi, but Zhou Wang, Guangheng's cousin. You saw him at the thank you banquet. He is your schoolmate. Lu Huishan explained. Zhou Wang? Zhao Ying thought about it and finally remembered. At the thank you banquet, Sui Guangheng did have a cousin who was from Songjiang Industry University. At that time, she didn't pay attention to his name. She just nodded politely. Yeah, it's that young talent. He looks like a talent. Lu Huishan said, that day, after he saw you, he had a good impression of you. Because he is not familiar with you, he asked me to explore your intentions. What do you think? Zhao Ying was somewhat inexplicable. He has a good impression of me? I don't know him. If you don't know him, you can slowly get to know him. Lu Huishan said, the most important thing is that Zhou Wang's family is also good. He is quite rich, and he is a cousin of the Sui family. He is also a figure in Mount Jing. If you follow him, you will definitely have a meteoric rise. Huishan, let's forget about this. Don't mention it in the future. I have a boyfriend. Zhao Ying didn't want to know any Zhou Wang. Her feelings for Yang Ming were deep-rooted. Nothing could change it. Never mind that Yang Ming was now very rich and powerful. Even if he had nothing and was still an ordinary student, Zhao Ying would still love him. Zhao Ying, why don't you listen to my advice? Look at me now. What kind of life am I living? How many people are envious? Now the opportunity is in front of you. Why don't you cherish it? Lu Huishan saw that Zhao Ying was not tempted at all, and she was a little anxious. She made a promise to Zhou Ruoguang to persuade Zhao Ying, but she didn't expect Zhao Ying to simply ignore her words. At this time, Wang Guifan happened to pass by and heard Lu Huishan's words. So, she came over and said sarcastically, Huishan, don't try to match them up. You don't know. Ying Ying's boyfriend is awesome. Don't worry about this. If it were in the past, Wang Guifan would definitely be interested in Lu Huishan's current words. But now, what was this Sui family? Not to mention that Zhou Ruoguang. Lu Huishan listened to Wang Guifan's words, and her face suddenly pulled down. She was somewhat unhappy, but she didn't believe that Wang Guifan was telling the truth. She thought that Wang Guifan was just flattering herself. How could she believe that Zhao Ying's boyfriend was so awesome? She knew Wang Guifan's character. She also belonged to the kind of person with strong vanity, so she must be deliberately looking for face at this moment. Really? Who is it? I basically know all the awesome people in Mount Jing. Tell me, said Lu Huishan. It's not Mount Jing, it's Songjiang. How could Wang Guifan be afraid of her? She had seen Yang Ming's strength in Songjiang. Lu Huishan naturally didn't know Songjiang's Lu Huishan. Even if Wang Guifan casually said someone, she couldn't verify it, but she still said, really? How awesome is he? He bought a BMW for me and a villa for Ying Ying, said Wang Guifan proudly. Really? Lu Huishan obviously didn't believe it. What about the car? The license plate hasn't been put down yet, so he didn't drive it over, said Wang Guifan. Really? Lu Huishan snorted. Then why didn't he come together? He still has things to do, but when we go back, we can let him pick us up, Wang Guifan boasted. Although Wang Guifan said so, Lu Huishan still didn't believe her words. It was no wonder. If Zhao Ying had such a boyfriend, why didn't Wang Guifan say it before? She didn't believe that Wang Guifan could keep calm. Besides, when her mother called Wang Guifan before, Wang Guifan said that she was envious of them. In just 2.5 days, Zhao Ying found a rich boyfriend. Therefore, Lu Huishan didn't care. She told Zhou Ruoguang to pursue her. Zhou Ruoguang thought that Lu Huishan had moved Zhao Ying's heart, so he was very happy. So on Valentine's Day, not only did he buy flowers for Zhao Ying, but he also asked Zhao Ying to go shopping together. Zhao Ying naturally wouldn't agree, and she didn't accept the flowers. Zhou Ruoguang suddenly felt that he had lost a lot of face, so he complained to his cousin, Sui Guangheng. Sui Guangheng couldn't say much because Zhao Ying was Lu Huishan's relative. He looked at his cousin who was aggrieved and said helplessly, well, I will help you with this. Thank you, cousin. Zhou Ruoguang was overjoyed and quickly asked, what should I do now? Chapter 805. Isn't this simple? I tell you, the more beautiful a woman is, the more vain she is. Your attack is not in place. Sui Guangheng said disdainfully, later, I will lend you my car. You could buy a diamond ring. I don't believe she won't be tempted. Diamond ring, but Zhou Ruoguang said in embarrassment. My dad will definitely not give me so much money. This is a bank card with 100,000 yuan in it. You can spend it first. Sui Guangheng took out a card and handed it to Zhou Ruoguang. I can't afford it. Zhou Ruoguang hesitated, but his hand had already reached for the bank card. Cough. I am your brother. Do you still need to return the money I give you? Sui Guangheng waved his hand and said, if it's not enough, ask me for more. Don't lose face for the Sui family. That's right. Brother, don't worry. I will go now. Zhou Ruoguang was overjoyed when he heard that he didn't need to return the money. Wait, now that Zhao Ying is not interested in you. If you ask her out, she will definitely not agree to you, but you can find other high-sounding excuses. Sui Guangheng waved his hand and called Zhou Ruoguang back. Cousin, what good ideas do you have? Zhou heard that it was indeed the case. If Zhao didn't go out with him, then what was the use of driving a good car? Of course, I have an idea, Sui Guanhing said. You are my cousin, and Zhao Ying is a relative of your cousin-in-law's family, so you're also relatives. At that time, I will talk to your cousin-in-law and let her tell Zhao Ying that we have just gotten married. We haven't bought a lot of wedding supplies, so let her help to buy them. I don't think she will have any ideas. You can go with her at that time. After that, you'll have to take care of yourself. This is a good idea. Zhou nodded after listening. Then it will all depend on your arrangement. Don't worry. You just wait. Sui Guanhing nodded. Yang Ming leisurely laid on the bed, using the corner of his eyes to observe the movements in the opposite room. At first, Sun Jie thought that Yang Ming was confusing her. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't see Yang Ming come out of the room next door. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is this Yang Ming deliberately playing with me and Xiao Qing? How is it? Seeing Sun Jie's angry look, Xiao Qing couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming went to another room to sleep. Xiao Qing said in a bad mood. Isn't that good? Isn't that what you want? Xiao Qing smiled. I think he's playing hard to get. He wants us to take the initiative to find him. Sun Jie analyzed. So what if it is? Xiao Qing didn't care. She and Yang Ming were considered an old couple, but she didn't know why Sun Jie was still acting so reserved. The reason why Xiao Qing thought that Sun Jie was pretending was because she saw an amazing scene in the bathroom of the bar before. She couldn't help but do it with Yang Ming outside, but she began to be reserved when she came back. Let's lock the door and sleep. Ignore him. Sun Jie simply locked the door, then returned to the bed. She sat down, stretched, and said, Really? Do you really think so? There were only 2 women, so Xiao Qing's words became bold. This was also because she had a relationship with Sun Jie before. Both of them knew each other, so they didn't have to hide their words. What else can I think? Sun Jie was stunned and said, I say, Xiao Qing, why do you seem to have a hidden meaning in your words? No, I just think that you can't help it. Xiao Qing snickered. Your needs are stronger than mine, right? Hey, then I will look for you, not him. Or, let's revisit our old relationship. After Sun Jie heard it, she was not shy at all. Instead, she joked. It was understandable. With the previous relationship between the two, there was nothing to be shy about. I don't want to. Xiao Qing shook her head and said, Don't even think about it in the future. Now that I think about it, we can still do such a boring thing with relish. It seems that after you and Yang Ming, you can't extricate yourself. Sun Jie said sarcastically. You're still talking about me? Aren't you the same? Xiao Qing didn't have her usual calmness at the moment and argued with Sun Jie. What about me? I don't even have time to guard against him. Although Sun Jie felt that the feeling was very good, before the relationship was confirmed, Sun Jie felt that Yang Ming was more like violating her. Liar, I don't know who it was. In the bathroom of the bar, the scream was going to kill me. Xiao Qing saw that Sun Jie didn't admit it, so she exposed Sun Jie's behavior. Anyway, Yang Ming wasn't in front of her, so she didn't avoid it. Oh, Sun Jie was shocked, but she didn't expect Xiao Qing to know what happened in the bathroom today. She was suddenly embarrassed and couldn't speak. She just vowed to guard against Yang Ming. It became a joke in a while. Moreover, it seemed that not only did she not guard against Yang Ming, but she looked for every opportunity to have an affair with him behind Xiao Qing's back. That's because I was drunk? Sun Jie stuttered and explained. What's the saying? An explanation is a cover-up. Besides, when I saw it, you were very immersed. I dropped the glass on the ground, but you didn't notice. Xiao Qing didn't believe Sun Jie's words. Sun Jie couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. She was blushed by Xiao Qing's words. Ha ha! Yang Ming was convulsing with laughter next door, dancing with joy. He had been paying attention to the movement in the next room. Although he couldn't hear the sound, he could read lips. Yang Ming didn't expect that the docile Xiao Qing and Sun Jie would say such amazing things when they were together. Looking at Sun Jie's little sun-like face, Yang Ming almost passed out from laughter. Yang Ming thought, since the two of them have already talked about it, isn't my opportunity coming? Yang Ming stood up quietly and walked to the door. However, he still paid attention to the movement in the next room. Sun Jie was angry. She got into the quilt and didn't come out. Xiaoqing covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. This kind of door lock was not an obstacle for Yangming at all. He easily opened the door lock with a paperclip and then swaggered in. Yangming, how did you get in? Xiaoqing was stunned. She thought, could it be that Sun Jie is overflowing with lust? She said that she locked the door, but in fact, she left the door open for Yangming. Yangming closed the door gently, and then he instantly locked the door and destroyed the door lock. It was impossible for anyone to run out in a while. It was the first time. He always had to be tough. After the first time, the second and third time would not be a dream. Little Jie, Yangming is here. Xiaoqing patted Sun Jie, who had gotten into the quilt with her whole body and head. Liar! I locked the door. How could he come in? Sun Jie didn't believe it. You are lying to me. I won't be fooled. Really, I didn't lie to you. Xiaoqing smiled bitterly. Who would believe it? I think you are probably crazy thinking about Yangming and hallucinating. Sun Jie was just humiliated by Xiaoqing. How could she believe her at this moment? If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Xiaoqing said helplessly. I won't look. Sun Jie refused. If you don't want to look, then don't look. If you don't look at me, then I will look at you. Yangming suddenly said loudly. Hey! Sun Jie was stunned and said with some surprise, I also have hallucinations? However, Sun Jie immediately got out of the quilt and stared at Xiaoqing. Say it. Did you secretly open the door and let him in? Sun Jie was confused by Xiaoqing's anger. She didn't expect that Xiaoqing was sitting next to her from beginning to end. If Xiaoqing went down to open the door, how could she not know? Okay, you two don't suspect each other. I opened the door. Yangming raised the paperclip in his hand and gestured. However, unfortunately, although the door was opened, the door lock seemed to be broken by me. Yangming's sentence made Xiaoqing and Sun Jie blush. It seemed that they were indeed oversensitive, but they underestimated Yangming's means. The door lock is broken? Sun Jie frowned. Did you deliberately break it? Whatever you think, but it seems that the three of us have to sleep in the same bed tonight. As Yangming said this, he reached out and turned off the light in the room. The room was suddenly dark. The sudden darkness made Xiaoqing and Sun Jie panic. They couldn't see where Yangming was. However, Yangming could see them. Yangming walked to the bed and lay in the middle of the big bed. He said to himself, the night is long, and I can't sleep. Who should I be intimate with first? Sun Jie has already come once today. It should be Sister Xiaoqing. I can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Yangming's thick skin made Xiaoqing and Sun Jie blush. Both of them moved to both sides of the bed at the same time. They didn't want Yangming to touch them. However, when Yangming made up his mind, how could it be so easy to change it? Instead of saying that Yangming was forcing it, it was better to say that Xiaoqing was giving in half-heartedly. Although Xiaoqing was shy, she knew that Yangming wouldn't let her go so easily. She simply gritted her teeth and thought, anyway, it's dark. Sun Jie can't see it. At most, I could just hold it for a while and not make a sound. Since she had this mentality, Xiaoqing didn't struggle anymore. Yangming pushed her to the bed and began to enjoy Yangming's gentleness. However, Xiaoqing's idea was good, but the actual situation was completely different, especially Sun Jie. How could she easily let her go? Sun Jie was embarrassed by Xiaoqing just now. She was angry in her heart because she couldn't find a chance to retaliate. Now that there was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could she not take revenge? Chapter 806. With a paw sound, the light in the room suddenly lit up. The dazzling light made Xiaoqing's eyes blank. Before she could react to what was going on, she heard Sun Jie's gloating laughter. You looked at me during the day. Now I look at you. Is this fair? Yangming had actually noticed Sun Jie's action long ago. Although it was in the dark, what could be hidden from Yangming's eyes? However, Yangming did not stop it, but let Sun Jie continue to mess around like this. If the two of them were of one mind, then Yang Ming was really helpless. The current situation was exactly what Yang Ming wanted to see. Xiaoqing was shocked and quickly grabbed the quilt on the side to cover her body, but she found that she grabbed nothing. It turned out that Sun Jie was prepared and took the quilt to the side. After turning on the light, Sun Jie didn't even check whether the door lock was really broken. Instead, she walked over with a smile and stared at Xiaoqing, looking up and down. Xiaoqing was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. She and Yang Ming were doing this kind of thing, and they were actually watched by the side. It was really embarrassing. She covered her face with both hands, but it was useless. However, at this time, Yang Ming was a little faster, causing Xiaoqing's body to twist unnaturally, and her mouth couldn't help but let out a burst of moans. The natural reaction of the body made Xiaoqing unable to stop, but the shame in her heart made her hate Sun Jie. Didn't I just take a look during the day? And I immediately backed out. Now you're good. You come and look with the light on. However, this kind of situation similar to an affair made Xiaoqing reach the peak faster. Although her body was exhausted, Xiaoqing resisted and got up. When she saw Sun Jie laughing over there, she clenched her teeth and pulled her directly to the bed. She told Yang Ming, "It's her turn." Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Xiaoqing to help him continue to push down Sun Jie. He shook his head in amazement and smiled bitterly. It seems that when a woman loses her mind, she can really do anything. Sun Jie was complacent. She didn't expect Xiaoqing to pull her to the bed. She was struggling, but Xiaoqing held her down. This time, the tables have turned. It's my turn to look at you. Sun Jie was shocked and remembered that she was indeed a bit too much. No wonder Xiaoqing would be so angry, but it was too late to regret. Yang Ming had already pressed her down. Sun Jie finally understood what it meant to be doomed to self-destruction. Just now, she was still smiling and looking at other people's Western mirror. Now, retribution was on her. Since Sun Jie was not like Sun Jie wasn't as shy as Xiaoqing. What's more, she had already been seen once today. Now, she was just going for broke. The proudest one was Yang Ming. The little conflict between the two women benefited him. Although the final result was not perfect, Xiaoqing and Sun Jie would rather stand and not sleep than let Yang Ming's idea of sleeping with him succeed. Yang Ming had no choice but to kick open the broken door lock and leave alone. To Yang Ming's surprise, the next morning, Sun Jie and Xiaoqing walked out of the room while talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. It was as if the scene last night had never happened at all. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. The friendship between women is really weird. It's hard to figure it out. He wanted to send them back, but Sun Jie refused. Xiaoqing also got in Sun Jie's car and watched them leave. Yang Ming shook his head. Last night's situation, I don't know if there will be a second time. After eating breakfast in a hurry, Yang Ming drove to Mount Jing. Wang Guifan had called several times to urge him. She said that Zhao Ying went out with the love rival and asked Yang Ming to come over as soon as possible. Yang Ming was a little surprised. Why would Zhao Ying go out with that man? After asking, he knew that it was a trap set by the other party. The incident at that time was like this. Early in the morning, Lu Huishan began to complain. This wedding was too rushed. I didn't buy a lot of wedding supplies, especially a change of bed sheets. I don't have them. Isn't it just a bed sheet? Can't you just buy some? Sui Guangheng said disapprovingly. Who is going to buy it? Are you going to buy it? Lu Huishan asked in annoyance. Of course, I can't go. There are so many guests to accompany. If I leave, what will happen? Sui Guangheng shook his head and said, What should I do? Am I going to buy it? I still have so many relatives and friends here. How can I leave? Lu Huishan retorted, Right, today my high school buddy, Xiao Song, is coming over. I definitely can't leave. Then just make do with it. Isn't the bedsheet newly laid a few days ago? Sui Guangheng said casually. Make do with it? You can make do with it, but I can't. Lu Huishan suddenly got angry. Besides, why should I make do with it? I just got married, and you asked me to make do with it. I don't know what will happen in the future. Maybe you will ask me to live in the garbage station. What do you mean? What garbage station? Sui Guangheng was angry when he heard Lu Huishan's words. Can you not speak so crudely? What does this have to do with the garbage station? As a result, the two people quarreled at home early in the morning, attracting the onlookers of the relatives and friends who lived here. Lu Huishan's mother, Wang Guifen's third aunt, also rushed over and quickly persuaded, Huishan, don't quarrel. Isn't it just a bedsheet? Is there a need to quarrel like this? I will buy it for you. Isn't that enough? Mom, I don't mean that. I just like to be clean since I was a child. I don't want to make do with it. Lu Huishan said with some embarrassment, I will buy it. I will buy it. Don't quarrel. Third aunt waved her hand and said, You two have a good life. Why are you quarreling? Right, I can't leave today. Your dad's sister-in-law is coming over today. Why don't you buy it tomorrow? Tomorrow? No, I really can't make do with it. Lu Huishan said with some embarrassment. Right, Ying, are you okay? Third aunt suddenly turned to look at Zhao Ying and asked, Me? Nothing. Zhao Ying was stunned and said, How about this? Can you help Huishan buy a few bed sheets and quilts? Sorry to trouble you. Third aunt asked politely. No matter what, this third aunt was her own elder. Moreover, she was an elder of 2 generations. Since she asked for it, Zhao Ying couldn't refuse. So, Zhao Ying quickly responded, Okay, I will buy it, but if it's not to your liking, don't blame me. How can that be? Third aunt smiled and said, Right, you are unfamiliar with Mount Jing. Find someone to be your driver. That's fine too. Zhao Ying didn't think much about it and nodded. Let Zhou Ruoguang go. He is little Sui's cousin. I am relieved if he accompanies you. Third aunt waved to Zhou Ruoguang. Little Zhou, come. You accompany Ying Ying to buy bed sheets. How about it? Is there any problem? No problem. Don't worry. Ani. Zhou Ruoguang walked over with a normal expression, but he was happy in his heart. My cousin's idea is really great. Zhao Ying was stunned. She didn't expect this third aunt to ask Zhou Ruoguang to accompany her. Zhao Ying immediately didn't want to go, but in front of so many elders, it was unreasonable for her to go back on her words. If others asked why, and she said that it was because Zhou Ruoguang pursued her, it was obviously a bit too pretentious. Zhao Ying couldn't be helped. She nodded and went out with Zhou Ruoguang. Zhou Ruoguang had learned his lesson from the last time. He didn't show too much interest in Zhao Ying. Instead, he acted according to his cousin's words. He acted like a gentleman, just like a noble young master. Miss Zhao Ying, please get in the car. Zhou Ruoguang opened the door of the Audi A4 and made a gesture of invitation. This car belonged to Sui Guangheng. He wasn't the core child of the Sui family. The car he drove couldn't be too ostentatious, so this Audi A4 was his most proud car. Zhao Ying couldn't be helped. She only wanted to buy the bed sheets as soon as possible and then come back to report. After getting in the car, Zhou Ruoguang drove the car to the largest commercial building in Mount Jing. However, after looking for a long time, he didn't see a parking spot, so Zhou Ruoguang parked the car directly at the entrance of the commercial building. To stop here, Zhao Ying looked at the place where Zhou Ruoguang stopped. She couldn't help but frown. This was the main entrance of the commercial building, and it was also the main passage for the flow of people. Whether this car was parked here properly or not would affect others. However, Zhao Ying's sentence made Zhou Ruoguang misunderstand. He thought that Zhao Ying was surprised by his arrogance, so he smiled and said, Hey, in Mount Jing, isn't the Sui family's car parked wherever they want? If they want, they can also park in the pedestrian street. Zhao Ying was speechless for a while. She thought, this person is really unreasonable. I have seen a lot of rich and powerful people, but none of them are as arrogant as him. Zhao Ying didn't say much, lest he started to brag again. She just wanted to buy the things and leave as soon as possible, so she got out of the car and walked into the commercial building. Zhou Ruoguang locked the car and ignored the passers-by who looked at him with contempt. He strode behind Zhao Ying and entered the commercial building. After Zhao Ying left, Wang Guifeng quickly called Yang Ming and told him that Zhao Ying and Zhou Ruoguang went out together. She also told Yang Ming the address of the commercial building where they might go, as well as Zhou Ruoguang's car type and license plate number. She asked Yang Ming to go directly. Yang Ming listened to this somewhat far-fetched reason and knew that it must be that Sui Guangheng and Lu Huishan were acting. What a joke. How can a newlywed not buy bedding? Since one set was bought, why couldn't they buy another set? However, when he heard the name Zhou Ruoguang, Yang Ming was somewhat familiar, but he forgot where he heard it, so he didn't care too much. He was just a cousin of Sui Guangheng. Even if there was a conflict with him, the Sui family was unlikely to stick up for him. Then again, even if Sui Guangqi stuck up for him, would Yang Ming be afraid of him? Chapter 807. Driving all the way, Yang Ming soon came to Mount Jing. This was the first time he came to Mount Jing, but the prosperity here made Yang Ming marvel. Songjiang could only be regarded as a small developing city compared to here. It was comparable to the provincial capital, Donghai. According to Wang Guifen's prompt, Yang Ming drove the car in the direction pointed by the navigation. Yang Ming drove to the city's largest shopping mall. After looking for a long time, there was no parking space. Yang Ming had to sigh at the average living standard here. So many people who own cars came here to shop so early. If it were Songjiang, there would not be so many cars in the parking lot. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming could only go around another street, park the car in front of an office building, and then walk back to the mall. Yang Ming was very contemptuous of those who parked on the side of the no-parking road or in the middle of the pedestrian passage of the commercial building. Even in Songjiang, Yang Ming's car had some privileges, and it had never violated the rules. Although Yang Ming's eyes were good, it was very difficult to find a car in this huge parking lot. However, Yang Ming saw Zhou Ruoguang's Audi A4 at a glance because it was too conspicuous. This guy parked the car in the middle of the pedestrian passage of the shopping mall, and there was a big no parking sign next to it. Yang Ming secretly despised this Zhou Ruoguang once again. Not only did Yang Ming despise him, but the customers who couldn't walk back and forth often scolded him. Yang Ming came to the front of the car and looked inside. There was no one there. Obviously, this guy and Zhao Ying entered the mall together. Yang Ming wondered if he should add something to his car. For example, deflating the tires or breaking the door lock. As for the dangerous thing like breaking the brakes, Yang Ming didn't dare to do it. If Zhao Ying still took this car back, it wouldn't be a normal fuck. As Yang Ming was thinking, someone patted him on the shoulder. Yang Ming was stunned. He turned around and saw a traffic policeman standing behind him. "What is it?" Yang Ming asked. "This is your car? You can't park here." The traffic policeman pointed at the Audi A4 and said, "I can't drive away." Yang Ming was stunned and said helplessly, "The car wasn't even his, so where was he going?" "If you don't drive away, I'll give you a ticket," the traffic police said with some displeasure. "Go ahead." Yang Ming nodded and said indifferently, "Of course, it didn't matter. The fine wasn't Yang Ming's money." What kind of attitude is that? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't seem to care about the fine at all, the traffic police immediately said angrily, "You parked illegally and have a bad attitude. Do you know that I have the right to tow your car?" "Oh." Yang Ming looked at the Audi A4 and said with a sinister smile, "Okay, if you have the ability, you can tow him away." "Okay." The traffic police was speechless. He originally thought that he could scare Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't care at all. So, he took out his walkie-talkie and asked the command center to send a tow truck over. After a while, a tow truck drove over aggressively. The traffic police looked at Yang Ming and then looked at the tow truck. "I'll tow it away." "Hey, you really called for it. If you have the ability, you can tow it away," Yang Ming said indifferently. Seeing Yang Ming's attitude, the traffic police didn't say anything more. He waved his hand, and the tow truck came over and towed the Audi A4 away. Yang Ming shrugged and sighed. "You can't blame me. Who told you to park illegally?" Yang Ming was too lazy to look for Zhou Ruoguang. In a public place like the mall in broad daylight, Zhou Ruoguang wouldn't dare to do anything inappropriate. Yang Ming found a bench on the side of the road and sat down, waiting for them to come down. Zhao Ying just wanted to quickly buy the bedsheets and leave, but Zhou Ruoguang was looking left and right. He walked and stopped and commented on the counters that he passed by. "Look at this bonsai. How beautiful. When I get married in the future, I will definitely put a few on display at home. This is called life." Zhou Ruoguang boasted. My wife has to live the life of a noble lady. Zhou Ruoguang hadn't stepped into society, so his thinking was very naive. In addition, he usually watched some messy soap operas and thought that girls would fall in love with noble young masters. So, now he kept boasting about the so-called life of the upper class. Zhao Ying wasn't the kind of girl who loved vanity. Besides, her thinking wouldn't be so simple. How could she listen to Zhou Ruoguang's boasting? At first, because of the relationship between relatives, she had to agree. In the end, she was impatient. She coughed twice and said, "Let's go buy the bed sheets. They are waiting for us to go back." Zhou Ruoguang saw that Zhao Ying's expression was really impatient, so he stopped. However, he still didn't give up. When he passed by the jewelry counter, he couldn't help but say, "Zhao Ying, what do you think about this ring? This diamond is big." Zhao Ying frowned. She couldn't help but look in the direction that Zhou Ruoguang pointed. The ring was quite beautiful, and the diamond was quite big. However, Zhao Ying wasn't in the mood to appreciate these with Zhou Ruoguang, so she said perfunctorily, "It looks very good. Then, should I buy it for you?" Zhou Ruoguang was overjoyed. He thought that Zhao Ying was tempted. However, Zhao Ying was indeed a little tempted, but it depended on who bought it for her. If Yang Ming bought it for her, she would gladly accept it. However, if it was Zhou Ruoguang, then she wouldn't accept it at all. Zhou Ruoguang, the two of us can only be said to know each other or be schoolmates. We can't even be considered friends. Do you think that if you buy something for me, I will accept it? Zhao Ying's face became serious. What's wrong with this? If you like it, I will buy it for you. Can't you just treat me as your friend? Zhou Ruoguang said. Well, I'm going to buy the bed sheets. If you want to follow me, then follow me. If you don't want to follow me, then forget it. But I don't want to listen to you talk to me about these useless things. Zhao Ying finally blamed him mercilessly. Zhou Ruoguang was embarrassed by Zhao Ying's words. He could only follow behind Zhao Ying and walk with her to the counter of the bedding products. After buying the bed sheets, Zhao Ying ignored Zhou Ruoguang. She went straight down the elevator and walked to the entrance of the commercial building. Zhou Ruoguang followed behind with an unhappy face. He was thinking about Zhao Ying's reaction just now. Why was Zhao Ying not tempted after listening to what he said? Outside the commercial building, Zhou Ruoguang just took out the remote control of the car and wanted to open the door, but he suddenly found that his car was gone. He was shocked and shouted to the passers-by on the side, "Where is my car? Where's my car?" Zhao Ying looked at Zhou Ruoguang's appearance. She looked down on him in her heart. He didn't have any bearing and calmness. The difference between him and Yang Ming wasn't just thousands of miles. It was even farther. Zhao Ying. Yang Ming stood up from the bench at this time and waved to Zhao Ying. Yang Ming. Zhao Ying was thinking about Yang Ming. Suddenly, she heard Yang Ming's voice. She was suddenly happy. She looked up and saw Yang Ming waving to her. She didn't care about Zhou Ruoguang next to her and quickly ran over here. Zhou Ruoguang was depressed because of Zhao Ying in the commercial building. Now his car was inexplicably missing. His mood was even worse. When he heard that a man called Zhao Ying and Zhao Ying ran over happily, he suddenly became angry. He rushed to Yang Ming and pointed at Yang Ming. "Who are you?" When he was pursuing Chen Mingyan, although he had a chance to meet Yang Ming, how could he remember? So, except that he felt that Yang Ming was familiar, he didn't know who he was. "I am Ying Ying's boyfriend." "Why? Do you have any advice?" Yang Ming smiled and held Zhao Ying's hand. Boyfriend?" Zhou Ruoguang was stunned, but then he looked at Yang Ming up and down. Yang Ming didn't put him in his eyes at all. After saying his sentence, he ignored him and said directly to Zhao Ying, "My car is parked over there. Let's go." Unlike this guy, it was parked in the pedestrian passage and was towed away by the traffic police. "What? My car was towed away?" Zhou Ruoguang was shocked after listening to Yang Ming's words. This car wasn't his, it was Sui Guangheng's. He would inevitably be scolded when he went back. However, when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at the few cars next to him. They were just stuck with tickets, but they weren't towed away. He wondered, why is my car being towed? "Oh, I was standing next to your car. The traffic police came over and asked me to drive the car away." I told him that I couldn't drive it away. Then he said that he wanted to issue a ticket. So I let him just stick it. He was angry. So he towed your car away. Yang Ming pretended to just remember and said to Zhou Ruoguang with sympathy. Fuck. Zhou Ruoguang was about to explode when he heard it, and his eyes were burning. However, Yang Ming had already walked away with Zhaoying. Zhou Ruoguang was furious and chased after Yang Ming. Suddenly, he remembered that Yang Ming also drove. At this moment, there was only a broken van parked in the direction where Yang Ming and Zhaoying were going. Zhou Ruoguang subconsciously thought that this car was Yang Ming's. He rushed over and kicked the car. He scolded, Fuck, you still have the nerve to drive this broken van out? You lost my car. I won't let you have an easy time. Do you believe that I will smash your car? Yang Ming looked at Zhou Ruoguang's action in amazement. He wondered in his heart, whose car is this guy trying to smash? But then he understood that Zhou Ruoguang misunderstood. Just now, when Yang Ming and Zhaoying were talking, he pointed to this side and said that his car was parked here. Then, he and Zhaoying walked over here. No wonder Zhou Ruoguang misunderstood. In fact, Yang Ming's car was parked in front of the office building at the next intersection in front. Yang Ming found it funny. He looked at the car and looked at Zhou Ruoguang. Okay, you can smash it if you have the ability. You think I don't dare to smash it? I will smash it. You dare to come out with this broken car. I'll teach you to harm me. Zhou Ruoguang thought that Yang Ming was mocking him for not daring. He was anxious all of a sudden. He looked around the roadside and saw a board. He bent down and picked it up. Chapter 808. With a loud sound, the windshield of the van was smashed by Zhou Ruoguang. Is this really your car? Zhaoying had seen Yang Ming drive a broken Jetta that was almost scrapped, so it wasn't very strange for Yang Ming to drive a broken van at this moment. However, Yang Ming let Zhou Ruoguang smash the van. I don't know whose car it is. Yang Ming shrugged and said, AI, it's really pitiful. Yeah, how can you be like this? The owner of this car is so pitiful. Zhaoying frowned and looked at Yang Ming with some blame. I'm not talking about the owner of this car. I'm talking about him. Yang Ming pointed at Zhou Ruoguang sympathetically. Him? What's so pitiful about him? Zhaoying looked inexplicably at Zhou Ruoguang, who was smashing happily, and asked curiously. You will know soon. Yang Ming sighed. He died young. Zhou Ruoguang smashed until his whole body was refreshed. The biggest difference between people who entered society and those who didn't was the attitude of dealing with people. Zhou Ruoguang was now completely impulsive and impulsive. He didn't care about the consequences at all. Hey, I will smash it for you. If you don't ask me to drive, I won't ask you to drive. Zhou Ruoguang said proudly as he held the board. Oh, you're really good. If you have the ability, continue to smash. Yang Ming said with a look of pity. Seeing Yang Ming's expression, Zhou Ruoguang suddenly misunderstood. He thought that Yang Ming was distressed about the car. He was more satisfied and smashed harder. AI, you can't live with the evil you bring upon yourself. Yang Ming shook his head. When Zhou Ruoguang heard Yang Ming's words, he thought that Yang Ming was sighing to himself. He had his Audi A4 towed away by the traffic police. Now, it was his turn to be smashed, so he sighed and said, If you knew it would be like this, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Yeah, why, you are really capable. Yang Ming nodded in agreement after listening. Zhou Ruoguang was a little surprised. He was wondering if Yang Ming was stupid. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Damn, who is smashing my car? You don't want to live? A burly man ran over and saw that Zhou Ruoguang was about to continue smashing the van. He immediately widened his eyes, swung his arm, and slapped Zhou Ruoguang's face. Zhou Ruoguang was knocked to the side. Then, he looked at the van that was smashed even more. He tenderly stroked it and said, My beloved van, how did you get smashed like this? Zhou Ruoguang was stunned. He blankly covered his face. Looking at the macho man who suddenly appeared in front of him, he was at a loss. Who are you? Damn, you fucking smashed my car, and you still ask me who I am. The macho man turned his head. His eyes were full of fire. Why did you smash my car? This car is yours. Zhou Ruoguang was even more surprised. However, looking at the macho man's distressed look, it didn't seem to be fake. Zhou Ruoguang looked back at Yang Ming and saw him shaking his head innocently. Zhou Ruoguang immediately understood that he was fooled. This car was not Yang Ming's at all. Nonsense. It's not mine. Is it yours? The macho man was furious. This is the only thing left for me by my brother who was hacked to death. Now that you have smashed it like this, my brother won't be at peace underground. Damn, if I don't smash you like this today, how can I face my dead brother? When Zhou Ruoguang heard the macho man's appearance, he was immediately scared. I don't know. I thought this car was his. You think? Why don't you think you are Ultraman? The macho man said sarcastically. Today's matter is not over. Big brother, I really don't know. He is the one who harmed me. Yes, he is the one who told me to smash it. Zhou Ruoguang was anxious and began to bite back at Yang Ming. Big brother, I am at best a thug. He is the mastermind. You go find him. What? When the macho man heard that there was a mastermind, he immediately turned around and questioned Yang Ming. Is what he said true? You believe what he said? You believe him when he says he is Ultraman? Yang Ming said disdainfully. Damn, I don't care. You are also one. Don't think about leaving today. As the macho man said this, he reached out to grab Yang Ming's collar. Hey, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You go find the person who smashed it. Yang Ming grabbed the macho man's wrist and said coldly, You. The macho man was just about to scold, but he was shocked to find that his arm was grabbed by Yang Ming and couldn't move at all. He was suddenly shocked. He hesitated and forced a smile. Yeah, this has nothing to do with you. Yang Ming snorted and let go of the macho man's arm. The macho man knew that he couldn't afford to offend this person in front of him. He turned around and vented his anger on Zhou Ruoguang. Damn, you dare to lie to me? Let's go. As he said this, he picked up Zhou Ruoguang and threw him on the van that was even more dilapidated. Even the windshield was broken. Then the macho man also got on the van, started the van, and left. Yang Ming, will something happen to him? Zhaoing looked at the macho man's fierce look and was a little worried. Didn't you go overboard? What did I do? From the beginning to the end, he was acting alone. Yang Ming smiled and said, Don't worry. He definitely won't die. The Sui family in Mount Jing is not a pushover. Oh, Zhaoing also knew that the Sui family had a lot of power in Mount Jing. If Zhou Ruoguang said that he was a member of the Sui family, then the macho man would not embarrass him. However, she ignored that Zhou Ruoguang had little to do with the core of the Sui family. Let's go. Yang Ming had been holding Zhao Ying's hand, but he didn't let go at the moment. Zhao Ying hesitated and wanted to break free, but in the end, she didn't move. She was obediently pulled forward by Yang Ming. Why? Are you wronged here? When they got in the car, Yang Ming had to let go of her hand. If he continued to hold it, it would be a bit outrageous. Not really, but Zhou Ruoguang is very clingy. Zhao Ying said helplessly. Over there, Lu Huishan always wants to match the two of us. Hee. Then we won't stay here anymore. Let's go back to Songjiang. Yang Ming smiled. I will call my parents. Let's go directly. Zhao Ying said, I don't want you to see that family. Otherwise, my mother will definitely brag about it. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming really didn't have the leisure to come all the way here to cooperate with Wang Guifan. Yesterday, Yang Ming was really tired. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. It was really tiring to accompany so many lovers on Valentine's Day. However, the two wanted to rush back to the Sui family, but they suddenly realized that they didn't know where to go. Zhao Ying came to Mount Jing for the first time. She didn't recognize the road at all. When she came, Zhou Ruoguang drove her. How could she remember the road? Yang Ming was even more so. He hadn't even seen the Sui family shadow. He was not as good as Zhao Ying. It couldn't be helped. The two had to stop the car again and let Zhao Ying call Wang Guifan. When Wang Guifan heard that Yang Ming had come, she was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She tried to ask Yang Ming to come to the Sui family. Zhao Ying naturally refused. Fortunately, Father Zhao also didn't want Wang Guifan to show off these useless things. He stopped Wang Guifan from talking about it. Only then did Wang Guifan give up. However, Yang Ming came to pick them up, but he didn't come up to sit. Lu Huishan and the third aunt misunderstood that he didn't dare to come up. He was afraid that they would expose his identity, so they watched Zhao Ying's family leave with some mockery. In the car, Wang Guifan was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said resentfully, "Isn't this looking down on people? Ying, you too. Why don't you give face to your mother?" "Mom, it's not like we're here to compete with others. Why are you being so calculative?" Zhao Ying said indifferently, "Since they look down on us, let's not interact with them." "Did you hear it? Ying is the one who understands the truth. What is the meaning of you bickering with those people?" said Father Zhao to Quan. As they were talking, Yang Ming was about to drive away, but he saw the third aunt come out. After glancing at Yang Ming's car, she was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming's car to be a BMW. However, there were a lot of car rental companies these days. Who knew if it was a rented car? "Zhao Ying, where did Zhou Ruoguang go? Why didn't I see him come back with you?" asked the third aunt. Yang Ming secretly laughed at the Sui family's reaction speed. They only found out that one person was missing after such a long time. It could be seen that Zhou Ruoguang's position in the Sui family was really not good. Probably Sui Guangheng remembered his Audi A4, so he thought of Zhou Ruoguang. "Oh, you mean that, man?" Yang Ming didn't wait for Zhao Ying to speak and said first, he had epilepsy on the roadside. He smashed someone's car and was taken away by that person. "What? He was taken away by someone?" The third aunt was stunned. "Who took him away? What the hell is going on? How do I know what's going on? I don't even know him. How can I know him better than you?" Yang Ming snorted. "What about his car?" the third aunt continued to ask. "He parked illegally and was dragged away by the traffic police." Yang Ming said, "I think he may have a problem with his brain. You should take him to the psychiatric department. I haven't seen anyone park the car deliberately on the pedestrian walkway. It would be strange if he wasn't dragged away." The third aunt was stunned by Yang Ming's words. She began to wonder if this Zhou Ruoguang was crazy. However, this was the Sui family's matter. She couldn't control it. Just now, her son-in-law Sui Guangheng suddenly remembered that the car was still with Zhou Ruoguang, so she ran out to ask, "Is it okay? Then let's go. You should hurry up and rescue that kid. The big guy who caught him looks very fierce," Yang Ming said with a face full of regret. The third aunt didn't dare to delay. She quickly went back to find someone to discuss it. Yang Ming directly started the car and left the Sui family. "What happened? That Zhou Ruoguang really went crazy?" Wang Guifan asked in surprise. "Wasn't he fine before?" Chapter 809. What are you talking about? Isn't it Yang Ming who harmed others? Zhao Ying glanced at Yang Ming and said with some dissatisfaction. After all, Zhao Ying was Yang Ming's original teacher. As a teacher, she couldn't condone Yang Ming's wicked ideas. However, although she said so, she wasn't angry because she already knew Yang Ming's character. When he dealt with Jin Gang, he also harmed the other party miserably. Yang Ming harmed others? Wang Guifan suddenly became interested. She was interested in these things, so she quickly asked, "What happened? Tell me about it." Zhao Ying was helpless. She had to tell what Yang Ming did. When she talked about Zhou Ruoguang smashing the car and being taken away by the car owner, she couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this a bit too funny? Ha 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 ha." Sure enough, Wang Guifan laughed until tears came out. Even Zhao Dequan, who had always been serious, showed a smile. However, Wang Guifan's next words were a bit arrogant. "Serve him right. This Zhou Ruoguang is simply asking for trouble by competing with Little Yang for a woman. He is not Little Yang's opponent in terms of property and power. Even his IQ is not good. He is really useless. Okay, Guifan, even if he is not good, it is not good for us to slander him behind his back." Zhao Dequan couldn't listen anymore and dissuaded Wang Guifan. "Hey, you were pretending to be a good person at this time?" Wang Guifan said disdainfully. "Didn't you see the attitude of their family? Are you not angry? What is there to be angry about? He is rich and powerful. Zhao Dequan said casually. He is rich and powerful? We don't have it. Wang Guifan immediately retorted. Humph, when it comes to money and power, who can compare to our family's little Yang? Zhao Ying listened to her mother's words and blushed. How did Yang Ming become our family's? Mom, can you not compare yourself to others? What's the use? Zhao Ying said unhappily. If you're like this, aren't you the same as those people? Although Wang Guifan didn't listen to Zhao Dequan, she still listened to what Zhao Ying said. She was counting on her daughter for the rest of her life, so she smiled and said, Aren't I just saying? I didn't stoop to their level. Zhao Dequan thought to himself, You want to lower yourself to their level, but if Yang Ming doesn't enter the house, how are you going to do it? Driving back to Songjiang, Yang Ming remembered that Shuya gave him a gift yesterday, but he left in a hurry this morning. He didn't take it with him and left it in Heavenly Earth. It just so happened that Zhao Ying's family was also very tired. After Yang Ming sent them back, they all wanted to have a rest. Yang Ming did not bother them and went directly to Heavenly Earth. After many inquiries, Sui Guangheng finally found Zhou Ruoguang. However, Zhou Ruoguang was beaten until he didn't look like a human anymore. His face was dented. Originally, Zhou Ruoguang wanted to say that he was from the Sui family, but before he could speak, he was stuffed by the macho man and beaten up. After that, he was given a chance to speak. Zhou Ruoguang quickly said that he was from the Sui family, and the macho man stopped. However, this beating was destined to be in vain. Sui Guangheng really couldn't afford to provoke this macho man. This big man didn't have any special identity. He was just an unemployed hooligan. However, this macho man's brother was the driver of his uncle, Sui Guanqi's father. When Sui Guanqi's father was besieged, the macho man's brother tried his best to protect Sui Guanqi's father, but he was hacked to death. Therefore, his uncle took care of the younger brother of the driver. He gave him a large amount of living expenses every month. With his uncle's support, he was not afraid of anything. With this layer of history, Sui Guangheng was helpless. Wasn't touching this person equivalent to slapping his uncle's face? Therefore, he had to endure this, but he put this account on Yang Ming. Don't worry, Ruoguang. Brother will remember this account. If there is a chance, I will definitely get it back for you. I can't let you be beaten for nothing. Sui Guangheng said angrily. As for the car, Sui Guangheng didn't care much. He just paid the fine and drove it out. The Sui family was rich. They didn't lack this. Zhou Ruoguang listened to his cousin's words and knew that hope was slim. Yang Ming had returned to Songjiang. How could he find someone to settle the account? The power of the Sui family couldn't spread to Songjiang. Just like last time, he was beaten for nothing. However, Zhou Ruoguang's heart hated Yang Ming. He wondered if he should find a way to retaliate after returning to Songjiang. Yang Ming came to earthly paradise. As he was about to go upstairs, he suddenly felt a person running behind him. Yang Ming immediately became alert. When the person approached, he turned around abruptly, then grabbed the person's arm and asked, What are you doing? Ah! The person was also shocked, and then said quickly, Let me go. I have no malice. You're Yang Ming, right? Yang Ming nodded, but he looked suspiciously at the chubby man in front of him. He was vaguely familiar, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen him. Who are you? Yang Ming did not answer the man's words, but asked instead. My surname is Su Haikua. We have met before, said the chubby man. Ah! Yang Ming was stunned after hearing the name, and then he suddenly remembered. Isn't this Su Haikua Suya's father? No wonder he looks familiar. Su Haikua was not as chubby as he was now, so it was reasonable that Yang Ming didn't recognize him for a while. However, knowing the real identity of the person in front of him, Yang Ming suddenly became excited. Seeing Su Haikua, then saw the Su Haikua in front of him was Shu Haikua, the father of the big star, Shuya. The reason why he hurried to send her off was that he heard from Su Li that his daughter hadn't negotiated the proxy cooperation until she left Songjiang. Shuya's explanation was very simple. She just said that Ming Yang was very cautious about the qualification selection of agents, especially the agents in Hong Kong. In the end, Shuya did not lay her cards on the table with Yang Ming, so she did not use that private relationship. Shu Haikuo was angry. He hated that his daughter didn't lay her cards on the table with Yang Ming. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it was snatched by others, Shu Haikuo would cry. Therefore, Shu Haikuo couldn't care about other things. He rushed to Songjiang by plane in the early morning, but he still couldn't catch up with his daughter's trip. When he came to Heavenly World to ask, he learned that his daughter had left for a few hours. Shu Haikuo was at his wit's end. He planned to find Yang Ming, but when he came out of Heavenly World, he suddenly saw Yang Ming. The reason why he knew Yang Ming was that Su Li secretly sent Yang Ming's photo to him. Therefore, Shu Haikuo could recognize Yang Ming at a glance after many years. When he saw Yang Ming, Shu Haikuo was overjoyed. He felt that it was more convenient to communicate with Yang Ming than with Yang Dehai. The person who liked his daughter was Yang Ming. Yang Ming would more or less take care of him for the sake of the monk and for the sake of the Buddha, but Yang Ming was different. He had squeezed Yang Ming in the past. Now, if he asked him again, it would be strange if Yang Ming agreed. Your Uncle Su? Little Ya's father? Yang Ming resisted the excitement in his heart and asked Shu Haikuo. Yeah, I didn't expect you to recognize me. It's great. Shu Haikuo smiled. I haven't seen you for so many years. The young man has become so tall and handsome. Now that Shu Haikuo had a favor to ask from Yang Ming, naturally, he would not hesitate to praise Yang Ming. Now, Shu Haikuo was indeed very fond of Yang Ming. He was not only handsome, but his family background was also good. It was really perfect to be his son-in-law. Yang Ming laughed twice and thought, I don't know who ridiculed me in the past. However, because of Suya's affection, Yang Ming did not say anything inappropriate to Shu Haikuo. He just smiled and said, Uncle Su, I haven't seen you for so many years. I didn't expect you to come back to Songjiang. Because he was eager to know the news of Suya, Yang Ming had a chat with Shu Haikuo. Yeah, I've been gone for so many years. Songjiang has completely changed. Right, Yang Ming, have you eaten? Shu Haikuo looked at his watch and said, It's already noon. Let's find a place to eat and talk. My treat. Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. If Shu Haikuo had just returned to Songjiang, it was normal to meet an acquaintance like himself on the street. But Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled that Shu Haikuo wanted to treat him to a meal so soon. Shu Haikuo's impression of me shouldn't be good. He hasn't contacted me for so many years. Why does he want to treat me to a meal? Could it be that he has found his conscience? Of course, Yang Ming knew that this situation was almost impossible. Seeing Yang Ming's puzzled look, Shu Haikuo suddenly understood that he was too abrupt. He quickly explained, No, I actually came here to ask you for a favor. Let's talk while we eat? That's fine. Let's eat here. Yang Ming pointed to Heavenly World and said, We don't have to go far. Although he didn't know why Shu Haikuo wanted to ask him for a favor, Yang Ming also wanted to learn more about Suya from him. However, Yang Ming was still somewhat vigilant when he went to eat with Shu Haikuo elsewhere. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Yang Ming was harmed by Wang Jitao once. After that, he began to be cautious. Although almost no one could threaten Yang Ming with his current strength, it was still better to be safe. Heavenly World was now his territory. He wasn't afraid that Shu Haikuo could play any tricks. Shu Haikuo really had a favor to ask from Yang Ming. He didn't care where to eat, so when Yang Ming said to eat here, he also agreed. Okay, then let's eat here. Chapter 8:10. Brother Yang. When Yang Ming entered the earthly paradise, a waiter quickly came over to greet him. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Find me a private room. I want to have some lunch here. Okay, Brother Yang, please wait a moment. The waiter quickly ran back to the bar and called Guo Jianchao. Originally, the waiter here thought that Yang Ming was only familiar with Bao Songli, so he was very respectful to him. However, yesterday, he heard directly from Chairman Guo that when Yang Ming came here, he had to be more respectful to Bao Songli than himself. The waiter was surprised about the identity of Yang Ming, but he didn't dare to ask. Moreover, Guo Jianchao also instructed that if Yang Ming came again, he must call him. Therefore, the waiter quickly called Guo Jianchao and told him that Yang Ming was here. Yang Ming didn't care about what the waiter was going to do. He thought that the waiter was going to book a room. Su Haikwa saw that the waiter here called Yang Ming Brother Yang, and he was slightly surprised. It seems that Yang Ming is really not the same as before. From the original poor boy, he has become today's rich young master. However, Su Haikwa was still a little uncomfortable with Yang Ming's young master style. After all, he didn't want his daughter to marry a prodigal son. However, Su Haikwa didn't show it. Instead, he said with a smile, "The environment here is really good. When I left, this hotel wasn't here yet. Is this built later?" It was built the year before last. Now that the hotel had become Yang Ming's own property, Yang Ming naturally knew its history better. Yes, it seems that the consumption level of Songjiang has also increased. The boss here must be very profitable, right? Su Haikwa sighed. "Brother Yang, you are here." Yang Ming wanted to answer, but he saw Guo Jianchao walk out of the elevator quickly. The boss of this place is here. "Uncle Su, why don't you ask him if this place is profitable?" Yang Ming pointed at Guo Jianchao and laughed. "Hey, Brother Yang, with you here, how am I qualified to be the boss? I'm just a worker, a doorman." Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Ming glared at him. Obviously, Yang Ming didn't want him to talk too much in front of Su Haikwa. Guo Jianchao was shocked and quickly shut up. Then, he respectfully said, "Brother Yang, I'll take you to the private room." Although Guo Jianchao didn't finish his words, Su Haikwa had been in the business world for many years. He was very experienced. His ability to judge people and listen to people was top-notch. He began to have doubts in his heart. Guo Jianchao's attitude towards Yang Ming was not just the kind of respect one would have for a young master, but also a kind of fear and reverence. And after hearing what he said, Su Haikwa was even more shocked. It wasn't respect at all, but it was belittling himself and elevating Yang Ming. The decoration and taste here are good. It's not worse than those world-class metropolises. Su Haikwa couldn't help but praise when they got on the transparent elevator. Su Haikwa decided to talk about his daily life and see if he could hear anything from Guo Jianchao's mouth. Guo Jianchao was just glared at by Yang Ming, so he still had a lingering fear. He didn't dare to simply continue. He just nodded perfunctorily and said, "Thank you for the compliment. I don't dare to accept it. I don't dare to accept it." Su Haikwa hesitated for a moment. Obviously, he saw that Guo Jianchao was afraid of Yang Ming. He didn't dare to say more, so he had to give up. In the elevator, Yang Ming was also hesitating. How much should he let Su Haikwa know about himself? For a snobbish person like Su Haikwa, naturally, the more he knew, the more he would value him. Then, there would be more hope for the matter between him and Suya. However, Yang Ming was a little angry in his heart. He wasn't willing to use this method to get close to Suya. After all, the relationship between the two was pure. There was no trace of interest. In the end, Yang Ming's bad taste prevailed. He decided to scare Su Haikwa. After entering the private room, Yang Ming asked Guo Jianchao to leave. He didn't order, but let Guo Jianchao prepare. This was difficult for Guo Jianchao. He was afraid that if he didn't prepare well, Yang Ming wouldn't be willing. If he prepared too much, he was afraid that Yang Ming would say that he was putting on airs. So, he had to go to the kitchen personally and order the chefs to make a few signature side dishes. Why didn't anyone come to get the menu? After entering the private room, Su Haikwa was a little puzzled because no waiter came to serve them for a long time. I asked them to simply make a few special dishes. Yang Ming smiled after listening. When Su Haikwa heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that Yang Ming had the intention to treat him. He quickly said, "Didn't I say that I will treat you?" Uncle Su, don't argue. In fact, this hotel is mine. How can I let you pay for it?" Yang Ming suddenly told the truth. Sure enough, Su Haikwa was a little caught off guard. He was stunned. However, Su Haikwa still reacted quickly. When he thought of Guo Jianchao's attitude just now, he was relieved. The doubts in his heart were also solved, but he was still surprised. "This is also your father's property." "It's not my father's. It's my own." When Yang Ming said this, it was as if he had vented his anger in his heart. The anger that he had suffered in the past was finally resolved now. "You," Su Haikwa was surprised at the moment, but he didn't expect that this hotel would be Yang Ming's own property, and it had nothing to do with his father. Well, these are trivial matters. If Uncle Su is interested, I will take you to see my other properties in Songjiang when I am free. Yang Ming was very relaxed. He seemed to be indifferent to these. Let's talk about business. Su Haikwa looked at Yang Ming in front of him. He was really regretful. Why did he look down on the father and son of the Yang family? Now, they had become powerful figures. For a time, Su Haikwa felt that he was nothing in front of others. Not to mention Yang Ming's Ming-Yang heavy industry. Even Yang Ming's hotel was worth at least 100 million, and Yang Ming had other properties. Su Haikwa's brain turned quickly, trying to find a breakthrough. After thinking about it, he decided to play the emotional card. From the first few words, Yang Ming asked about Suya. Yang Ming should still have a daughter in his heart. Yang Ming, Uncle Su has done something wrong in the past. Please forgive me. Su Haikwa sighed and said, Uncle Su, let bygones be bygones. The parents' views and the views of their children are always different. This is understandable. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Originally, I was too embarrassed to look for you. But you said that little Ya, this child, I wanted her to tell you, but she didn't say anything, so I could only run here. I didn't expect this child to leave. Su Haikwa complained. Little Ya? You mean Suya? Yang Ming listened to Su Haikwa's words and suddenly frowned in doubt. She came to Songjiang. Yeah, didn't she look for you? Su Haikwa had already planned to betray his daughter, but this was nothing. Anyway, his daughter also liked Yang Ming very much. Doing this was to help her get happiness as soon as possible. Look for me? When did she look for me? Yang Ming was even more surprised. Listening to Su Haikwa's words, Suya seemed to have looked for him. She just left today, Su Haikwa said, and isn't her concert organized by your father's group? What? Yang Ming stood up in shock. You said that she is Suya? So she hasn't told you yet? Su Haikwa pretended to be surprised and nervous. What should I do? Yang Ming, you have to keep it a secret for me. Don't say that I said it. Wait, Uncle Su. You asked me to keep it a secret. This isn't a problem. The key is what is going on. Yang Ming really couldn't believe that Su Haikwa was telling the truth. You mean Suya is Suya? The two of them are the same person? Yeah, I forget it. Since I have spilled the beans, then I might as well tell you. But you must promise not to tell little Ya that it was me. Just say that you guessed it yourself. How about it? Su Haikwa lowered his voice and said, Okay, Uncle Su, you can say it. Although Su Haikwa's expression was very pretentious, Yang Ming's mind was now thinking about the truth between Suya and Shuya, so he didn't care about these details. That year, after that incident, I took little Ya to City Inn. However, Yang Ming, don't blame Uncle. As you said, Uncle is looking at these things from the perspective of a father. I naturally won't allow my daughter to fall in love early. So, I made some extreme actions. Su Haikwa explained again. It could be seen that he was now very concerned about Yang Ming's opinion. Okay, Uncle Su, you should talk about little Ya. How come the Suya I see is different from the Suya of that year? Yang Ming was eager to know the truth, so he naturally wouldn't care too much about these trivial matters. Besides, he just scared Su Haikwa, and he also vented his anger. Okay, look at me. I was a little emotional. Su Haikwa shook his head and continued. After I arrived in City Inn, I also did business. At first, it was smooth sailing, and I made a lot of money. However, later, because of some things, I offended another local boss. The background of this boss was very complicated. He colluded with the local underworld. After offending him, he often found people to come to my company to make trouble. At first, it was just a small matter. Later, I couldn't do business normally at all. This was not the end of it. The boss found someone to pass a message to me. He asked me to take out 50 million, or he would find someone to kill my entire family. Over there, I was unfamiliar with the place. His people were everywhere. I couldn't confront him head-on. I could only choose to escape. Chapter 8:11. Hearing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. What does this have to do with Suya? However, he still held back and did not interrupt Su Haikwa's words. He continued to listen patiently. There was no way. I could only choose to escape City Inn. However, I was afraid that little Yu would be scared if she knew, so I didn't tell her. Until I bought the train ticket and was ready to go to school to pick up little Yu, then I told her the truth. However, there was a problem in the middle. The other party also thought that I would escape because my whereabouts were uncertain. If they found me, it would be troublesome, so they went directly to the school gate to stop little Yu. They were ready to capture little Yu first and then threaten me. They were not afraid that I would not comply. When Su Haikwa said this, he seemed to be immersed in the memories of the past. His face showed an expression of anger and hatred. When Suya was mentioned, Yangming was interested in Su Haikwa's words. However, he was also worried about Suya, and asked, "What happened later? Ai Lilia, this child has a good life." When Su Haikwa said this, there was a gratified smile on his face. Speaking of it, I still don't believe that what I saw was the truth, but it really happened in front of me. I really have to believe it. In this great world, amazing people are really everywhere. What do you mean? Yangming only felt that the next thing must have a lot to do with Suya, and it was a very secret thing. The reason why Su Haikwa told Yangming these things was that he wanted to get the qualification of an agent through Yangming's relationship. This was one of the reasons. The second reason was also his worry. His daughter's infatuation made Su Haikwa very difficult. Now that he was honest with Yangming, maybe this marriage could be facilitated. However, what was certain was that Yangming at least would not betray Suya. I always thought that all of this was hidden from little Yu, but I didn't expect that little Yu had already noticed something. What happened that day was like this. A past that was similar to a fairy tale slowly floated into Yangming's ears. That day, after Suya finished school, she saw a few fierce-looking strangers at the school gate. Originally, these things had nothing to do with her, but Suya recognized one of the strangers. It was because Suya once saw this stranger in her father's company. He brought a group of punks to make trouble in the company. Connecting it to the recent events, Suya was a little afraid that these people were coming for her, so she left the school gate and ran home desperately. Although Suya was very careful, these people with sharp eyes still found Suya. With an order, these people all chased after Suya. Suya saw that these people had cars, so she ran into the small street. Although Suya was familiar with the terrain of the school, she couldn't stop these adults from chasing. Finally, they forced Suya into a small alley. Seeing that there was no road ahead, Suya was anxious, but she couldn't do anything. When she was in despair, there was a kind voice behind her. "Little girl, you look very panicked. What happened?" Suya was shocked and quickly turned around, but she saw that the door of the small house at the end of the alley was opened. An old grandfather was looking at her kindly. "You are Grandpa's son, who is scavenging near the school." Suya recognized the person in front of her. It was an old man who was scavenging near the school. She quickly said, "Grandpa's son, is this your home? Can I go in and hide?" "Of course you can." The old man let Suya into the house. At this time, there was the noise of someone chasing. After closing the door, Suya breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That was close. What happened? These evil people seem to be coming for you?" The old man let Suya into the house and asked, "I don't know. It seems that my father offended someone when he was doing business. Among them, I've seen some of them. They went to my father's company to make trouble." Suya shook her head and said. The old man nodded and didn't ask more. He just sighed. These evil people will get their retribution sooner or later. Originally, Suya thought that these people would leave if they couldn't see her. However, she still underestimated the patience of these people. Among these people, the leader was called Lu Zhedong. He was the leader of the small gangsters and the brother-in-law of the big boss that Su Haikwa offended. Where did the little brat go? Lu Zhedong looked at the empty alley and frowned. Damn, there is no way. Could it be that she can be invisible? One of Lu Zhedong's men scolded. Invisible, my ass. I think she is hiding in a house. Another of Lu Zhedong's men, nicknamed Shihulu, searched the house with his thieving eyes. And that makes sense. Lu Zhedong nodded in agreement and kicked the man with the buzz cut. You are fucking ignorant and incompetent. How can you be invisible? Do you think you're a robot cat? Brother Jadon, why don't we break into each house and take a look? The man with the buzz cut was scolded and said quickly, break into each house. Are you stupid? What if they call the police? Besides, who will open the door for you? Lu Jadon scolded. It's not wrong to say that you are stupid. Don't ruin my brother-in-law's big plan. Watch me. Lu Jadon rolled his eyes and took the megaphone from an underling behind him. He was born in the barbaric, violent demolition business, so the megaphone was one of the necessary equipment for traveling. All the residents here listen. All the residents here listen. I am Lu Jadon. I am Lu Jadon. Lu Jadon shouted with the megaphone. Who am I? What am I doing? I think you all know it clearly. I won't say what the consequences of going against me are. The residents here naturally heard of Lu Jadon's notoriety. Lu Jadon was the one who led the demolition of the bungalow in front of them. The violent and bloody scene at that time was still vivid in the minds of the people here. Well, I won't say anything unnecessary. I will ask you one thing now. Who took in a little girl named Suya? If you hand her over to me now, I won't blame you. Nothing will happen between us. If you don't hand her over, I will destroy your family and make you restless. Lu Jadon threatened fiercely. From now on, I will count to 10. If you don't hand her over, 1, 2, 3. Lu Jadon's words were clearly heard by Suya and Old Man's son in the house. Suya glanced at Old Man's son with some fear, and then said, Grandpa's son, I can't implicate you. Implicate what? What are you talking about? You have a good heart and always help me. If I am afraid of implicating you, I have lived for so long in vain. Old Man's son said indifferently. In fact, Suya didn't help Old Man's son with anything. She just saw that he was very pitiful for scavenging near the school. So she took the initiative to call on her classmates to collect the remaining mineral water and drink bottles and give them to Old Man Sunday unexpectedly. This move made Old Man's son very moved. He praised Suya for having a good heart. Lu Jadon counted to 10, but he still didn't see anyone come out of the door. He was a little angry. Why? My words don't count. Or do you have a fluke mentality and think that you can hide from me? Well, I won't leave today. I will wait here. If you have the guts, don't come out forever. If you come out and I see you, I will kill your whole family. After that, Lu Jadon asked his men to get a few broken chairs from somewhere. He sat there with the crew cut man, Shi Hulu, and others. What should I do, Grandpa's son? Suya was a little scared. What if Lu Jadon kept guarding like this? Old Man's son didn't say anything. He was deep in thought. After a while, he said, Little girl, you and this old man are fated to meet. This old man will give you something. It can help you get through this difficult time. Suya looked at Old Man's son in puzzlement. She saw Old Man's son take out a pair of sunglasses from a pile of miscellaneous items. The appearance of the sunglasses looked very fake. Come, put it on. Old Man's son handed the sunglasses to Suya. Suya was stunned, and then she was speechless. Could it be that Grandpa's son picked up these broken sunglasses from somewhere? Wearing sunglasses can hide from the eyes of Lu Jadon and the others. Obviously, it is impossible. This is simply deceiving oneself. Although this thing still has some flaws, it is enough to hide from these people. Old Man's son said to himself, Is it okay? Although Suya felt that this was really unreliable, she couldn't bear to reject Grandpa's son's kindness. She had to wear the sunglasses on her face. Well, now you look at this photo and imagine yourself like this. Old Man's son casually pulled out a magazine from a pile of tattered newspapers and pointed to a little girl on it. Suya was really somewhat inexplicable, but she still did as Old Man's son said. Not bad. Old Man's son nodded with satisfaction and then said, Let's go. Let's go out, but you don't have to talk much. Just pretend to be my granddaughter. That's it. Suya was a little dumbfounded. Although she felt that Old Man's son's usual words and actions were normal, at this moment, he was a bit like a madman. Why can't it be? Hee, come with me. Old Man's son smiled and took Suya's little hand, but after thinking about it, He felt that the clothes on her body would easily arouse other suspicion, so he grabbed a tattered small windbreaker and put it on Suya. Then, he pulled Suya to the door with satisfaction. Suya's heart was very perturbed. Are we going out like this? Isn't this equivalent to sending ourselves to death? Wearing sunglasses and a tattered windbreaker can hide from the eyes of the evil people outside. Chapter 8:12. However, since there was no other choice, Suya could only give it a try. Maybe a miracle would happen. Creak! Old man's son pushed open the door and held Suya's small hand as they walked out together. You two, wait a minute. When the buzzcut guy saw an old man leading a little girl out, he quickly stopped them. Who is this child? Who are you? I want to take my granddaughter to cram school. Old man's son showed a very scared look on his face. Your granddaughter? Brother Jadon, take a look. Is this child Suya? The buzzcut guy turned to Lu Jadon and said, and it seems to be the same height. Lu Jadon also became interested. He looked at Suya a few times and said, Child, look up. Suya was startled. She raised her head in trepidation and leaned toward old man's son in a panic. And she looks different. Lu Jadon looked at Suya, but he shook his head in disappointment. He waved his hand impatiently. Okay, let's go. Wait. Shihulu's eyes turned, but he said, Brother Jadon, is this child wearing makeup? It makes sense. After Lu Jadon heard it, he looked at Shihulu approvingly and said, Child, wait a minute. Look up. Suya was shocked. She thought she could hide it. She didn't expect Shihulu to be so difficult to fool. He actually had doubts. However, it was impossible to escape at this moment. These people were blocking the way. Where could she run to? Shihulu smiled and walked forward. He reached out and pinched Suya's face to see if there was anything on her face. Pain. Wah. Suya was already scared. Now that Shihulu pinched her face, it hurt. She couldn't help but cry. When Suya cried, Shihulu was confused. He took back his hand and said to himself, This face doesn't seem to be fake. Young man, you are already an adult. Why are you bullying a little girl? Old man's son shook his head and said, Okay, let them go quickly. Lu Jidao couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted the old and young to leave quickly. At this moment, he also realized that this child was not Suya at all. Lu Jidao came to catch Suya because of his brother-in-law. But at this moment, he bullied an old man and a little girl for no reason. If this spread out, where would Lu Jidao put his face? How could he survive in the underworld? People in the underworld were also particular about rules. It would be strange if they didn't die of ridicule if they bullied the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Thus, he said somewhat anxiously, All right, stop crying. Hurry up and leave. Seeing that Suya was still crying, Lu Jadon finally couldn't stand it. He took out 10 yuan and handed it to Suya. Here. This is for you to buy candy. Don't fucking cry. Thank you. After old man's son took the money for Suya, he quickly pulled Suya away. Fuck. Lu Jidao scolded. It's really fucking bad luck. Shihulu, why did you provoke a little brat for no reason? Her crying annoys me. I was also thinking that it is better to be safe than sorry. Who knew that her face was so tender? She cried when I pinched her. Shihulu said with some grievance. Forget it. You're just in case. Lu Jidao waved his hand and said, Let's continue to watch. Old man's son led Suya far away until they exited the alley and came to a place where there were no outsiders. Only then did they stop their footsteps. He touched Suya's head comfortingly and said, Okay, it's okay. Don't cry. Be strong. Suya was also frightened and in pain for a while, so she cried. Now, when she heard old man's son's words, she calmed down and recalled the strange thing she had just experienced. She couldn't help but wonder, Grandpa's son, they didn't recognize me? Hee. Of course, they didn't recognize you. I think that even the person closest to you can't recognize you now. Old man's son said with a smile. When he mentioned the person closest to her, Suya's heart hurt for no reason. She suddenly thought of Yangming. Her heart was melancholy and depressed. I don't know if the two of us will have a chance to meet in the future. However, this thought was quickly interrupted. Old Man Sun took out a mirror from nowhere and handed it to Suya. If you don't believe it, take a look yourself. Suya took the mirror suspiciously and looked inside. She was shocked when she saw it. The person in this mirror, how is it me? It is exactly the same as the little girl I just saw in the magazine. Suya was shocked. This is me? If it's not you, who else can it be? Old Man Sun smiled and said, now you know why they didn't recognize you, right? But what about the original me? This isn't me, right? Suya was a little anxious. Am I going to look like this in the future? You just have to think about your original appearance. Old Man Sun shook his head. But you must wear glasses. Suya doubtfully thought about her original appearance according to Old Man Sun's words. Then, she looked at the small mirror again. Sure enough, she had returned to her original appearance. Suya was so shocked that she couldn't be more shocked. She was at the age where she liked fairy tales and fantasies. At this moment, she couldn't help but think that the old man in front of her must be a celestial being who was playing in the human world. Grandpa's son, are you a celestial being? Suya couldn't help but ask. Celestial being? He. Old Man's son couldn't help but laugh after listening. If you think so, then I am. In fact, Old Man's son was playing in the human world, but he was indeed not a celestial being. As for the identity of Old Man's son, I won't say it for the time being. Everyone can guess for themselves. This pair of glasses is actually a magic weapon, right? The smart Suya immediately guessed that her changes originated from this pair of magical glasses. It was because of this pair of glasses that she could learn spells similar to the 72 transformations like Sun Wukong. You can say that, but it's not perfect. Since we are fated, I will give it to you. Old Man's son nodded and said, okay, go home quickly. Otherwise, your family will be anxious. I should go to wait, Grandpa's son. Suya's heart moved, and she called out to Old Man Sunday. Is there anything else? Little girl? Old Man's son turned around and asked in a kind voice. Grandpa's son, since you are a celestial being, you must be able to predict the future, right? Then, I want to ask you something, okay? Suya looked up and looked at Old Man's son eagerly. What is it? Old Man's son hesitated, sighed, and asked. Some things, even if you know, can't be said carelessly. I have a good friend called Yang Ming. Do you think I will meet him again in the future? Suya asked. Oh, if fate allows, you will meet. Old Man's son didn't want to say too much, so he said vaguely. Then what is fate? Suya asked anxiously. For example, my meeting with you is fate, or one day, your friend and I will meet. This is also fate. Old Man's son said, when I meet him, it won't be long before you meet again. That night, when Suya came home, she told me what happened to her. If I hadn't seen this magical ability with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Su Haikua took a bite of the food on the table and said, where did that old man go? Yang Ming suddenly asked. If someone else was the audience, and this person was not Yang Ming, they would definitely think that Su Haikua was talking nonsense, because this was simply a fantasy story. However, the person who heard these words was Yang Ming, and Yang Ming believed it directly, because this kind of weird thing didn't just happen to Suya, but also to him a year ago. Old Man Glasses. These two very sensitive words touched Yang Ming's heartstrings. Intuitively, Yang Ming suspected that the old man who gave Suya glasses and the old man who gave him glasses were the same person. This possibility was simply too high. Therefore, Yang Ming was very concerned about the whereabouts of the old man. I don't know about this. Su Haikua shook his head. Probably he's really a god. That night, we fled city in and illegally went to Hong Kong. What happened after that? You can imagine. Little Yi used another imaginary face to become a star. Is that pair of glasses still with Suya? But I saw that Shuyi usually didn't wear glasses? Asked Yang Ming. It's strange. In the beginning, she did have to wear that pair of glasses, but suddenly one day, the glasses disappeared. However, Little Ya's strange ability is still there. Su Haikua also shook his head in confusion. Fusion. Yang Ming secretly exclaimed in his heart. It was surprisingly similar to him. Yang Ming didn't know if Old Man Sun came to him because of Suya and gave him a pair of the same magical glasses. But what was certain was that Suya was actually Shuya. No wonder the habits and hobbies of the two were so similar. What was even more ridiculous was that he actually wanted to kill her to silence her. Yang Ming secretly thought that it was a close call. If he really listened to Fong Tian's words at that time, he could only cry today. The association recalled the sentence that Shuya said on the Alice at that time. Yang Ming suddenly realized, she might want to tell me that she is Suya, and that ring is even easier to explain. Originally, I gave it to her. It is normal for it to appear in her hands. However, coincidentally, I actually bought it back. It seems that this thing is destined not to fall into the hands of others. Chapter 8:13. Fusion? You can probably say so. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the glasses disappeared, but Little Ya's ability did not disappear. Su Haikwa nodded and said in agreement. Yang Ming, on the other hand, gave a meaningless hum and fell into deep thought. All of this was actually such a coincidence. Yang Ming thought that he was the only one in the world with this magical pair of glasses. What he didn't expect was that Suya had another. As for the reason for changing the name, there are many reasons. Su Haikwa saw that Yang Ming did not speak, so he continued. At first, I wanted to avoid the eyes and ears of Lu Jiadan's group. At that time, although I was far away in Hong Kong, I had to be cautious. Now I think about it too much. Later, when Lilia entered the entertainment industry, she used her current appearance. She didn't want to use her original name, so we didn't change it back. Lilia said that when she withdrew from the entertainment industry one day, she could restore her original identity without being disturbed by fans. Yang Ming nodded. Su Haikwa's words were reasonable. Just Lu Jiadan made him so scared. It was a bit too much. But then he thought about it. Su Haikwa was not him. It was impossible for him to be tough with those gangsters. Moreover, he had to take care of Suya's safety. Later, when I arrived in Hong Kong, I secretly supported a gang. I was also afraid of repeating the same mistake. Su Haikwa was very frank. He revealed all his background in a few words. In fact, Su Haikwa seemed to be frank, but when he thought about it carefully, if he wanted to take over the Hong Kong agency of Ming Yang Heavy Industry, Ming Yang would definitely send someone to investigate all of Su Haikwa's background. At that time, it would be clear even without him saying it. That would not be good, so it was better for him to say it himself. Yang Ming listened to Su Haikwa's words and couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't expect Su Haikwa to play in the underworld these years. No wonder Xia didn't have any resistance to his identity at that time. Okay, I have told you everything about Little Ya and me, Su Haikwa said. However, since Xiaoya didn't tell you, she probably felt that the time wasn't right. Don't tell her that I told you this. Yang Ming wasn't stupid enough to run in front of Suya and say, Hey, are you Suya? Your father told me everything. That kind of nonsense. Therefore, when Su Haikwa asked him to keep his secret, he naturally agreed. As for Suya Haikwa's request to be the agent, he had to do it out of consideration for Suya's sake. Although Su Haikwa was a little snobbish to him before, he was still Suya's father. This was something that couldn't be changed. What's more, Su Haikwa had told him such a big secret, which made Yang Ming very happy. Therefore, he decided that if Su Haikwa really had the ability to be an agent, it wouldn't hurt to let him be the agent. Uncle Su, I will go first. You can eat here. Before Yang Ming finished speaking, Su Haikwa was anxious. Yang Ming, how can you say this? How can you just leave like that? Su Haikwa thought about it. He didn't say anything to offend Yang Ming. Uncle Su, I am in a hurry to go to Macau to find Little Ya. We can talk about other things when I come back, okay? After Yang Ming knew the truth, he really couldn't wait for a moment. He just wanted to go to Macau as soon as possible. Then, the agent's matter. Su Haikwa breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his daughter was still very important in Yang Ming's heart, but he still asked with some concern. I will find someone to talk to you in a while. Whether it is successful or not depends on you. However, After Yang Ming finished speaking, he changed the topic. Of course, if you're qualified, I will consider you first. Although Yang Ming didn't say that it was definite, Su Haikwa knew that this agent was definitely in the bag. If Su Haikwa didn't have this strength, he wouldn't have thought about fighting for this agent. Therefore, since Yang Ming said this, he was relieved. He smiled and said to Yang Ming, "Then you go quickly. I will enjoy the feast here by myself." Yang Ming smiled and made a gesture of "see you later" and left the private room. He called Ho Jianhan and asked him to get a ticket to Macau as soon as possible. If it really couldn't be done, he could charter a plane. With the current financial resources of the Yang family, it was not a big deal to charter a plane. Recently, Yang Ming handed over some of the things that couldn't be done in public to Bao Sanli, which shared a lot of Ho Jianhan's burden. Ho Jianhan didn't feel anything, but Bao Sanli was grateful. Otherwise, if Ho Jianhan always controlled the power, it would be difficult for Bao Sanli to have a successful day. But after all, Bao Sanli was a rough person. He wasn't as meticulous as Ho Jianhan. If he was asked to do something on the surface, he would naturally do it properly. However, he wasn't so good at business, socializing, or some trivial schedule arrangements. Therefore, Yang Ming directly asked Ho Jianhan to do these things. Ho Jianhan quickly responded and hung up the phone. He began to contact the plane tickets. 10 minutes later, Ho Jianhan called after contacting the appropriate person. 2 hours later, there was a flight to Macau at Donghai International Airport, but it only had a luxury first-class cabin. However, these didn't matter. Ho Jianhan directly booked the ticket. Yang Ming hesitated again and again. He decided to explain to Chen Mingyan. After all, he had already regarded her as his fiancée. Yang Ming didn't want to hide these things from her anymore. These days, Chen Mingyan had also changed a lot. She was no longer so calculative and jealous. Although she occasionally complained to him and acted coquettishly, Yang Ming could tolerate these. Not only could he tolerate them, but Yang Ming also felt that this was in line with Chen Mingyan's character. If Chen Mingyan became a yes man and listened to him, then she wouldn't be the Chen Mingyan in his heart. "Hello, Yang Ming?" Chen Mingyan quickly picked up the phone. She was a married woman yesterday, so she woke up very early in the morning. Her heart was full of Yang Ming, but she resisted the urge to call Yang Ming. She thought that Yang Ming must be with Lin Jiyun in the hotel now. Since she strongly wanted Yang Ming to accompany Lin Jiyun, then calling him early in the morning seemed to be deliberately disturbing them. Therefore, Chen Mingyan hesitated again and again. She just stared at the phone screen in a daze. She hoped that Yang Ming could take the initiative to call her, even if it was just a text message to greet her. However, Yang Ming really called, and Chen Mingyan quickly picked it up. "Mingyan, how are you? Did you sleep well yesterday?" Yang Ming asked with concern. "I am very good." Chen Mingyan wanted to say that how could she sleep well without his company? However, she changed her words when she was about to say it. If she said it like that, Yang Ming would definitely feel uncomfortable, and it would seem that she was too stingy. She obviously asked Yang Ming not to accompany her, but she still complained. "That's good. Does it still hurt?" Yang Ming asked in a low voice. "You're so annoying. What do you think?" Chen Mingyan shyly spat at Yang Ming and said, "Let's not talk about it seriously. Is Sister Lin next to you?" "No, she went home." Yang Ming said. "Why don't you accompany her for a while?" Chen Mingyan frowned. "I said that I'm fine." "No, Mingyan. In fact, I want to tell you a very important thing." Yang Ming hesitated. Without waiting for Chen Mingyan to speak, he continued, "I found Suya." Chen Mingyan was stunned, but fortunately, she was already mentally prepared. After a short shock, she immediately returned to normal. From the day they recognized Suya and revealed their cards to each other, Chen Mingyan knew that Suya was destined to enter Yang Ming's life in the future. Whether she was willing or not, this had become an indisputable fact. Therefore, instead of opposing Suya, it was better for Chen Mingyan to choose to live in harmony, because she really didn't have the confidence to win against Suya. "I know this is very sudden, but I think I should tell you. I'm going to find her now." Yang Ming naturally couldn't see Chen Mingyan's expression. Although he had special abilities, He didn't have the hobby of observing others from thousands of miles away. Tell me? Just tell me? Chen Mingyan deliberately said angrily. If I don't tell you and don't ask you to contact her, you won't contact her? I think you just want to inform me. Ugh. Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. Indeed, after thinking about it, he really had this idea. Whether Chen Mingyan objected or not, Yang Ming would still go to Suya. Hee hee. Chen Mingyan suddenly smiled. I promised you something. Naturally, I have to keep my word. I don't want to become Pinocchio. After that, Chen Mingyan hung up the phone. Yang Ming held the phone inexplicably. He didn't know what happened to Chen Mingyan. Judging from Chen Mingyan's attitude, Chen Mingyan must have agreed to it. But what did she mean by the promise she made to him? What did she promise me? Recalling that after Chen Mingyan heard the news that he had found Suya today, Yang Ming was even more surprised. Why wasn't Chen Mingyan's reaction as intense as he imagined? Chen Mingyan's words seemed to be vague, but there was another meaning. She had promised Yang Ming that if he pursued the celebrity Suya as his lover, she would definitely not object. Now, Suya was Suya. Since Chen Mingyan knew that it was only a matter of time before Suya entered the door, it was better to be generous and find a reasonable way out for herself. It was just that how could Yang Ming think so much? However, since Chen Mingyan didn't object, Yang Ming was really relieved, so he could leave with peace of mind. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mingyan was a little happy. In any case, Yang Ming began to tell her about his matters. This showed that Yang Ming began to really treat her as a close person, unlike before when he hid everything from her. Chapter 814. In addition to calling Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming also called Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun didn't ask so much. She just told Yang Ming to be careful. This was Yang Ming's third official trip. The first time was to Yunnan, the second time was to Hong Kong, and the third time was to Macau. As for the trip with Fong Tian, it was relatively secret and couldn't be exposed. He just asked Bao Sanli to send him to the airport, and Yang Ming boarded the plane to Macau alone. If it were a year ago, sitting in the first class of the plane, Yang Ming would be very excited. After all, this kind of extravagant behavior was simply out of reach for Yang Ming at that time. But now, Yang Ming closed his eyes slightly. All of this had become common and common. Yang Ming couldn't help but recall his previous life. He had some nostalgia and some emotions. If possible, Yang Ming still wanted to return to the original plain life, accompanied by beautiful women, and there was an endless amount of money to squander. In fact, Yang Ming didn't have the intention to dominate the underworld. He wasn't interested in these things. When there was the right time, he would get rid of all of this and live a life of paradise. Sir, do you want a drink? A clear and pleasant voice came over and interrupted Yang Ming's emotional thoughts. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked up. He saw a girl in a stewardess uniform standing beside him. She was pushing a cart full of drinks. The girl's eyes were big, and her appearance was very sweet. Especially when she wore the flight attendant uniform, it couldn't help but make people think about it. Even Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "Beer." "Okay, sir." The flight attendant picked up a can of Songjiang special canned beer from the cart and handed it to Yang Ming. She said sweetly. The reason why Yang Ming chose beer was because he was reminded of the past. He wanted to drink some beer to pay his respects. That somewhat sweet voice made Yang Ming even more restless. But Yang Ming also knew that now was not the time to flirt. So after receiving the beer, he only lightly said thanks. Huang Lele looked at the handsome young man in front of her who seemed to be full of worries and felt a little strange. Huang Lele was very confident in her appearance. A normal man would look at her twice, but the person in front of her didn't mean to look at her again. However, although it was strange, Huang Lele naturally would not be angry because of this matter. The guests in the first class generally came from extraordinary backgrounds. They had high standards, so it was normal for them to look down on her. "Eh, you fucking bitch, when you see a handsome guy asking for wine, you give it to him, but when I ask for it, you won't give it to me?" A voice that was not so pleasant sounded. The guests in the first-class cabin all looked at Huang Lele. Huang Lele frowned, but her good professionalism immediately restored her calmness. She smiled and said, "Sir, you have drunk 3 cans of beer. According to the rules, you can't drink anymore. Otherwise, you'll be in danger of getting drunk. Rules? Who made the rules? Did you make the rules, or did your mother make the rules?" The man who spoke said carelessly, "I think you're in love, aren't you?" There was a trace of anger on Huang Leilei's face, but this man really said Huang Leilei's heart. Indeed, Huang Leilei had some feelings for Yang Ming, but it couldn't be said to be in love. "Sir, this is the airline's rules. I hope you abide by it. Otherwise, we have a right to ask you to get off the plane." Huang Leilei's words were still very polite, but there was a trace of sternness in her words. "Ask me to get off the plane? Hey, how can you ask me to get off the plane in the sky? You can land just for me once." The man laughed disapprovingly. Yang Ming looked up impatiently. He glanced at the stewardess and looked at a man sitting behind him on the left. The man looked like a hemp pole. His face was red. He obviously drank too much. If you continue to dawdle, I will throw you off directly." Yang Ming's words were very plain, but the threat was full. "Ah, kid, you are distressed. Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty?" The hemp pole man glared. "You are still inexperienced. If you know what's good for you, stay here honestly. Don't get yourself into trouble." As the hemp pole man's words just finished, 2 macho men beside and behind him stared at Yang Ming. Apparently, they were with this hemp pole man. However, these 2 people couldn't enter Yang Ming's eyes at all. It was the same whether they were there or not. Yang Ming suddenly picked up the can of beer on the table and threw it at the hemp pole man. Bang! Although the hemp pole man reacted quickly and dodged to the side, the can still hit the hemp pole man's shoulder. The hemp pole man screamed, "You are fucking looking for death." Without waiting for the hemp pole man's instructions, the 2 macho men next to him opened their seat belts and stood up. They came over to teach Yang Ming a lesson. At this time, several air marshals rushed over. It turned out that Huang Leilei took advantage of the chaos to quickly inform the flight attendants. "What's the matter? What are you 2 doing?" A flight attendant went over and pushed the 2 macho men back to their seats. Seeing that the police came, the hemp pole and the 2 macho men did not dare to make trouble again. But the hemp pole pointed to Yang Ming and said, "He threw a beer at me. Is that so?" The flight attendant turned to look at Yang Ming. "He drank too much. Most likely, he was hallucinating, right?" Yang Ming said innocently, "Why would I hit him?" When Huang Leilei hid and used the in-flight intercom system to inform the flight attendant, Yang Ming could not hear what she said, but he could see that Huang Leilei only said that someone in the first-class cabin drank too much and was making trouble, but she did not say that Yang Ming and the hemp pole man had a conflict. The flight attendant saw that Yang Ming did not admit it, and he didn't know whether it was true or not, so he turned to ask a first-class passenger next to him, "Did he just hit the passenger over there with a beer can?" The passenger sat very close to the buff man. Along the way, the buff man talked to the people around him, and his mouth was dirty. It made him very upset, so he simply said, "I didn't see anyone hit him, but he started drinking as soon as he got on the plane. He drank a lot." "You motherfucker." The hemp pole man just wanted to open his mouth and scold the passenger who talked nonsense, but he was stopped by the flight attendant. "You take him to the infirmary and give him some sobering medicine," the leading flight attendant said to another flight attendant next to him. Although the hemp pole man was unwilling, he was forcibly taken away. Most of the passengers in the first-class cabin had some opinions about the hemp pole man, so no one spoke up for him. The hemp pole man was taken away. The 2 macho men wanted to follow, but they hesitated and did not follow. Both of them stared at Yang Ming with resentful eyes, but Yang Ming did not care. The beer was used to hit people. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and continued to close his eyes. "Sir," the voice of the flight attendant sounded again next to Yang Ming. "Do you want me to get you another can of beer?" Yang Ming did not open his eyes. He just waved his hand and said, "No need. Thank you for just now. My name is Huang Leilei. If you need anything, you can call me at any time." Huang Leilei continued. This time, Yang Ming didn't even wave his hand. He just gave a soft in. Huang Leilei was a little annoyed with Yang Ming's attitude. What kind of person is this? I'm talking to you, but you don't even open your eyes? It seems that you are helping me, but in fact, I am helping you, okay? If I didn't inform the flight attendant in time, wouldn't the two people around the hemp pole man kill you? She still wanted to say something, but Yang Ming didn't look up or struggle. Huang Lele had no choice but to walk away resentfully. Yang Ming didn't open his eyes, but it didn't mean that he couldn't see what was going on outside. After Huang Lele left, Yang Ming sighed. If it weren't for the fact that he had too many love debts, it would be good to chat with his beautiful sister. After a while, the hemp pole man came back, but his face was not so red. It seemed that the hangover medicine had taken effect. When he walked to Yang Ming, the hemp pole man said fiercely, "Kid, you wait for me. Let's wait and see." The hemp pole man was sober, so he didn't dare to make trouble on the plane. But after getting off the plane, it wouldn't be too late to mess with him. Huang Lele gritted her teeth and returned to the work cabin angrily. Several flight attendants saw Huang Lele, but they teased, "Yet Princess Huang also has times when she is tempted. What did I do?" Huang Lele was shocked and stuttered. "He who knows." The person who spoke was a girl named Wang Mei. These girls all flew the same plane, so their relationship with each other was relatively good. The joke was the most direct. "My name is Huang Lele. If you need anything, you can call me at any time." Huang Lele repeated Huang Lele's words just now, but her tone became coquettish. Are you eavesdropping?" Huang Lele was shocked, but then she said, "I'm not wrong. We are originally serving the passengers. Why didn't I see you telling others what your name is?" Another flight attendant, Lu Xiaoran, also teased, "I remember that a passenger asked you what your name was, but you told him your number. What happened today?" If I don't tell him, he can see it from the name tag on my body." Huang Lele quibbled. "What needs? Does it include physiological needs?" The one who spoke was Chunyu. She was the only married girl among them, so she was naturally bolder. Huang Lele's words attracted a group attack from her sisters. Fortunately, these people had things to do. After a few words, they dispersed. Huang Lele originally had nothing to do with Yang Ming, but when her sister said that, she involuntarily began to pay attention to Yang Ming. Chapter 815. For the threat of the buff man. Yang Ming didn't care at all, but the dialogue of these air stewardesses made Yang Ming dumbfounded. Yang Ming was also curious. He wanted to see where these air stewardesses usually stayed, and he happened to see a few people talking about him. However, at this moment, Yang Ming could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Whether Huang Lele had that kind of feeling for him or not, Yang Ming couldn't have any connection with her. The buff man was probably reprimanded by the flight police, so he was a lot more honest. The second half of the journey was not so troublesome. Yang Ming closed his eyes and listened to the songs in the MP4 with headphones. Speaking of which, this MP4 was taken from Sun Jie. Recalling his shock when he first saw the content of the MP4, Yang Ming felt a little funny. The plane stopped once to refuel on the way, which delayed some time. So about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the air stewardesses began to distribute dinner. This time, it was not Huang Lele, but another air stewardess, Wang Mei, but Yang Ming didn't care much. When passing by Yang Ming, Wang Mei asked Yang Ming what flavor he wanted. Yang Ming looked at the sign on the dining car. There were 2 flavors of fish and beef, so he said, "I want beef." In fact, fish is also very delicious. Wang Mei smiled slyly. She took a box and put it on Yang Ming's table. Looking at Lele's face, "I will give you 2 boxes. Lele? Huang Lele?" Yang Ming didn't know that this was Wang Mei's joke. He thought that the air stewardess was really interested in him, so he was somewhat helpless. He shook his head and said, "Then thank her for me." In fact, in the first class, in most cases, if a passenger wanted 2 meals, as long as there was enough left, it would be given. However, Yang Ming was in first class for the first time. He had no similar experience before, so he naturally didn't know. Wang Mei nodded and left. She continued to distribute dinner to other passengers. However, Yang Ming was indeed hungry. He didn't eat anything at noon, so he didn't care so much. He finished the 2 boxes of rice like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. As for what Wang Mei said to Huang Lei after she went back, it was not something that Yang Ming could control. It was true that there were many romantic encounters during the journey. If it were in the past, Yang Ming was naturally looking forward to something happening. But now, Yang Ming didn't dare to provoke too much trouble. However, Yang Ming did not want to provoke trouble, but trouble just had to find him. Most of the passengers had finished their dinner. Wang Mei pushed an empty cart to collect the garbage. When she walked to Yang Ming handed 2 empty boxes to her. Wang Mei took them and said, "How is it? Are you full?" For Wang Mei's enthusiasm, Yang Ming was embarrassed to ignore her, so he nodded and said, "Thank you. Why are you thanking me?" If you want to thank someone, thank Lei. Wang Mei smiled and lowered her voice. "I have just told Lei that you want to thank her and treat her to a meal. How is it? Is it enough?" Enough? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. If he didn't have a girlfriend, he would naturally be happy to have dinner with a beauty like Huang Lei. But now, Yang Ming couldn't wait to hide. How would he dare to take the initiative to invite her? However, since Wang Mei said so, it would be a bit unreasonable if he flatly refused. So he just said perfunctorily, "Okay, no problem." He promised, but Yang Ming knew that after getting off the plane, the hope of seeing Huang Lei again was very slim. He promised first. If he didn't meet her, then he wouldn't break his promise. What he didn't expect was that after Wang Mei went back, she said that Yang Ming wanted to treat Huang Lei to a meal. Huang Lei suddenly blushed, but she did not refuse. Huang Lei's impression of Yang Ming was not bad. She felt that he was not the same as other men who pestered her when they saw her. At least, he belonged to the category of decent men. If Yang Ming knew that Huang Lei classified him into this category, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "I say, Lei, among us, you're the only one who doesn't have a boyfriend. I think the handsome guy in the first class is good. Why don't you try to develop a relationship with him?" Lu Xiaoran urged eagerly. But our Lei's vision is high. I don't know how that person's family background is. Can he match our Lei? Chenyu was married. Naturally, she was not as simple as those unmarried little girls. It was not enough to be handsome. The most important thing was the family background and economic conditions. Who said that? I don't care about this. Huang Lei saw that Chenyu made her sound so snobbish, so she quickly denied it. "That is to say, you are really tempted this time?" Wang Mei asked relentlessly. "I'm not. Isn't it because of you guys?" Huang Lei was very helpless. She felt like she was trapped. However, in any case, Huang Lei's impression of Yang Ming was really good. Since he invited her, Huang Lei was also willing to give him a chance. Anyway, even if there was no intimate development, it was good to be an ordinary friend. Although she thought so, Huang Lei still took the time to go to the bathroom to touch up her makeup to make herself look more radiant. She thought that she could hide it from these sisters, but these people were together every day. Who didn't know each other? Wang Mei saw the change in Huang Lei at a glance and joked, "Lei, are you going to go to the date? Did you touch up your makeup?" Huang Lei was embarrassed. "I didn't. Isn't it normal to touch up my makeup during work? I have to maintain my image in front of the passengers." "TSK, this is not a shameful thing? Isn't it just a date?" Wang Mei said disapprovingly. "Lu Xiaoran is living with her boyfriend. You are the only one who hasn't even been in a relationship." Huang Lei was blushed, but she did intend to go to the date in her heart. She had to lower her head, ignore Wang Mei, and do her own thing. How would Yang Ming know this? He was still anxious to see Suya, so when the plane just landed, Yang Ming rushed to get off the plane in front. Anyway, he didn't take any luggage with him on this trip. In this day and age, a credit card could settle everything. After guiding the passengers on the plane to get off the plane, Huang Lei looked at the first-class cabin reservedly, but she found that there was no one inside. Huang Lei's face immediately collapsed. This person wanted to treat me to a meal. Why did he leave as soon as the plane landed? Wang Mei and Lu Xiaoran also saw Huang Lei's displeasure. They knew that she must be angry because Yang Ming was not there, so they advised, "Lei, don't worry. He must be waiting for you at the exit. Lu Xiaoran also said, yeah, he is not our crew member. How can he stay here and not get off the plane? Huang Lele thought about it for a while. The other passengers had gotten off the plane. Yang Ming couldn't stay here and not leave. She eased her expression, but she said, who wants him to wait? He wants to treat me to a meal. I don't want to go. When they got off the plane, Huang Lele deliberately dawdled for a long time before she got off the plane with Wang Mei. Lu Xiaoran's boyfriend came to pick her up. She was naturally anxious to leave first. Chen Yu's sister was married and had a child. Naturally, she was more anxious to go back and see the child. I say, Lele, I think he's very good. If you don't want him, just give him to me. When they got off the plane, Wang Mei teased Huang Lele. Then I will give him to you. Who wants him? Huang Lele said disapprovingly. Oh, look, you still admit it, right? Wang Mei laughed. Admit what? Huang Lele was stunned. Admit that you like him, said Wang Mei. When did I admit it? Huang Lele was somewhat inexplicable. He is not yours. Why do you give him to me? Wang Mei teased. You must have already regarded him as your own in your heart. That's why you said such words. I. Huang Lele was anxious. Isn't it you who tricked me with words? I didn't mean that at all. When the two of them came to the exit, they didn't see Yang Ming's figure. Huang Lele was so angry that she almost cried. What did she get tricked like this? She had always stood others up, but this time it was others' turn to stand her up. Looking at Huang Lele's gritting teeth, Wang Mei quickly persuaded, Lele, don't be angry. It must be that we dawdled for too long. He was anxious and thought that you didn't want to keep the appointment, so he left first. Huang Lele snorted with grievance. Let's go. Wang Mei's boyfriend's family was also very rich. When they left the airport, her boyfriend picked her up and got in the car. Huang Lele, on the other hand, got in another BMW Z9 sports car angrily. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? In the driver's seat of the BMW, a handsome young man asked with concern. I'm fine. Huang Lele pouted and didn't speak. Anyone could see that something was wrong with her. Sure enough, the young man continued. Little sister, did someone bully you? Tell second brother, and second brother will vent your anger for you. Is it your captain again? It's not him. The last time our captain reprimanded me, he was beaten black and blue by you. You still have the nerve to say that. How do you want me to work in the future? Huang Lele said helplessly. Who told him to scold my little sister? The young man said disapprovingly. Then tell me what's wrong with you? I'm really fine. Although Huang Lele was close to her eldest brother and second brother since she was a child, how could she tell them about this kind of girl's mind? Seeing that Huang Lele didn't speak, the young man couldn't help it, but he had a unique skill. He planned to call his little sister's best friend, Wang Mei, and ask. Back to the stalwart man. He was thinking about teaching Yang Ming a lesson after getting off the plane, but Yang Ming had already left. The stalwart man couldn't find him for a long time. He couldn't help but scold. You're lucky. You run fast, but don't let me see you again, or I will break your legs. Chapter 816. Young Master. As soon as the buff man left the airport, he was surrounded by 4 or 5 macho men. The buff man was already accustomed to it. He didn't even make a sound. He strode to an RV behind them and got in the car. These macho men were the servants of the buff man. This time, the buff man went out to travel to Songjiang. He heard that the ice lanterns in the mainland in winter were very beautiful, so he took a few men to walk around. The buff man's family was also a famous family in Macau. They opened a casino, and the buff man was the only male in the family. Naturally, he lived very comfortably. It was just that the buffed man was not fond of women. Otherwise, it was impossible not to know Huang Lele. How many young masters did not know the baby daughter of the Huang family? Unfortunately, the buffed man was addicted to alcohol. He had no interest in other things except for drinking. Huang Lele was sullen all the way. Huang Lele's second brother couldn't do anything. He had to wait until he got home and then call Wang Mei to inquire about the news. Finally, when Huang Lele went back to the room to change clothes, Second brother, Huang, dialed Wang Mei's phone. Hello, is this Wang Mei? I am Leilei's second brother. Second brother Huang lowered his voice, and his eyes swept to Huang Leilei's room upstairs from time to time. He was afraid that she would suddenly open the door and come out. Second brother, hello. Wang Mei and second brother Huang were very familiar with each other, and her boyfriend was also a business friend of the Huang family. They met through second brother Huang's introduction, so she was at ease as a little spy. Are you asking about Leilei? You are still smart. Second brother Huang smiled and said, Is Leilei being bullied today? Why is she always sullen when I see her? Second brother, I will tell you, but you must not tell Leilei that I said it. Wang Mei hesitated and smiled. Of course, I can't say it. I'm not stupid. If I say it, won't she guard against you next time? Then what other news can I get? Second brother Huang said quickly. Then I will say it. I tell you, Leilei is probably in love this time. Although Wang Mei knew that second brother Huang couldn't make a phone call in front of Huang Leilei, she couldn't help but lower her voice. What? Are you in love? Second brother Huang was stunned after hearing it. He said inexplicably, What love? Does she have a boyfriend? That's not it, Wang Mei said, and told second brother Huang what happened on the plane. So that's the case. Second brother Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Wang Mei's words. He didn't expect that the little sister in his eyes had grown up and began to be tempted by boys. However, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, his little sister was 20 years old this year. It was normal for her to fall in love. Second brother Huang, why don't you help Leilei find a handsome guy? Wang Mei suggested. Second brother Huang could only smile bitterly. The person that his little sister was attracted to was a bit too coincidental. He was just a passerby on the journey. Where could they find him? However, second brother Huang didn't take it too seriously. He thought that his little sister had just reached the age of love and would be moved by outstanding boys, not a specific person. Therefore, this was easy to handle. Didn't he know a lot of young talents? There were some in Macau, and there were some in his hometown in Singapore. When there was someone that he felt was good, wouldn't it be fine to introduce him to his little sister? After figuring this out, second brother Huang was no longer worried. He was going to find opportunities to take his little sister to attend more banquets. Yang Ming could be said to be unfamiliar with Macau. The character who could summon the wind and summon the rain in Songjiang was also clueless here. However, fortunately, Yang Ming's adaptability was extremely strong. He had also learned the official language of Macau, Cantonese, from a CD that Fong Tian gave him. With the increase of mainland tourists in recent years, most of the service industries in Macau began to speak Mandarin. Yang Ming stopped the taxi. After getting in the car, he said to the driver, Help me choose a hotel. I'm here to travel. Okay, sir. The driver naturally agreed. It was already an open secret in the industry that he could get a high commission by pulling customers to the hotel. Yang Ming's industry was also involved in the entertainment industry, so he was also clear about these industry rules, but he didn't care about this. If he wanted to get some information from the driver, he had to let him get some benefits. Right? Shuyi is going to hold a concert here. Yang Ming began to try to talk to the taxi driver, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the driver. Oh, are you also here to watch Shuya's concert? The driver said, In the past 2 days, I've pulled a lot of Shuya's fans. They all came here to watch the concert. Yeah, I also like Shuya very much. Yang Ming didn't lie. Now, liking Shuya was equivalent to liking Suya. That's fine. I will take you to the hotel closest to the hotel where Shuya is staying. The taxi driver said, However, it's in a different direction from now. The fare, it doesn't matter how much the fare is. I won't give you less. Yang Ming certainly didn't care about this. No problem. The driver saw that Yang Ming was straightforward, and he was very happy. The car turned around and drove out quickly. Soon, the car passed by a luxurious and spectacular hotel. The driver pointed to the hotel and said, Shuya is staying here, Jianya Imperial City. Yang Ming quickly noted the location of the hotel. The driver said that the hotel was close to here. In fact, It was about 1 kilometer away. The reason was very simple. Other hotels that were closer were full, and there were no vacant rooms. The people who stayed in these hotels were basically Shuya's fans. Yang Ming paid the fare and gave the driver some extra tips. The driver smiled and handed Yang Ming a business card, saying that Yang Ming could contact him at any time if he needed a car. Yang Ming didn't have a private car in Macau, so he naturally accepted the business card and put it in his pocket. After getting a room, Yang Ming took a comfortable hot bath. Then he picked up the newspaper provided by the hotel for free and read it. He turned to the entertainment section, which was almost full of large reports about Shuya. From the entertainment report, Shuya would stay in Macau for about a week, but the specific schedule was not disclosed. It was impossible for these news media to have exact information. Looking at the bustling scene of the streets and alleys outside the window, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. The nightlife here was much more lively than Songjiang. This was a real city that never slept. All the casinos were almost open 24 hours a day. There was no time to close. Yang Ming had to wait until there were not many people on the streets before he took action. Yang Ming's action tonight was to find out the room where Suya was and then study the terrain of the hotel where she lived to see if it was possible to sneak in and meet with Suya. In fact, this was not Songjiang. There was almost no possibility of meeting at the concert because no one would let Yang Ming go backstage unless he forced his way in. However, in Macau, a place that was not his territory, Yang Ming didn't dare to be too rash. Until early in the morning, the taxi and tourists on the street did not show any signs of decreasing. It was no wonder. This was a commercial area, not a remote residential area. If he was impatient, Yang Ming couldn't help it. He could only make do and act according to the situation. After stopping a taxi, Yang Ming came to the Jianya Imperial City Hotel. He wanted to pretend to be an ordinary tourist to inquire about the hotel. He didn't expect that when he was about to enter the door, he was stopped by a few bodyguard-like people in black. "Sir, please stay. There are no vacant rooms here. Sorry, we can't receive you. I'm here to find a friend. He lives in this hotel." Yang Ming scratched his head and quickly found an excuse. "Friend? This place has been booked. I think you must have made a mistake." The bodyguard still blocked Yang Ming and didn't let him enter. "Ugh, my friend is Shuya. You can call her to confirm. She will definitely let me go up." Yang Ming had no choice but to say so. "I'm sorry, sir. Every day, there are too many people who say that they are friends of Miss Shu. We can't confirm them one by one. If you are really a friend of Miss Shu, you must know Miss Shu's private phone number. You can ask Miss Shu to send someone to pick you up," said the bodyguard. Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the bodyguard's words. It seemed that he was not the only one who came to find Shuya. But thinking about it, those crazy fans could definitely do this kind of thing. Yang Ming didn't have Shuya's phone number in Macau. He wanted to call Su Haikwa and ask, but he found that it was already early in the morning. He guessed that Su Haikwa should be asleep. Yang Ming hesitated and decided to forget it. Now, even if he saw Shuya, he wasn't mentally prepared for a while. He didn't know how to speak. He couldn't hug Suya as soon as they met and then push her to the bed, right? Looking at the security work of the hotel, it was not worse than that of Songjiang. It was almost impossible to sneak in secretly. If he climbed up from the outside of the building, he would be seen. Therefore, Yang Ming simply gave up the idea and turned away from the Jianya Huangsheng Hotel. For Yang Ming's behavior, these security guards were already used to it. They thought that Yang Ming was also a crazy fan. After Yang Ming returned to the hotel, he found the hotel service department and asked them to help him get a ticket for Shuya's concert tomorrow. Of course, it was best to get a VIP ticket. The price didn't matter. The hotel and the organizer naturally had a relationship. For Yang Ming's request, they guaranteed to meet it as much as possible. After all, a financier like Yang Ming was not common. He could get a good price of 100,000 yuan at once. Although time was tight, it was not difficult for the people in charge of booking the tickets in the hotel. They not only had connections with the formal companies of the organizers, but also with the underground scalpers. Chapter 817. This was not Yang Ming's territory, so when he did things, Yang Ming couldn't be as unscrupulous as he was in Songjiang, and he couldn't be as unscrupulous as he was on the Alice. After all, Yang Ming came to Macau through formal channels this time. He was a legitimate tourist with a name. If he forced his way in or sneaked in, it would become a lot of trouble once he was discovered. Therefore, when Yang Ming learned that only Suya's group was staying in the hotel, he gave up the idea of continuing to explore. Because even if he knew which room Suya was staying in, it was useless. However, what Yang Ming couldn't figure out was why Suya didn't bring her domestic mobile phone here. Suddenly, he remembered the gift that Suya gave him when she left, and he suddenly felt helpless. Originally, he wanted to go back to earthly paradise today to get the gift, but he met Su Haikwa at the entrance of the hotel. He was so distracted by Su Haikwa that he actually forgot such a thing, which made Yang Ming regret it. However, compared to the gift, the information that Su Haikwa provided him was more important. Back in the hotel room, Yang Ming called Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun to report that he was safe. After hanging up the phone, he found that the mobile phone could actually search for the mainland's mobile signal. It must be from Zhuhai. He also tried the private number that Suya gave him, but it was still turned off. He called the front desk and asked if there was a computer with internet access. He got a positive answer. The hotel provided laptops for rent, but he had to pay a deposit. However, these didn't matter. Yang Ming asked the waiter to send a laptop of the latest model. The keyboard of the laptop was covered with a brand new layer of disposable silicone mold, and the mouse was also brand new. It seemed that the hotel had fully considered the issue of hygiene. Yang Ming logged into QQ. The network speed here was much faster than at home in Songjiang. Yang Ming used the music box to download a few of Suya's albums. When he learned that Suya was Suya, Yang Ming began to be anxious to know everything about Suya. After the QQ login was successful, Yang Ming was eager to see if I Am a Superstar was online, but unfortunately, the avatar was gray. Yang Ming tried to send an "Are you there?" message, but there was no reply for a long time. In disappointment, Yang Ming wanted to turn off QQ, but there was a beep 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 sound from the laptop speaker. Yang Ming quickly stopped and opened the message window. "Bro, is that you?" This message was sent by Zhang Bin. "Zhang Bin, it's me." Yang Ming touched his hair and suddenly found that he hadn't contacted Zhang Bin for more than a month. He didn't know how he was doing recently. This was one of his few good buddies. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "How is your injury?" "Hee, you see that I can type and chat. Do you think I'm good?" Zhang Bin didn't take his injury seriously. "I was bored to death in the hospital for a while. It was too boring." Voice. Yang Ming felt that typing couldn't express his feelings, so he sent a voice invitation. Zhang Bin directly refused. Yang Ming was surprised, but Zhang Bin sent another video chat invitation. Yang Ming was stunned. Then he smiled and clicked the accept button. Yang Ming's laptop also had a camera. Zhang Bin saw the scene here and blurted out, "Bro, where are you? Why do I think it looks like a hotel?" "I'm in Macau," Yang Ming said with a smile. "What about you? Have you been discharged?" "Damn, how did you go to Macau?" Zhang Bin said with surprise. "When did you go?" "I just arrived today. I did stay in a hotel." Yang Ming explained. "I'm at home. I have nothing to do. Why did you go to Macau? You should have said so earlier. I would have gone with you." Zhang Bin said with disappointment. "What about Zhao Cece? Didn't she accompany you?" asked Yang Ming. "These days, the jewelry company is so busy. How can she have time to accompany me?" Zhang Bin shrugged and said with a bitter face, "I came here to watch Shuya's concert. Are you coming too?" Yang Ming didn't talk nonsense. He did come here for this purpose. No way, right? "Bro, when did you become a fan of Shuya?" Obviously, Zhang Bin was a little surprised by Yang Ming's approach. In his opinion, Yang Ming couldn't become a crazy fan. Probably this morning." Yang Ming smiled mysteriously. "What? This morning? This is too fast. You became a fan in the morning, and you went to Macau at night?" Zhang Bin opened his mouth wide. "I'm convinced. How is it? Are you coming?" Yang Ming asked casually. "Come. Why don't I come? I am a fan of Shuya." Bro, you're going. How can I not go? What's more, I really don't mean anything. You wait for me. I will book the ticket now. I will probably be there in the middle of the night. As Zhang Bin said this, he picked up the mobile phone in a hurry and looked for the airline's ticket booking number. Yang Ming didn't expect Zhang Bin to be so fast. It seemed that he really stayed in the hospital for too long, and he was bored. After a while, Zhang Bin returned to the front of the screen and said, "Okay, it's done. I'm going to the airport now. Wait for me." "Okay." Yang Ming turned off the video and thought about it. He called the service desk again and told them to book one more ticket for Shuya's concert. Of course, the price was still indifferent. He slept until about 5 o'clock in the morning. He received a call from Zhang Bin and learned that he had arrived in Macau. Yang Ming told him the name of the hotel and asked him to come directly by taxi. Yang Ming booked a double standard room. It didn't matter if Zhang Bin stayed in it. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming glanced at it. It was really Zhang Bin. Suddenly, when he saw Zhang Bin appear in front of him again, Yang Ming felt emotional. There was an indescribable emotion in his heart. He hugged Zhang Bin and patted his back. Zhang Bin was shocked by Yang Ming's sudden action. He stuttered, "Bro, you don't like broken back, right? Get lost." Yang Ming laughed and said, "I just haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you a little bit. It's my fault that you were hospitalized, but you can rest assured that I will avenge you sooner or later." He, Zhang Bin said indifferently, "It's okay. I just treated it as recuperation. It's just that I'm a little tired of it after a long time. So, I ran out just as I was getting better." "Uncle Zhang knows that you came to find me?" Yang Ming asked with some worry. "Of course, my dad heard that I was coming to find you. He personally helped me find someone to book a ticket. Otherwise, how could I come here so quickly in the middle of the night?" Zhang Bin nodded and said, "You shouldn't have slept, right? Rest for a while. The concert is tomorrow night. I asked the hotel to help me book the tickets. I don't know if I can buy it." Yang Ming said. Zhang Bin didn't hold back. He nodded and said, "Then I'll sleep. I'm so sleepy. Just now on the plane, the chick next to me kept talking to me. I couldn't sleep, well, even if I wanted to." "No way. You just got out of the hospital, and you want to have a one-night stand again?" Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hey, it's not that I want to. I can meet her when I go out. Can you blame me?" Zhang Bin said innocently, "Bro, why don't you play too? Your conditions are better than mine. There must be a lot of sluts who are willing." Yang Ming shook his head and didn't respond. "If I find another one back, wouldn't Shen Mingyan blow up the temple?" Yang Ming didn't want to get into trouble again. Although Yang Ming was a bit of a playboy and had more than one girlfriend, Yang Ming thought that he was a more conservative person in the end. He was passionate but not promiscuous. Yang Ming couldn't tolerate the woman who was related to him to have sex with others. The night was silent. Yang Ming woke up early in the morning, but when he saw Zhang Bin sleeping soundly, he closed his eyes and fell asleep again. When he woke up again, it was already noon. The two were woken up by the phone in the room. It turned out that the hotel called to tell Yang Ming that the VIP tickets had been obtained. 2 tickets cost 200,000 yuan. Yang Ming didn't care about whether there was any underpricing in it, but he was very moved that Shuya's concert ticket price was actually so high. After thanking, they agreed to pick up the tickets in a while. After eating casually in the restaurant, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin took the tickets and left the hotel. They came to the streets of Macau. There were still a few hours before the concert began. If Zhang Bin didn't come, Yang Ming could go online at will in the hotel to pass the time. But now that Zhang Bin came, the two went out together. Macau wasn't big, but it was world famous. The reason was naturally that its gambling industry was quite developed. Its ranking in the world could be said to be second only to Las Vegas. Most of the tourists who came here wanted to see the casinos in Macau. Here, gambling was legal, and so was gambling. Therefore, people who were rich one day and penniless the next could be found everywhere. Of course, there were also people who became rich overnight, but the probability of this was very small. 9 out of 10 gamblers lost. This was the unchanging law. Otherwise, all the casinos would have closed down long ago. Yang Ming didn't know if the King of Gamblers tournament on TV existed, but he knew that gambling masters did exist. Almost every big casino had one or two masters. In the CD that Fong Tian gave him, there was also an introduction in this regard, and even a detailed tutorial of gambling. However, Yang Ming basically didn't need it, so he ignored it. What was certain was that Yang Ming's skills were only better than those people, and he wouldn't be worse than those people because Yang Ming had an innate advantage that no one could surpass. Chapter 8:18. Let's go to the casino. Zhang Bin was the kind of person who was restless. When he came to Macau, his hands naturally began to itch. After all, the gambling industry here was legal. Zhang Bin had no sense of guilt. Go now. Yang Ming had no interest in gambling. Yang Ming was not a gambler. He was not interested in these. However, rather than saying that Yang Ming was not a gambler, it was better to say that Yang Ming basically had no fun in gambling. In the case of winning every time, gambling was no longer gambling. It had become a one-sided mechanical sport of plundering. Yang Ming was not short of money, and he did not need to rely on gambling to make money. So, in his opinion, if it was not necessary, he would not touch these things. Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming's lack of interest and couldn't help but say, "Bro, what's wrong with you? I think you should like these things very much, right? At that time in Yunnan, didn't you like to gamble on stones? How can that be the same as this?" Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after listening. This is pure gambling that can only be regarded as a kind of bulk purchase. As he was talking, Zhang Bin's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Bin picked up the phone and glanced at it. His face immediately showed a very lascivious expression. "The little girl I hooked up with on the plane?" Yang Ming shook his head and watched Zhang Bin pick up the phone. The two people seemed to be making an appointment, but Yang Ming did not care about this. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bin scratched his head embarrassedly. "Bro, she asked me to go out, then go." Yang Ming was unwilling to accompany Zhang Bin to gamble. Now that he could be free, how could he not agree? But he said, "Don't miss the concert tonight. I will call you." "No problem. I will try to make it quick and take her directly to the hotel." Zhang Bin smiled after listening. Then he stopped a taxi and left. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was strolling alone on the streets, enjoying the peculiar atmosphere of foreign land. Although this place had been returned to China for many years, many of the buildings on the street were very westernized, which was different from the mainland. "Sir, do you want to play?" A small man suddenly appeared in front of Yang Ming and made a dice-throwing gesture with his hand. Yang Ming was stunned. He was a little puzzled. Why is there someone pulling guests for the casino? But Yang Ming understood all the words of the small man next. "No matter how much it costs, I don't have any requirements. Even a few dollars is fine." The short man said in a low voice, "Go and play a few rounds. It's okay." The small man was a little reluctant. "Try your luck. Maybe you can make a fortune. There's really no need." Yang Ming waved his hand and turned to leave. The small man probably didn't want to let the business run away. When he saw Yang Ming turn around, he grabbed Yang Ming's coat and didn't want to let Yang Ming leave. "You wait." Yang Ming suddenly became a little impatient. He just felt that this small man was not easy to make a living, so he didn't bother with him. But at this moment, he was clinging to him. Yang Ming frowned and wanted to force him away. "Hey, don't go with him. They are liars." Before Yang Ming could do it, a delicate and sweet voice came over. The voice was very familiar. It made Yang Ming slightly stunned. He looked up and really knew it. It was the flight attendant, Huang Lele, whom he met on the plane. Huang Lele was now with another stewardess named Wang Mei on the plane. The two of them were holding hands and were looking at this side. Huang Lele also came closer and saw that the person on this side was Yang Ming. She was also stunned, but Wang Mei's eyes were very good. She had already seen that the person on this side was Yang Ming. Otherwise, she would not deliberately lead the topic to someone who was a liar. The local people almost knew that these people of the small man's group were liars. They opened an illegal gambling den and sent some henchmen to attract foreign tourists. After they came to the gambling den, they cheated the tourists and won all the money. Most tourists did not understand the local laws. They thought that it was normal to lose gambling. Even if they called the police, it would not help. In fact, these illegal gambling dens did not have operating licenses at all. They were the targets of a severe crackdown. Huang Lele belonged to the kind of girl with a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, Wang Mei would not take the initiative to tell her this. It was because she knew that Huang Lele would speak up to stop it. Wang Mei did not tell Huang Lele when she saw that the person on the other side was Yang Ming. Instead, she let Huang Lele find out for herself. In fact, these henchmen were still very afraid of causing trouble. At this time, when they saw that a local person exposed their identity, they quickly left after muttering a few words. They were also afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. Huang Lele did not expect to meet Yang Ming here. She was shocked and immediately remembered that she was stood up by Yang Ming yesterday. She was angry and stared at Yang Ming with her eyes wide open. However, Huang Lele's appearance belonged to the sweet and lovely type. Even if she was angry now, there was no clue on the surface. Instead, her eyes were wide open, which made her look more beautiful and moving. Yang Ming had already put the matter of treating Huang Lele to a meal at the back of his mind. When he saw Huang Lele's appearance, he thought that she was really interested in him. Yang Ming was not such an arrogant person, but since he had special abilities, the beautiful women around him really made him feel complacent. What's more, Yang Ming really did not want to provoke any love debt. For all the facts that could happen, Yang Ming had to be careful. Actually, I have a girlfriend. Yang Ming looked at Huang Lele's blinking, beautiful eyes. His breath was short for a while. She was so beautiful that it could kill. After Huang Lele listened to Yang Ming's words without rhyme or reason, she was inexplicable. However, after thinking about it carefully, she immediately understood what Yang Ming wanted to express. Huang Lele was going to explode. What does this guy mean? Does he really think that I want to pester him? Huang Lele clenched her teeth, and her body trembled a little. Since childhood, I have always rejected others. This is great. It's my turn to be rejected by others. But I don't mean that at all. Although Huang Lele's initial impression of Yang Ming was good, it did not mean that Huang Lele really liked Yang Ming, and she was anxious to have some follow-up with Yang Ming. Yang Ming saw Huang Lele's appearance and thought that he rejected her and hurt her heart. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Actually, I'm not a good person. In fact, Yang Ming was not such a dull person. But today, Huang Lele was really charming, which made Yang Ming somewhat unable to control himself. Secondly, Yang Ming was really afraid that he couldn't control himself and bring another girl back. Therefore, Yang Ming's thinking was a little confused, so he made such a mistake. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. This saying was not false at all. Huang Lele really didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. Looking at Yang Ming, she really wanted to trample him to death. After a heavy humph, she turned and left. Wang Mei was also shocked by Yang Ming's words. She wanted to create an opportunity for Yang Ming and Huang Lele, but she did not expect that it would be the current result. You already have a girlfriend. Why do you still want to provoke our Lele? Wang Mei rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and threw out a sentence. Then she went to chase Huang Lele. These brainless words made Yang Ming very depressed. Did I provoke them? Who did I provoke? Is it wrong for me to take a plane? Huang Lele walked forward angrily, but Wang Mei followed her closely and persuaded, Lele, don't be angry. Aren't there plenty of men? When did Huang Lele suffer such grievances? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Although she didn't really pursue Yang Ming and was rejected, it also made Huang Lele feel disgraced. She was rejected by a man in front of her good friend. This was such a shameful thing. Huang Lele had cursed Yang Ming 1,000 times in her heart. What kind of person is this? I'm not thinking about men. Huang Lele was afraid that Wang Mei would misunderstand, so she explained, he is really narcissistic. He actually thinks that I like him? Yeah, Lele, wait for a few days. I will find you a handsome man, one who is more handsome than him. Wang Mei nodded. I don't want to. How could Huang Lele still have the mood to think about a handsome man? She was so angry that she was going to die. It was a rare holiday, but her mood was ruined on the first day. She wanted to go shopping with Wang Mei, but she was not in the mood. Huang Lele apologized and said goodbye to Wang Mei. Wang Mei knew that Huang Lele's mood wasn't good, so she didn't say anything. Instead, she sent her to the taxi and watched her leave. Wang Mei sighed. This young Ming really doesn't know how to do things. Other men try to pretend to be single in front of Huang Lele, but he is good. He directly said that he has a girlfriend. I have to say that this person is really unique. However, how could Yang Ming think so much? This time, he came to Macau mainly because of Shuya, so he had almost no thoughts about other women. Looking at the time, there was still a long time before the concert. Yang Ming simply found a coffee shop and went in to ask for a cup of coffee. Then, he read the restaurant DM magazine that was provided for free here. Originally, he was reading this magazine full of advertisements to pass the time. However, when Yang Ming turned to one of the pages, his eyes suddenly widened. He stared at a message in the corner of the page and slowly frowned. This was a code word. Yang Ming had systematically learned code words in Fong Tian CD and in Europe. Although Yang Ming didn't understand the meaning of this code word, his keen intuition told him that this was definitely a code word deliberately left by someone. Chapter 819. Yang Ming held the magazine in his hands and looked at the code words on it, but he couldn't understand it. At this time, the waiter came over with the coffee. When he saw that Yang Ming was looking at the advertisement in the DM magazine, he smiled and said, "Sir, what you are looking at is meaningless." Meaningless? Yang Ming was stunned. Yeah, there are them in every issue. They're all published by people who have too much money and don't know where to spend it. The purpose is to tease others. The waiter gently put the coffee in front of Yang Ming and said, "Oh." Yang Ming raised his head suspiciously. "There's one in every issue. Are they all published by the same person?" "That I don't know, but the locals think that this is a prank made by a bored guy." "Sir, you are a tourist here. It is normal that you don't know this." The waiter continued to explain. "Do you still have the previous issues of the magazine?" Yang Ming took out a tip of 100 yuan and gave it to the waiter. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I will show it to you." The waiter received the tip and immediately smiled. He quickly went to help Yang Ming get the magazine. As he walked, he thought, the hobbies of rich people are really different. Over there, they use advertising money to publish some useless garbage. Here, someone is also using tips to look for the previous magazines. However, this had nothing to do with him. He would do what the customer was happy with. When he came to the utility room of the coffee shop, the waiter turned over the previous issues of the DM magazine. He took one for each issue and brought it to Yang Ming's coffee table. "Sir, it is all here. It was published from the 3rd issue of this year." Yang Ming looked at the magazines handed over by the waiter. There were about 6 or 7 of them. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Thank you. It doesn't matter. If you need anything else, just call me at any time." The waiter said respectfully and left. DM magazines were different from ordinary periodicals. The release time was not fixed. It was an industry magazine published by some media and advertising companies. It was not sold publicly. It was only distributed for free in public places such as bars, coffee shops, barber shops, and so on for customers to read. Yang Ming didn't have a deciphering dictionary at hand, so he couldn't see anything from these messy words. They were all nonsense. Yang Ming didn't believe that someone would be so bored as to spend money to publish some inexplicable things. It just so happened that he happened to run into it, so he naturally had to investigate thoroughly. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and took photos of the words in each issue of the magazine. He planned to study them carefully when he returned to the hotel. When the waiter saw Yang Ming picking up his phone to take a picture, he couldn't help but find it funny. There were really all kinds of people. However, he didn't interfere. Who cares? What did this have to do with him? After taking the photos, Yang Ming neatly stacked the magazines aside and put the coffee money on the table. He then got up and was about to leave, but he bumped into an acquaintance. "Brother Yang Ming." A young man was pushing open the door of the coffee shop and walking in. When he saw Yang Ming, He was surprised and happy to greet him. And Yang Ming didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in Macau. When he looked up, he saw that the person was actually Huang Rongjin, whom he met in Songjiang. Brother Huang, why are you in Macau? Huang Rongjin was a little puzzled as to why Yang Ming would appear here. Yang Ming seemed to still be in Songjiang the day before yesterday, right? Hee. I came to Macau to attend Shuya's concert. Yang Ming didn't lie to him. This was also one of the purposes of Yang Ming's trip. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a fan of Shuya. Huang Rongjin was surprised. Just like my friend Ji Xiaoa, the concert in Songjiang just ended, and you flew to Macau with me. It turns out that you are also here to watch the concert. Yang Ming suddenly nodded. Not all of it. There are many of my family's businesses in Macau. I have troubled you in Songjiang, but it's good to be here. It is also my territory. If you need anything, just tell me. Huang Rongjin patted his chest and promised. Not yet, but if I really encounter trouble, I won't be polite with you. Yang Ming smiled. That's natural. If you are polite, you are looking down on me. Huang Rongjin also smiled. I have an appointment with a guest today, so I won't talk to you more. How long will you stay here? It's hard to say, but I should stay for a few days. Yang Ming wasn't sure. I will hold a small banquet at my house next Saturday. If you are free, do me the honor and come over. Let's have a good chat then. As Huang Rongjin said this, he took out an invitation from his small handbag and gave it to Yang Ming. Okay, if I don't leave, I will definitely go. Yang Ming took the invitation. His impression of Huang Rongjin was not bad, so it was good to make such a friend. Huang Rongjin had an appointment with several important customers of the Huang family today to discuss business, so he couldn't accompany Yang Ming. Originally, Huang Rongjin was not responsible for business matters, but his elder brother was so busy in Singapore that he couldn't get away. He happened to come to Macau, so this responsibility fell on him. What's more, he still had some shares in the company, so he couldn't ignore it. Huang Rongjin's character naturally didn't like to be in power. This was also an important reason why the two brothers could be harmonious. Huang Rongjin's elder brother, Huang Rongtian, was the kind of person who was more fanatical about controlling the overall situation in business, and he was happy to see his younger brother like this. Otherwise, when the two brothers were in charge of the company, it would be difficult for the people below to decide who to listen to when there were differences of opinion. In this way, the company would collapse sooner or later. Now, Huang Rongjin only held shares and dividends, and the operation of the company was controlled by his brother, Huang Rongtian. The Huang family's business was getting bigger and bigger. Of course, Huang Rongjin couldn't ignore it at all. After bidding farewell to Huang Rongjin, Yang Ming immediately returned to the hotel and entered a group of photos taken today into the computer. Then he opened his own network hard drive, which stored many useful electronic tools that Fong Tian gave him. Some dictionary of code words were also stored on it. Yang Ming downloaded the dictionary and then translated it one by one according to the text on the photo. As a result, the translated content shocked Yang Ming. This was actually a message for a bounty to hire someone to kill. The message in the first 3 issues of the magazine was the same message, offering a bounty of 10 million patakas to kill a person. In the 4th issue of the magazine, there was another message after this message. The content of the message was also very simple. The translation was only 4 words, except the mission. It seemed that no one responded to the message in the first 3 issues. When it was published in the 4th issue, someone posted the same password in the same position and accepted this killing mission. Of course, if it weren't for a professional like Yang Ming, no one would understand this messy text. Even if the 4th issue had a few more words than the 3rd issue, no one would association anything. Sure enough, starting from the 5th issue, the text in each issue of the magazine was different. It seemed that these two people began to use this text to communicate. In the 5th issue, it should be the message published by the hirer. He left the information and information of the person to be killed. The name of the person to be killed was Zheng Xiaopeng, the chief dealer and senior consultant of Macau's Huawei Casino. He was also a celebrity in Macau's gambling industry. As for the reason for killing him, it was not mentioned in the message, but these were not important. Yang Ming was not the kind of person with a sense of justice. As an assassin himself, Yang Ming couldn't destroy the business of his peers. And this Zheng Xiaopeng was definitely not a good person. Generally speaking, people in his position had harmed countless people. Therefore, Zheng Xiaopeng's life and death had nothing to do with Yang Ming. What made Yang Ming curious was that this hirer actually used the exclusive password dictionary of the assassin industry. This made Yang Ming very surprised. Generally, ordinary people would never use these passwords, but this person did. It could be seen that this person was a person who understood the assassin industry very well. At the very least, he had a friend who was an assassin. However, if this was the case, then why did he need to publish an advertisement to hire an assassin? This was what aroused Yang Ming's suspicion. Since there were doubts, Yang Ming naturally did not dare to delay. He told Fang Tian what he had seen and heard, and all the analysis. After all, the older the wiser. Yang Ming's experience as an assassin was still very insufficient. It couldn't be compared with Fang Tian. Fang Tian listened to Yang Ming's narration, but he didn't say much. He just asked what password did he use. The 99th password in the dictionary, said Yang Ming. 99th? Are you sure? Fang Tian originally had an indifferent attitude. At this moment, when he heard Yang Ming say that it was the 99th password, he immediately put his heart into it. Yes, it's the 99th password. What's wrong with it? Asked Yang Ming, puzzled. The 99th password is not the universal password of the assassin world. Fang Tian suddenly said anxiously, that is the password created by the butterfly family. Butterfly family? Yang Ming was naturally not unfamiliar with this. His training in Europe was carried out in the butterfly family. Now you try to find out who published this message and how the matter has progressed. I'm going to contact my old friend. Things may not be so simple. Fang Tian hesitated and said. Although Yang Ming didn't know what was going on here, when he heard that this password was not a circulating password, he felt that things were definitely not so simple. Not far from the coffee shop where Yang Ming was, the window of a limited edition Ferrari slowly opened. A thin man threw out the cigarette, but in his hand, and sneered, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone this time. Chapter 820. The last message was published by the hirer. It was agreed with the hirer that the next issue of the magazine would publish the place where Zheng Xiaopeng would go that night. The hirer would wait for the opportunity to make a move at this time. Although the magazine was printed a few days in advance, the release time had been set. For a person like Zheng Xiaopeng, his daily schedule should be fixed, and it was very likely that it would be arranged until a few days later. Therefore, it was not strange that the hirer could know his whereabouts in advance. Originally, it was a matter that had nothing to do with him, but after Fang Tian's explanation, it became a matter that was related to him. Although Yang Ming did not admit that he was the son-in-law of the butterfly family, it was undeniable that his and Fang Tian's survival status in the assassin world was closely related to the butterfly family. Since this matter had become strange and involved the butterfly family, Yang Ming naturally had to figure it out. The most critical question now was the publishing time of the next issue of the magazine and the identity of the owner of these two messages. As for the identity of the owner of the information, Yang Ming actually didn't have much hope for it. Since he chose this way to hire someone to kill, he wanted to hide his identity. How could such a person expose his identity? Yang Ming checked the address of the organizer of this DM magazine on the internet. This magazine was hosted by a website called Australian Street Shopping. The office address was in a building not far from here. Yang Ming wrote down the address, then turned off the computer and left the hotel. Downstairs of the hotel, there were already many waiting taxis. Yang Ming got in a taxi and went to the building where the website was located. According to the recorded address, Yang Ming easily found the office of the website. This website seemed to be quite large. It occupied a whole floor of the office building. It was divided into several departments. Yang Ming asked at the front desk and came to the editorial department of the DM magazine. Yang Ming contacted the editorial department as a reader. The editorial department also set up a separate reader's opinion exchange area with a special editor in charge. This kind of DM magazine, which focused on advertising, attached great importance to the opinions of the readers, because every reader could become a customer of the website and the website sponsor. Therefore, Yang Ming did not have to go through much trouble to receive a good reception. Hello, Mr. Wang. Welcome to the editorial department. Do you have any comments or suggestions for our magazine? A gentle editor received Yang Ming. Of course, Yang Ming did not use his real name when he came here. He just casually wrote Mr. Wang. It's like this. I read several issues of your magazine in a row, but I found that there was a strange message in each issue. Yang Ming picked up a magazine on the coffee table, turned to the page with the code, and pointed to it and said to the editor, "Oh, so it's this." The editor helplessly revealed an apologetic smile. Regarding this, many readers have already called to ask about it, but you're the first one to come here. I'm really sorry for causing trouble for your reading. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "There is no trouble. I'm just curious. I want to know what the published thing is." Actually, I'm not sure about this either. The editor said with some embarrassment, some of the advertisement columns in our magazine are mobile. They are provided to some people who need to advertise for a short period of time. This advertisement was requested by someone else. Although we don't know the specific meaning, the other party has already sent the advertisement fee over. We can't refuse because this is not against the law after all. Then who published these things? I am a curious person. I want to find the owner of the publication to ask. Yang Ming tried to make himself look more harmless. The other party, did not leave any contact information, and I don't know his specific identity. The advertising fee and advertising content for each issue were sent through letters. The editor smiled apologetically. You are not the first reader to ask this. There are also many curious readers who want to get to the bottom of it. However, it may be that some people deliberately want to fool the public. It turns out to be like this. Yang Ming nodded. Sure enough, as I expected before, these people will not show up. Right, I want to ask, is this information published by the same person in every issue? I don't know about this. The editor shook his head. We can't understand the meaning of these messages. How do we know if it is published by the same person? However, there's an issue that is very strange. We received 2 such publishing requests at one time. I think a reader also wants to play a prank. It is possible. Yang Ming pretended to be very disappointed. He sighed and stood up. Forget it. Since there is nothing, then I will leave. Mr. Wang, take care. You are welcome to come here again to give us opinions. The editor also got up to send him off. Right, when is the next issue of the magazine released? Yang Ming pretended to be very casual and suddenly asked. The day after tomorrow. Mr. Wang, you can leave the address. I will send someone to send it to you. The editor didn't need to hide these things, but if Yang Ming asked this when he came up, it would be too abrupt. No need. I have it in the coffee shop downstairs. Yang Ming waved his hand and left the editorial department. The most important information he got this time was that the new issue of the magazine would be released the day after tomorrow. In other words, the day after tomorrow was the day of the assassination of Zheng Xiaopeng. At that time, according to the information published in the magazine, Yang Ming could come to the place where Zheng Xiaopeng went to in advance to wait. Perhaps he could find some clues. At least he could intercept the assassin who came to assassinate Zheng Xiaopeng and see who he was. Out of the door of the building, Yang Ming called Fang Tian and reported the information he got of Fang Tian. I have also contacted the Butterfly family. This mission doesn't seem to be taken by the people of the Butterfly family, but you still have to follow up. Fang Tian said, this is also an opportunity for you to gain experience. Contact me at any time if there is any situation. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. I will go to the place where Zheng Xiaopeng appeared the day after tomorrow and find a way to figure out the situation. Since it had nothing to do with the Butterfly family, Yang Ming was relieved. He just had to wait and see. At this time, Zhang Bin also called. Bro, I'm done here. Where are you? I'm going back to the hotel. You should come back too. Pack up. It is almost time for the concert to start. Yangming looked at the time on his phone and said, "Okay, see you later." Zhangbin hung up the phone. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at the Macau Variety Hall, the first concert of the second leg of Xu Ye's national tour began. The scene here was obviously much grander than the concert held in the Songjiang Stadium. After all, Songjiang was only a second-tier city. Naturally, it was not as well-equipped and spacious as Macau, an international city. The hotel's VIP tickets were obtained from the scalpers. Although the price was high, it was indeed a good position. Although it was not the first row, it was quite close to the front. It was in the middle aisle of the second row. It was also worth the money. Zhangbin's position was next to Yangming. Zhangbin was not the kind of fanatical fan. Although he also liked Xu, it was impossible for him to fly to Macau to watch the concert. For Yangming's behavior, Zhangbin did not understand. "Bro, I don't think you're the kind of fanatical groupie." Is it strange?" Yangming shrugged. In fact, if he didn't know that Xu was Suya, Yangming would not do such a crazy thing. "It's a bit strange." Zhangbin shook his head. "Bro, don't you know? It's okay to like celebrities, but it's not good if you're too obsessed with them. After all, they can't have any intersection with us." "You are right. I came here this time to pursue Xu." Yangming suddenly whispered in Zhangbin's ear. "Pursue what?" Zhangbin was stunned and looked at Yangming in surprise. "Bro, are you kidding?" Yangming touched the ring in his pocket and then smiled at Zhangbin. "Of course not. I'm serious." "Are you sure?" Zhangbin was still a little incredulous. Although there were often news of rich young masters pursuing celebrities on the internet, and Yangming was now considered a rich young master, Zhangbin still felt that these things were a little distant from him. "You're going to have a celebrity sister-in-law soon." Yangming patted Zhangbin's shoulder and smiled mysteriously. Zhangbin was confused by Yangming, but he was still very impressed by Yangming's ability to pick up girls. At that time, Chen Mingyan was the campus belle, but Yangming easily pursued her. Then, Lan Ling and Lin Jian were also the beauties of the beauties. There was still some time before the concert started. Zhangbin began to talk about his one-night stand today. He kept talking about how coquettish the woman was. Yangming was speechless for a while. "You know, I don't like to do this. Why don't you try it too? This feeling is really good. You don't have to be responsible, and there is no psychological burden." Zhangbin suggested. "Yeah, I don't have to be responsible." Yangming shook his head, but he really couldn't do it. He thought that Sun Jie would become a one-night stand, but now, the lights in the venue gradually dimmed. The concert was about to begin. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.